Chapter 2571. When Yi Zhong brought Yi Shuai back home, he explained the situation to the old man and asked Yi Shuai to clean up. Yi Zhong took out the image crystal and contacted Yi Cheng. In the castle. On the second floor. In a cultivation room. Yi Cheng took out the image crystal suspiciously. Big brother? Looking at Yi Zhong's shadow, Yi Cheng was a little stunned. At this time, shouldn't Big Brother be preparing to open the Nether King's hell? Why did he still send him a message? Yi Zhong said, "Go home immediately, I'll wait for you at home." Go home? Yi Cheng was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why do I have to go home? I'll send you to Divine Dragon Island later. Do you know where Li Biu is?" Yi Zhong asked. Wait. Why do you suddenly want to send us to Divine Dragon Island? Yi Cheng quickly reached out to stop Yi Zhong and asked suspiciously. Yi Zhong briefly explained the situation. When Yi Cheng heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect that Qin Feiyang's words would make Big Brother so anxious. He wanted to tell Yi Zhong that there was no need to go to Divine Dragon Island. Because Qin Feiyang wouldn't hurt them. But he didn't dare to say it. Yi Cheng smiled and said, "Then wait for a while. I'll contact Li Biu. Hurry up," Yi Zhong urged. Yi Cheng nodded and turned off the image crystal. He got up and walked out of the cultivation room and towards the first floor. Done. In the cultivation room. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and thousands of pills flew in front of Fire Lotus. There's no need for so many. Fire Lotus was stunned. It's better to be prepared. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the Blood Kirin, Zhao Tailai and the others who were surrounding him, and said, "If you need it, you can get it from Fire Lotus." Okay. Everyone nodded excitedly. Young master, at this time. Yi Cheng ran in and whispered a few words into Qin Feiyang's ear. No way. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Cheng in astonishment. Why not? Big Brother wants us to meet him immediately. Yi Cheng said. What is it? Zhao Tailai and the others looked at the two suspiciously. This master of mine was afraid that I would sneak off to the underworld monarch's hell. To think that he wanted to send me to the Divine Dragon Island. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Everyone suddenly understood. The mermaid princess smiled and said, "He cares about you. I don't deny that I care. However, I really cannot go to this Divine Dragon Island. If you go there, you won't be able to escape." Qin Feiyang shook his head. I don't want to go either. Although the Divine Dragon Island also has a time array, can it be compared to the Black Tortoise World and the ancient castle? Yi Cheng said. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Cheng and said with a sneaky smile, "Then why don't we go missing?" Yi Cheng was taken aback. He said hesitantly, "That's not a good idea." Qin Feiyang said, "Otherwise, what are you going to say to him?" This, Yi Cheng frowned. He really couldn't think of a better idea. Let's go missing. When I successfully sneak into the underworld monarch's hell, he won't be able to do anything when he finds me. As for you, just throw the image crystal into your cosmos ring and stay here to cultivate. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Cheng clenched his teeth and nodded. Fine. Before you come back from the underworld monarch's hell, I must break through to the half-step imperishable realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the image crystal rang. Yi Cheng took out the image crystal and said with a bitter smile, "It must be Big Brother's message." Then what are you hesitating for? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yi Cheng pondered for a moment, then decisively threw the image crystal into his cosmos ring and returned to his cultivation room. What a ruthless person. Everyone looked at Yi Cheng's back and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. If only Yi Zhong were as easy to talk to as Yi Cheng, how great would that be? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Take your time. There's no rush. Fire Lotus said with a smile. Okay. It seems that I can't go back to the Dragon God Palace now. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked at everyone and said, I'll refine some more life-saving pills. You can go out. Then he looked at Fire Lotus and said with a smile, help me prepare the herbs for the divine life pill. Everyone turned and left the cultivation room. Fire Lotus quickly took out a cosmos bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Next. Qin Feiyang focused on refining pills. Grandpa, we're done. Yi Shui-er and the linen-clothed old man came out of the wooden building and smiled at Yi Zhong, who was standing in the courtyard. But Yi Zhong didn't seem to hear it. Grandpa. Yi Shui-er walked forward and looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. Ah. Yi Zhong came back to his senses and looked at the two of them. Are you done? Yes. Yi Shui-er nodded. The linen-clothed old man looked at Yi Zhong and asked, You look uneasy. Did something happen? No. Yi Zhong shook his head and frowned. It's Yi Cheng and Li Bu-er. What the hell are they doing? How did second grandpa offend you again? Yi Shui-er said. I just sent him a message and he said that he would be back immediately. But in the blink of an eye, he ignored me. Yi Zhong said. How is that possible? Let me try. Yi Shui-er didn't believe it and took out the image crystal. But after a while, Yi Cheng didn't respond. This, Yi Shui-er couldn't be stunned. The linen-clothed old man said worriedly, Could something have happened? How is that possible? He was fine just now. I think Yi Cheng must have been led astray by Li Bu-er and teamed up to fool me. Yi Zhong said angrily. Cough, cough. Grandpa, don't always say that about him. Li Bu-er is actually quite good. Let's talk about it later. Second grandpa is already so old. Does he need Li Bu-er to lead him astray? Yi Shui-er was speechless. Now, she felt that in her grandfather's eyes, Li Bu-er could lead everyone astray. You're still speaking up for him? Yi Zhong glared at Yi Shui-er. Yi Shui-er smiled embarrassedly and said, Don't be angry. What should we do now? Yi Zhong pondered for a while and put away the image crystal. He said helplessly, I'll send you guys to Divine Dragon Island first. What about Li Bu-er and second grandpa? Yi Shui-er said. Li Bu-er, I'm already sure that he wants to fish in troubled waters and enter hell. As for your second grandpa, he might have been instigated by Li Bu-er. I'll send you guys to Divine Dragon Island first, then go to the plains to take a look. I don't believe that I can't find them. Yi Zhong snorted coldly. Then, he activated an altar and disappeared with the two of them. After daybreak, Yi Zhong really went to the plains personally to patrol. Outside the plains, there was a sea of people. But because there were too many people, he couldn't confirm them one by one. Soon, he turned around and left with a stomach full of anger. Another day passed. Early in the morning, there were even more people gathered outside the plains. Because today was the day that hell would open. At a glance, the sea of people was endless. Everyone looked at the plains, their hearts filled with anticipation. In the crowd, there were two inconspicuous old men in black. They had white hair and a walking stick in their hands. In the arms of one of the old men, there was even a small golden wolf. If Yi Zhong can still recognize us after we've disguised ourselves like this, then he really has discerning eyes. Before entering hell, anything can happen. We can't be careless. That's right. These two people were Qin Feiyang and Madman. As for the small golden wolf, it was the white-eyed wolf. Since coming to the ancient world, the white-eyed wolf had been cultivating in seclusion and rarely appeared. There were almost 0 people who knew of its existence. So, compared to Qin Feiyang and Madman, it was much safer and didn't need to be afraid of Yi Zhong's investigation. And before coming to the plains, Qin Feiyang had already sent Wang Qi, Lei Yibing, and Jiang Dafei back. Lei Yibing and Wang Qi had also broken through to the peak of the Nine Heavens realm. Madman suddenly pointed to the crowd on the left and said in a low voice, Look at those people over there, they don't seem to be simple. Qin Feiyang looked over in surprise and saw 5 or 6 middle-aged men and women standing together in silence. And their auras were all concealed, making it difficult for people to see through them. And that old man over there, his cultivation is also unfathomable. I think he should be an imperishable realm expert. Madman pointed to a white-haired old man on the right. Imperishable realm. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he turned his head to look. The white-haired old man looked very ordinary and didn't have any companions beside him, but his expression was very calm. To be able to be so calm at this time, his cultivation must be extraordinary. I wonder how many imperishable realm experts came this time, Madman said telepathically. Then why are they hiding their cultivation? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Nonsense. Of course they are hiding their cultivation. That's because not everyone is related to the dragon race. They are also afraid of being targeted by the dragons. In short, their purpose of going to the Nether King's hell is to find opportunities, and they don't want to have anything to do with anyone. They don't want to participate in any disputes. Especially the dispute between the dragons and the dragon-slaying palace. Madman thought. If they want to be alone, then why are they going to the Nether King's hell? The white-eyed wolf snorted. Qin Feiyang said, everyone has their own aspirations, we shouldn't force some things. That's right. This time when we enter the Nether King's hell, we mustn't show off. We will hide under the umbrella of the dragons and slowly look for opportunities. Madman nodded. Whoosh. Suddenly, a group of people came from the Dragon God mountain range. These people were all wearing the clothes of the Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang even had an impression of some of their faces. They were the disciples of the Dragon God Palace and were also going to the Nether King's hell. Of course. This was voluntary. As long as you are not afraid of death, it's up to you. Qin Feiyang glanced over and found that there were no less than 100,000 people. This number is just a drop in the ocean for the Dragon God Palace. It seems that most of the people in the Dragon God Palace are quite rational. Madman whispered. Qin Feiyang nodded. Whoosh. Not long after, another 3 groups of people arrived in a grandiose manner. Each side had no less than 100,000 people. And they were all wearing the clothes of the Dragon God Palace. Wait. I don't think I've seen them before. Qin Feiyang muttered. There was also a trace of suspicion in Madman's eyes. These people's cultivation wasn't low, almost all of them were in the 9 Heavens realm. They seemed to be from the West, South, and East Divine Dragon Palace. Sure enough, the opening of the Nether King's hell alarmed the entire Divine Land. Some people whispered. It turns out that they are from the West, South, and East Divine Dragon Palace. Qin Feiyang and Madman suddenly understood. Aren't Wu Baichuan and Du Yuntian also going to the Nether King's hell? Quickly find them. Where are they? Madman transmitted his voice. Chapter 2572. After carefully searching for a while, Qin Feiyang and Madman finally found Du Yuntian and Madman in the crowd. The two of them were standing in the East and West Dragon God Palace camps. But compared to before, they were extremely low-key now. Standing in the crowd, they were silent and their auras were concealed. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't notice them. Do you think they entered the East and West Dragon God Palace for the same reason as you, for the Divine Stone of Fate? Madman transmitted his voice. Divine Stone of Fate. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and shook his head. It's not that I look down on them, but how can they get the Divine Stone of Fate? You really look down on them. Actually, these two are quite powerful, but because they don't have any heaven-defying divine artifacts and techniques, compared to you, they are a lot dimmer. Madman secretly said. Indeed. They don't look that old, but to have such cultivation, how can they be ordinary people? Perhaps when you enter the Nether King's hell, you will understand how terrifying they are. White-eyed wolf echoed. Because in the Nether King's hell, all of Qin Feiyang's trump cards would be restricted. At that time, he could only rely on his own cultivation and strength to deal with the unknown. Perhaps, he might even suffer a great loss under the hands of these two. I hope so. Qin Feiyang whispered. After all, they were all young lords of the dragon-slaying palace. If they were too weak, then it wouldn't be fun. However, compared to these two, he was more curious about the young lord in the south. Even Hui Yi and the 5-clawed golden dragon couldn't find out the identity of this person, as if this person didn't exist at all. Such a mysterious person wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Qin Feiyang looked at the Southern Dragon God Palace. The Southern Dragon God Palace also had hundreds of thousands of people. But after observing for a long time, Qin Feiyang still didn't know who this young lord was. Or perhaps, this person didn't come at all. The sun had already risen high in the sky. Swish. Suddenly, 2 figures descended on the plains, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire place. It was Yi Zhong and the young man. The young man yawned, looking dispirited. The snow python turned into the size of a palm and laid on the young man's shoulder. It seemed to be affected by the young man as it also looked drowsy. He also wants to enter the hell of the underworld king? Madman looked at the young man in shock. Everything is within my expectations. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. What do you mean? Madman was taken aback and asked. This young man's background is unknown, and his strength is unfathomable. Yi Zhong will definitely not be at ease leaving him in the Dragon God Palace. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. That's true. Madman nodded. Greetings, Grand Hall Master. The people of the East, South, West, and Dragon God Palace all half-knelt in the air to welcome him. As the Grand Hall Master of the Dragon God Palace, he was naturally famous in the Divine Land. Other than the people from the Dragon God's Palace, everyone else also bowed. Quick, pay your respects. Qin Feiyang dragged the madman and quickly bent down. Why should I bow? Madman looked at him with displeasure. If everyone salutes, but we don't, wouldn't that attract Yi Zhong's attention? Qin Feiyang secretly said. Madman nodded in realization. Indeed, they couldn't attract too much attention. Actually. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang thought of this, otherwise they would definitely be discovered by Yi Zhong. Because while everyone was bowing, Yi Zhong's eyes were like torches, sweeping across everyone. Obviously, he was looking for Qin Feiyang. Because according to Qin Feiyang's usual performance in the Dragon God Palace, he would definitely stand with his back straight. However, the result disappointed him. Did he not come? Yi Zhong frowned. Impossible. This brat definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. He must be hiding in the crowd. He actually bowed along with everyone else. How wronged. Then this old man wants to see how long you can endure. Yi Zhong rolled his eyes and shouted, Everyone, kneel down for this old man. What? Kneel down. Qin Feiyang and the madman's expression froze. Why should we kneel? Someone asked puzzledly. Among them, there were also many people who didn't want to kneel. Yi Zhong said sincerely, Hell needs tens of thousands of people to kowtow before it appears. This is nonsense, right? White-eyed Wolf transmitted his voice. It must be nonsense. This old man knows that we won't easily kneel to anyone, so he deliberately did this. Qin Feiyang secretly said. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Then what should we do? The madman frowned. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything and glanced at the others. Everyone looked at each other and finally believed Yi Zhong's words and knelt on the ground one after another. They are fools. White-eyed Wolf was speechless. Don't blame them. That's because they know nothing about the Nether King or Hell. Yi Zhong has the final say. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Brat, you are still too inexperienced to play tricks with this old man. This old man doesn't believe that you will kneel down. Yi Zhong secretly sneered and paid close attention to everyone present. Soon, everyone knelt down, and only Qin Feiyang and the madman were still standing. Yi Zhong immediately looked at the two and coldly shouted, Why aren't you kneeling? Hearing Yi Zhong's shout, everyone also looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He turned around and swept his gaze over everyone. Then, he secretly took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into his mouth with the speed of a thunderbolt. This was not a pill, but an illusion pill. Because he wanted to change back to Li Buer's appearance, he had to take the illusion pill. If he took the pill, he would directly restore his true appearance. The madman also smiled helplessly and took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. Yi Zhong's mouth immediately raised into a smug smile. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Grand Hall Master. The two of them flew up, their expressions full of frustration. Yi Zhong joked, Hell is about to open, so what if you kneel down? Master, you can't do this. Qin Feiyang was dissatisfied. Why do you still look unhappy? Do you know that in order to find you, this old man racked his brains to come up with this method? Yi Zhong secretly shouted angrily. Qin Feiyang quickly said, I'm sorry, it's this disciple's fault, but this disciple really wants to go to hell. No. Yi Zhong decisively shook his head and secretly said, Go to Divine Dragon Island immediately. Madman, you go too. Not going. The two of them shook their heads. Yi Zhong immediately blew his beard and glared, and transmitted his voice. Do you know how dangerous hell is? I don't know. But we're not afraid. Qin Feiyang secretly said. You. Yi Zhong glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Why was he so stubborn? Yi Zhong, why don't you let them go? It's good to broaden their horizons. The young man next to him suddenly said. Yi Zhong coldly snorted, you make it sound nice, but when they encounter danger, you'll protect them? This young master will protect them? The young man was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the madman immediately cast a pleading look at the young man. The young man shook his head and smiled, saying, okay, this young master will protect them. Yi Zhong was stunned, he actually agreed. Master, the safety problem has been solved, you won't object now, right? Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Madman's gaze shifted as he looked at Yi Zhong and said, actually, I entered the Underworld King's hell to meet Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, glanced at the madman, and hurriedly nodded. This disciple also wants to meet Qin Feiyang. You really won't cry until you're in the coffin. Okay. Don't regret it when the time comes. Yi Zhong snorted through his nose. Thank you, master. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Yi Zhong glared at him and secretly asked, where's Yi Cheng? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You don't know? Kid, do you still want to go to hell or not? If you want to go, tell this old man the truth. Yi Zhong said angrily. Qin Feiyang was helpless, and said with a sound transmission, I knew he was hiding somewhere to cultivate. Where? Yi Zhong frowned. He didn't even go to the Divine Dragon Island. Was Yi Cheng stupid? Didn't he know that there was a time formation on the Divine Dragon Island? How would I know? Yesterday, he sent a message to this disciple and only said that you were going to send us to the Divine Dragon Island. He didn't reveal anything else. Qin Feiyang shook his head. None of them are easy to worry about. Yi Zhong's face was filled with anger. Lord Grand Hall Master, is hell still going to open? How long are you going to make us kneel? Below, there were already people who were dissatisfied. Yi Zhong sorted out his emotions and said expressionlessly, it will open immediately. Finished. Yi Zhong raised his arm and opened his palm. With a clanging sound, a stone door appeared in front of him. The stone door was as if it was condensed from blood. It was completely blood-red and emitted a monstrous baleful aura. Moreover, on both sides of the stone door, there was a skull. 2 balls of blood-red flames floated in its eye sockets, making it look extremely sinister. Everyone looked at the stone door curiously. Was this the hell of the King of Hell? Rise. Following Yi Zhong's explosive shout, the stone door floated in the air and began to expand with the wind. The baleful aura became more and more terrifying. It was as if a demon king had been born, and the bloodlight dyed the entire plain red. Finally, a giant stone door that was hundreds of feet tall appeared out of nowhere. That terrifying baleful aura was as if countless demon kings had awakened, causing everyone present to feel a chill in their heart. I'm not going. I'm not going either. A stone door already has such a terrifying baleful aura. Then how scary would it be inside hell? Before the stone door even opened, many people felt fear in their hearts. Even the strongest experts hidden in the crowd couldn't help but hesitate. Open! Yi Zhong shouted in a low voice. With a loud clang, the stone door slowly opened. An even more terrifying baleful aura surged out like a torrent. In an instant, everyone felt as if they had fallen into the abyss of hell, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. In their hearts, there was a fear that couldn't be dispelled. What kind of place was hell? How could the baleful aura be so terrifying? Could it really be the legendary hell? I'm really not going. I'm leaving now. Someone screamed in horror, got up and fled without looking back. With someone taking the lead, there would naturally be people following. For a time, thousands of people fled from this place, frightened by this baleful aura. Not to mention these people, even Qin Feiyang and Madman couldn't help but be frightened. They had experienced a lot of killing. But at this moment, under the shroud of this baleful aura, they couldn't help but feel scared. Chapter 2573. The most terrifying thing was that this murderous aura seemed to be able to affect one's mind. It made one feel despair in their heart. Looking at those people fleeing, Yi Zhong did not stop them and said lightly, "It's not too late to leave now." At this moment, basically everyone was hesitating. Originally, they were looking forward to it. But when they saw the opening of hell, they couldn't help but be afraid. Clang. About a moment later, the stone door finally opened completely. A blood-red passage appeared. Woo! Woo! Roar! In the passage, the wind whistled and the bloodlight surged. In the bloodlight, there seemed to be ghosts roaring and laughing, making one's scalp tingle. As a result, the entire plane seemed to have turned into an azure purgatory. I'm leaving too. This place is definitely not a place to go. My life is more important. Even more people fled the area in fear. Even many people left the east, south, west, and Dragon God Palace. But only a small part of them left. Most people still wanted to go in. Because the more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity. How was it possible to obtain good fortune without experiencing danger? Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and turned to look at Frenzy. He found that Frenzy was staring at the blood-red passage in the stone door with a hint of excitement in his eyes. This made Qin Feiyang speechless. Frenzy was indeed worthy of being called Frenzy to be excited. In half an hour, the stone door will automatically close. Those who want to go in should do it early. Yi Zhong shouted. It will close in half an hour? Everyone was shocked. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Why didn't he see anyone from the dragons? Chief Pavilion Master and Beast Emperor were nowhere to be seen. However, as Yi Zhong's voice fell, no one entered the stone door. Because other than the dragons, they knew nothing about hell and did not want to be cannon fodder. Whoosh! But suddenly, a figure rushed out from the crowd and rushed toward the stone door like lightning. Everyone looked over and saw a young man in blood-red robes who looked like a demon. His long hair was dyed red with blood. Furthermore, his body was emitting a frightening baleful aura. However, his cultivation level was very low. He was only at the advanced stage of the war god stage. No way. You dare to enter the underworld king's hell with only the cultivation of a great success war god. Everyone was bewildered. Was this kid looking for death? Yi Zhong also looked at the blood-red clothed youth in surprise. Who would have thought that the first person to fly towards the stone door would be a great success war god? How could it be him? At the same time, Qin Feiyang murmured as he stared at the young man's back. You know him? Madman asked. Yes. He is from Yunshan village. His name is Li Feng. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. That was right. This young man in blood-red clothes was none other than Li Feng, who had left without saying a word. Li Feng, stop. Qin Feiyang murmured. However, Li Feng turned a deaf ear to him. He rushed into the stone door without looking back and disappeared into the tunnel. He is indeed different from before. Qin Feiyang murmured. He glanced at Madman and said, let's go. The two of them rushed into the stone door while Yi Zhong was not paying attention. Bastard. Yi Zhong was stunned for a moment, then he started to curse in exasperation. Don't worry. This young master will protect them well. The young man smiled faintly and walked toward the stone door. What do you know? The Nether King's hell is random. Yi Zhong murmured. What? Random? The young man was stunned. That's right. After entering, everyone will appear in different places. The Nether King's hell is not smaller than the Divine Land. If we don't tell them the rendezvous point in advance, we won't be able to find them. Yi Zhong was furious. Then let's not find them. Let's meet again. Hearing this, the young man yawned and disappeared into the stone door. Not find them? Yi Zhong's expression stiffened and he became more and more angry. What kind of people are these? Do they know how terrifying the Nether King's hell is? Back to Qin Feiyang. After entering the bloody tunnel, his vision was immediately blood-red. He saw that there was blood mist all around. The murderous aura was astonishing, and this blood mist was pervasive. It crazily drilled into his body through the pores all over his body. He could clearly feel that whether it was his physical body, divine power, or blood, they were all being swallowed by the blood mist. In fact, even his life force was flowing away. Noticing this abnormality, Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly said, "Senior brother Madman, White-Eyed Wolf, do you feel your vitality flowing away?" However, his voice echoed in the surroundings for a long time, but there was no response. "Senior brother Madman? White-Eyed Wolf?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He hurriedly turned around and looked around. There was no sign of Madman. He was looking down at his arms. The White-Eyed Wolf had also disappeared. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was immediately surprised. He clearly remembered that he and Madman had entered the stone door together. The White-Eyed Wolf had also been in his arms the whole time. But why did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Moreover, he didn't feel anything about the disappearance of Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf at all. Why was it like this? Fire Lotus, great-grandmother, old Zhao, Huiyi, Qin Feiyang shouted again. But Fire Lotus and the others didn't respond to him. He hurriedly sensed the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise world, but was shocked to find that he couldn't feel the existence of the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise world. This, for a moment. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but lose his composure. Although Yi Zhong had said a long time ago that after entering the Underworld King's Hell, one couldn't enter or exit the spatial divine object. But Qin Feiyang had always thought that even if one couldn't enter or exit the spatial divine object, they could at least get in touch. However, he didn't expect that it would actually completely cut off the connection with the spatial divine object. The nature of this had become completely different. In other words, from this moment on, no matter what happened outside, Fire Lotus and the others wouldn't know. Similarly, no matter what happened in the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang wouldn't know. Calm down. Qin Feiyang kept taking deep breaths. At this time, he mustn't lose his composure. Finally, after dozens of breaths, he calmed down and looked around. The blood mist filled the air, and he could only see half a meter away. His feet didn't move. In other words, he was now standing in the bloody passage. However, he could vaguely feel that he was shuttling through the bloody passage at this moment. And the speed of shuttling was quite fast. He lowered his head and looked at his arms again, but there was still no trace of the White-Eyed Wolf. What was going on? Could it be an illusion? He pinched his arm hard. Pain, it was very painful. This proved that it wasn't an illusion. The frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf had indeed disappeared. I was careless. I shouldn't have chased Li Feng, Qin Feiyang muttered. Li Feng didn't catch up, and instead lost the frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body shook violently, and a wave of dizziness came from his head. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, only to find that they were only skin and bones. His qi and blood were draining too fast. He hurriedly took out a divine life pill and threw it into his mouth. But even the divine life pill with 4 dragon-shaped pill qi couldn't replenish it in time. He took out a dozen divine life pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. Boundless life energy suddenly exploded in his body, nourishing his body that was about to dry up. But he found that the blood mist that poured into his body was becoming more and more terrifying. It was like gangrene attached to the bone that couldn't be removed. Even divine power couldn't dispel or refine it. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf again, and his eyes were full of worry. Because he didn't expect that the frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf would disappear, so the pills that he prepared in advance were all on him. He didn't need to worry too much about the frenzy. After all, the frenzy had always been alone in the northern region, so he must have a lot of pills on him. But Qin Feiyang knew the White-Eyed Wolf very well. Not to mention the divine life pill, he probably didn't even have a single medicinal herb on him. Although he didn't know where the White-Eyed Wolf and the frenzy were, he knew that they must be experiencing the same thing as him. Could the White-Eyed Wolf leave the passage alive and enter the Nether King's Hell? Wolf cub, nothing must happen to you, Qin Feiyang murmured. It was useless to worry now, so he could only pray silently in his heart. Nether King's Hell, Trespassers die. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded in front of him, like thunder. Qin Feiyang's blood immediately surged. What's that? Qin Feiyang was startled and looked up. But the blood mist was too thick and he couldn't see anything at all. Moreover, except for the roar, he didn't sense any terrifying aura. However, Qin Feiyang could feel that a fatal crisis was rapidly approaching. So, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and paid attention to the movements around him. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body and mind tightened, and he took a step to the side without hesitation. Just as he moved away, a fist the size of a millstone appeared from the blood mist. Although this fist didn't hit Qin Feiyang, the whistling wind blew Qin Feiyang away, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Qin Feiyang immediately opened his eyes, and his face was full of horror. Just the wind brought by the fist seriously injured him? How strong was the owner of this fist? His first thought was to activate the kill formula, but he suddenly thought of the rule force mentioned by Yi Zhong and decisively gave up this idea. How dare you dodge? The fist was hidden in the blood mist. The roar sounded again, and it was right next to Qin Feiyang's ear. That fist appeared once again. Humph! Qin Feiyang snorted coldly, took out the coiling dragon staff, and instantly recovered, and smashed it with the staff. Boom! The fist and the coiling dragon staff collided violently. Qin Feiyang was once again sent flying. His arm was also shaken by the frightening power, and his flesh was lacerated. Even the coiling dragon staff had cracks on it. So strong. Qin Feiyang was shocked. One should know that the coiling dragon staff was a legendary divine artifact, but it was broken by a punch. Such a weak and actually dares to come to Nether King's hell. You will die here for me. That voice sounded again, and it was filled with a strong sense of contempt. Chapter 2574. The mysterious enemy once again tried to kill Qin Feiyang. But this time, it wasn't a fist, but a giant hand the size of a dustpan. Those 5 fingers were like iron rods, fiercely swinging at Qin Feiyang. Boom! Qin Feiyang was sent flying on the spot, blood gushing out of his body. The coiling dragon staff was also torn to pieces. After Qin Feiyang stabilized his body, he quickly put away the coiling dragon staff, took out dozens of life divine pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. Not dead. The mysterious enemy was surprised, his voice drifting. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood mist around and shouted, "Come out if you have the ability, don't hide. You are not qualified to see my real face. This time, you will die without a doubt." The mysterious enemy was extremely disdainful. A terrifying divine power, like a tide, broke through the layers of blood mist and surged towards Qin Feiyang. "Do you really think I am made of mud?" Qin Feiyang shouted angrily, raised his hand and pointed in the air. An invisible energy, like a volcanic eruption, surged out from the tip of his finger. Soul destruction technique. It wasn't difficult to judge the opponent's cultivation level, it must be at the paragon god level. Because, if the opponent's cultivation level was at the 9 heavens realm, he would have been dead by now. If they were both at the paragon god level, the soul destruction technique would be enough to kill this person instantly. Because the soul destruction technique could ignore all defenses and go straight for the divine soul. "This is," the mysterious enemy exclaimed. The next moment, a painful scream sounded in the void to the left. Immediately after, this place quieted down. "If a tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. "Haha, you can't even be considered a sick cat, you're at most a small and pitiful worm." The mysterious enemy's laughter suddenly sounded. "What? Not dead?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. A killing technique that can kill one's divine soul is indeed powerful. "Unfortunately, I am immortal and indestructible." The mysterious enemy laughed madly. A huge hand suddenly appeared behind Qin Feiyang and grabbed Qin Feiyang, roaring, "Go to hell." Those 5 fingers exerted a crazy amount of force. Qin Feiyang was grabbed by the giant hand, and he was as small as an ant. Blood was gushing out from his pores, and his mortal body was deformed. The severe pain made Qin Feiyang's face contort. "Haha, it must be very painful, right? It must be very desperate. I haven't even entered the hell of the King of Hell, and I'm going to die here. The mysterious enemy laughed loudly. You're courting death. Qin Feiyang enunciated each word clearly, and his body suddenly emitted a pure white light. Clang. Following closely, a white battle armor appeared. It flickered with divine light, untainted by a speck of dust, appearing incomparably divine. Sovereign tier divine art, heavenly deity armor. As soon as the heavenly deity armor appeared, the pain on Qin Feiyang's face disappeared. In the next moment, a wave of fire and thunder roared out, and a destructive aura enveloped all directions. Sovereign tier divine art, fire thunder divine art. What? Sovereign tier divine art. The mysterious enemy was shocked. Fire thunder divine art, fully activate. Qin Feiyang roared. Boom. Catcher. Kai Kai. A huge pool of lightning rose into the sky, and the fiery red power of thunder and lightning enveloped all directions. Ah, the mysterious enemy screamed again. The giant hand that grabbed Qin Feiyang also quickly let go and retracted back into the blood mist. But this time, Qin Feiyang clearly captured the position of the mysterious enemy. With a wave of his hand, the pool of lightning immediately turned into a torrent, surging towards the mysterious enemy. We will meet again. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Ha ha. After a presumptuous laugh, the mysterious enemy finally disappeared, and everything slowly returned to normal. However, Qin Feiyang wasn't happy at all. We will meet again next time. That meant that this person was not dead. It was too strange that he was not dead. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of surprise. He did not notice it before, but now that the crisis was over, he immediately realized that the voice of this mysterious enemy seemed to be somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen it before. But for a moment, he could not find any relevant information in his memory. He should have seen it many years ago. But that was not right. Many years ago, he was either in Great Qin, Forgotten Continent, or in the Miracle. Wait. It was a miracle. He seemed to have heard this voice in the miracle. It was Fire Dragon. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly trembled. That's right, it was the Fire Dragon's voice. That was the Fire Dragon who guarded the entrance to the Black Tortoise world and killed the Fire Python's father. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang clearly remembered that this Fire Dragon had gone to the third level of the miracle, but why would he appear in the Hell of the Nether King? Could it be that it was just their voices that were similar, and it was not the Fire Dragon? But similar, it could not be to this extent. The voice of the mysterious enemy and the Fire Dragon were exactly the same. What was going on? Could it be that this Hell of the Nether King was the third level of the miracle? Was that really the case? Qin Feiyang was very surprised. To be honest, he really hoped that was the case. Because this way, he could enter the third level of the miracle and find the inner demons and big cousin. Before seeing their corpses, he was not willing to believe that they were really dead. Even if they were really dead, he would find their corpses and send them back to their homeland. Hell of the Nether King, the third level of the miracle, don't let me down, Qin Feiyang muttered. From the previous situation, the Fire Dragon did not recognize him. After all, he was Li Biyue now. And he did not use the previous divine arts, such as the Guyuan sword technique, the Ruins of End technique, or the eclipse of sun and moon. The next time they met, the Fire Dragon must die. Because he had promised the Fire Python that he would help kill the Fire Dragon. Next, Qin Feiyang did not encounter any more danger. But the horror of the blood mist also made him very anxious. His vitality, blood, and divine power were all being crazily devoured by the blood mist. Even his divine soul gradually began to be threatened. His divine soul had been protected by the soul-stabilizing pearl. The only function of the soul-stabilizing pearl was to protect the divine soul. At first, under the protection of the soul-stabilizing pearl, the blood mist could not get close to the divine soul. But slowly, as the blood mist in the sea of consciousness increased, the soul-stabilizing pearl gradually began to become more and more strenuous. At this rate, the soul-stabilizing pearl's defense would be destroyed by the blood mist sooner or later. How long will it take to enter the Hell of the Nether King? Qin Feiyang frowned, constantly taking life pills to replenish his blood and vitality. And he also began to take divine power pills to replenish his divine power. He was also very glad. Fortunately, he had the foresight to refine a large number of pills in advance, otherwise he would definitely be finished now. In the beginning, he had refined more than 100,000 life pills, plus other pills. He estimated that there would be at least 200,000 pills. Before the Hell of the Nether King opened, he refined another batch of pills. Now, he had at least 500,000 pills on him. Most of them were life pills, followed by divine power pills. The reason why there were fewer divine power pills was because divine crystals could also replenish divine power. For example, Qin Fei Yang had refined thousands of heavenly dust pills. In short, in order to survive in the Hell of the Nether King, he had made comprehensive preparations. It was just that the madman and the white-eyed wolf, he was now more and more worried. Before entering the Hell of the Nether King, he should have given the madman and the white-eyed wolf some pills. The irritation in his heart appeared again. He couldn't suppress it. But at this moment, Qin Fei Yang was suddenly taken aback. There seemed to be a wind. He closed his eyes and after careful observation, he found that there was indeed a wind blowing. It was just that this wind was very weak. If he didn't sense it carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it. Immediately, he opened his eyes, and a trace of joy crept into his eyes. Since there was wind, it meant that the exit was not far away. His body automatically shuttled through the passage. As time passed little by little, the wind became stronger and stronger, blowing his clothes and hair into a mess. About 10 breaths passed. The blood mist in front of him began to gradually fade. As the blood mist became thinner and thinner, Qin Fei Yang finally saw a light spot in front of him. "Is that the exit?" Qin Fei Yang murmured. Now that there was a light spot, he could clearly see that his body was shuttling toward the light spot at lightning speed. The light spot was getting bigger and bigger, and slowly became clearer. It was a huge circle of light, like a full moon, exuding the aura of the saint god. Through the circle of light, one could already vaguely see the scenery outside. Outside the circle of light, there was a vast land, which seemed a little dim. The void also seemed to be filled with wisps of blood mist. And there were mountains, water, and also grass and trees. But now, what Qin Fei Yang could see was only the tip of the iceberg. Boom! Seeing that the exit was getting closer and closer, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged. Qin Fei Yang thought it was an enemy, and immediately instinctively glanced around, but in the end, he found that the aura came from outside the circle of light. He raised his head and stared outside the circle of light. Suddenly, a behemoth appeared in his line of sight. It was actually a giant that was more than 10 meters tall. And it looked exactly like a human. It had a nose, eyes, mouth, and limbs. It looked like a middle-aged man. His body was extremely tall and sturdy. His upper body was exposed, and his muscles were filled with an explosive divine power. His 2 eyes were as big as millstones. But the strange thing was that his 2 eyes seemed to be condensed out of blood, like 2 blood moons, and the aura it exuded was extremely terrifying. There are indigenous people in hell? Looking at the blood-eyed giant, Qin Fei Yang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This head was too big, wasn't it? Judging from the aura that the blood-eyed giant exuded, it was at least a half step to the 9th heaven state. Boom! Crack! The blood-eyed giant came closer and closer, step by step on the ground. Every step it took, the mountains and rivers would collapse, as if there was an earthquake. Wait. Qin Fei Yang gradually realized that the blood-eyed giant seemed to be coming for the circle of light. This was because the blood-eyed giant's gaze was fixed on the circle of light, and its large blood-red eyes were filled with curiosity. It seems that the circle of light has attracted him. This is not good. Qin Fei Yang smiled bitterly. As soon as he went out, he would have to face such a behemoth, and its cultivation was not weak. Chapter 2575. The blood-eyed giant stopped in front of the light circle and looked at it suspiciously. It seemed that it couldn't see Qin Fei Yang inside. Suddenly, the blood-eyed giant raised its hand, which was bigger than a dustpan, and approached the light circle. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was also approaching the light circle. Seeing the giant hand, his expression changed slightly and he instinctively wanted to stop. But his body was moving automatically and he couldn't control it at all. If he was caught by the blood-eyed giant, he might be crushed into minced meat. Boom! Qin Feiyang released his divine power and was about to attack. But at this moment, the light circle suddenly emitted a dazzling divine light. The blood-eyed giant's hand was blocked outside. Moreover, a strong rebounding force appeared and sent the blood-eyed giant flying. With a loud bang, the blood-eyed giant smashed into the ground in the distance. A mountain collapsed and the ground shattered. Roar! The blood-eyed giant got up and let out a beast-like roar. It raised its huge fist and punched the light circle. I can't be that unlucky. At this moment, Qin Feiyang had already arrived in front of the light circle and was about to leave. He was complaining in his heart. If he went out now, wouldn't he have to take this punch? But his body wasn't under his control. Phew! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he would fight it head-on. Boom! He decisively activated the Wisdom King Golden Body. The moment he activated the Wisdom King Golden Body, his body left the light circle. The blood-eyed giant's fist was about to hit him. With a loud bang, the fist landed on Qin Feiyang's body. But with the Wisdom King Golden Body, he wasn't injured at all. Qin Feiyang hurriedly retreated. He looked at the light circle in the sky and saw that it was disappearing quickly. The blood-eyed giant was also stunned. Why did it seem that a small thing appeared? He looked at the disappearing light circle and glanced at the void in front of him. When he saw Qin Feiyang, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Wasn't this person a little too young? Big guy, let's talk nicely, Qin Feiyang said as he retreated, his eyes full of vigilance. But could this giant understand human language? Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the blood-eyed giant was stunned. Then, it looked at Qin Feiyang with anger in its eyes. Roar! Suddenly, the blood-eyed giant thumped its chest and stomped its feet as it roared towards the sky. It then raised its giant hand and slapped towards Qin Feiyang. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang was taken aback for a moment. Then, he quickly teleported away. Judging from its aura, this big fellow was indeed a half-step into the ninth heaven realm. In a situation where he was unable to activate the six-word divine formula, he did not dare to risk his life against this fellow. First of all, no matter how powerful a supreme-grade divine art was, it would not be able to break through the barrier of a major realm. Even if he could defeat the blood-eye giant, he would be severely injured. Secondly, he knew nothing about this place. Who knew if there were other blood-eyed giants nearby? Therefore, it was best to avoid it as much as possible. However, that blood-eyed giant followed closely behind. And its speed was faster than Qin Feiyang's. Every step it took shook the mountains as if there was an earthquake. The violent aura was earth-shattering. Mountains collapsed one after another and huge footprints were left on the ground. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Suddenly, a smile crept onto his face, but it instantly disappeared without a trace. He did not go to the ancient castle or the Black Tortoise world. Instead, he activated the concealment art. The blood-eyed giant was slightly taken aback as it scanned the void. Where was he? Gradually, a monstrous evil aura rose from its body. Damned shorty! Don't let me see you again, the blood-eyed giant roared. After destroying the nearby mountains, it turned around and disappeared into the horizon. In the distance, on a certain mountain peak, Qin Feiyang stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the blood-eyed giant's back with lingering fear. This fellow was really terrifying. But this blood-eyed giant could actually speak the human language. Originally, he thought that since the blood-eyed giant was a native of the underworld king's hell, its words would definitely be different. And he definitely wouldn't understand. But he didn't expect that it was no different from what they said. But why did this big guy hate him so much? Damned dwarfs! Don't let me see you again. These words seemed to have some deep hatred. But this was his first time in the underworld king's hell. What deep hatred could he have with this blood-eyed giant? Forget it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He would slowly understand it in the future. He began to curiously scan the world. This world was very strange. A blood-red sun hung in the sky. Even the clouds were blood-red. It looked extremely demonic. The ground was no different from the outside world. The mountains rose and fell, the peaks stacked on top of each other, emitting a majestic aura. Moreover, there were also extremely lush plants growing in the mountains. It was just that he didn't recognize any of these plants. Moreover, whether it was the trees or the grass, they were all suffused with traces of blood-red light. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and looked at the surrounding mountain peaks. On the mountain peaks, there were many weeds and shrubs, all suffused with wisps of blood-red light. What's different about this? Qin Feiyang muttered, squatting on the ground, found a green foxtail grass and looked at it suspiciously. This green foxtail grass was actually not much different from the one outside. The only difference was that its leaves were a little red, giving people the feeling that it had grown by absorbing blood. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He actually felt as if something had drilled into his palm and surged into his body. What's going on? He hurriedly looked into his body and found that it was actually wisps of blood-red energy. This energy came from the green foxtail grass in his hand. And he also found that the blood-red energy emitted by the green foxtail grass was actually the same as the blood fog in the passage. It had the ability to rob blood, devour divine power, and erode the divine soul. Could it be? Qin Feiyang looked up at the blood-red sun in the sky. Could it be that all this had something to do with the sun? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body shook, and the dizziness in his mind came again. He hurriedly threw away the green foxtail grass in his hand, found a stone, and sat on it with his legs crossed. This dizziness was actually not caused by the green foxtail grass. The energy contained in the green foxtail grass was not enough to pose a threat to the divine soul. The truth was, the blood fog that had drilled into his body in the bloody passage had not dissipated. At this time, it was constantly disintegrating the protective film of the soul-settling divine pearl. If this blood fog was not quickly refined or expelled, it would inevitably bring a great threat to him. However, after waiting for an hour, the concealment spell had disappeared, but this blood fog had only been refined a little. He also tried to expel this blood fog from his body, but it was impossible. This blood fog seemed to have taken root in his body. It can't go on like this. Qin Feiyang got up and glanced around. He had to find a hidden place to refine this blood fog first. Otherwise, before he could find the madman and the white-eyed wolf, he would have been eroded by the blood fog first. Nothing must happen to you. Qin Feiyang murmured, opened up a cave residence on the giant peak under his feet, and then sealed the cave residence with divine power. Then, he sat cross-legged in the cave residence, took out a life divine pill, and recovered the lost qi and blood while refining the blood fog in his body. What the hell is this place? At the same time, in the sky above a certain barren forest, a small golden wolf stood in the air and scanned its surroundings. Its face was filled with confusion. That's right. It was the white-eyed wolf. Die. Suddenly, a violent roar sounded. A giant rushed out of the barren forest below. It was also a blood-eyed giant, but different from the giant Qin Feiyang encountered, it was a woman. Her body was extremely burly. Her height was also more than 10 meters. She was wearing a black armor and had a fierce aura. Furthermore, her cultivation had reached the initial 9 heavens realm. The white-eyed wolf was startled, and he turned to look at the blood-eyed giant. What the hell is this? While the white-eyed wolf was still in a daze, the giant arrived. His fist, the size of a dustpan, smashed towards the white-eyed wolf like a meteor. The white-eyed wolf took a step back and dodged the fist. He raised his eyebrows and said, Hey, can you not fight as soon as you see me? After all, I'm a pacifist. You foreign bandits, you all deserve to die. The blood-eyed giant roared and spread out its 5 fingers. Its huge hand carried an ear-piercing sound of wind and thunder as it slapped towards the white-eyed wolf. Bandits? Foreign ones? The white-eyed wolf paused and asked, So, you're a native of the underworld king's hell? But the blood-eyed giant ignored him, and his blood-red eyes flashed fiercely like a beast's. "Looks like you're really a native of this place. I was worried that no one could answer my questions. You came at the right time." The white-eyed wolf grinned. Boom. A monstrous aura appeared. It was a half-step ninth heaven state. After eating the yin-yang chaos pill, it successfully broke through 2 stages and stepped into the half-step ninth heaven state. Then, the white-eyed wolf raised his claw and slammed it at the blood-eyed giant. From afar, it looked like a small mosquito had collided with an elephant. But a shocking scene appeared. Although the blood-eyed giant's cultivation was 1 stage higher than the white-eyed wolf, the white-eyed wolf sent the blood-eyed giant flying with a single claw. "How can this be?" The blood-eyed giant kept retreating, his face filled with shock. "I'll give you a chance. Tell me everything, or I'll eat you alive." The ingrate walked towards the blood-eyed giant with a look of disdain on its face. At the same time, in the sky above a valley, a black-clothed youth was running for his life, his body covered in blood. This youth was Madman. Behind the madman was a black leopard. The leopard was several hundred meters long. Its eyes seemed to be made of blood. Its cultivation had also reached the half-step ninth heaven state. Why is the person who came this time so weak? A puny paramount god dares to come to the underworld king's hell? Aren't you courting death? Stop running. It's useless. The blood-eyed black leopard leisurely followed behind Madman and laughed. It looked like it was teasing Madman. "Fuck you. If you have the ability, wait for me to break through to the ninth heaven state and see how I'll beat you to death." Madman was furious. He had just entered the underworld king's hell and hadn't figured out the situation, but he was ambushed by this beast and was heavily injured. Chapter 2576. Wait until you reach the 9 heavens realm? Why don't you say wait until you reach the imperishable realm? The blood-eyed leopard sneered. Imperishable realm? The madman's heart shook as he said in surprise, "Is there an imperishable realm expert here? I was just joking. Did you really take it seriously? How can there be an imperishable realm expert in the Nether King Hell?" The blood-eyed leopard sneered. "Damn you, is there any point in playing with me?" The madman was instantly enraged as a wave of blood energy rolled out. In the blink of an eye, a blood-colored domain appeared and covered the entire area. Blood Demon Domain. The Blood Demon Domain could cause the opponent's cultivation to drop by 4 minor realms. However, the blood-eyed leopard's cultivation showed no signs of dropping at all. "What are you doing?" The blood-eyed leopard glanced at the Blood Demon Domain and looked suspiciously at the madman. The madman couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected. No matter how powerful a deity technique was, as long as it wasn't at the heaven-defying level, it couldn't break through the barrier of major realms. Right now, he was a great success paragon god and was just a little bit away from perfection paragon god. But even so, the Blood Demon Domain was useless against a half-step 9 heavens realm blood-eyed leopard. How frustrating. If he could use a heaven-defying technique, a mere half-step imperishable realm beast could be killed with a wave of his hand. Seems like that's all you've got. Boring. This emperor will reward you. Become this emperor's food. The blood-eyed leopard snarled and pounced at the madman. This is the Nether King Hell. The madman couldn't help but feel despair. Beast, die. But at this moment, an old voice sounded. A black-robed old man came from the left like lightning. It's him. The madman turned around and was shocked. The black-robed old man came aggressively and slapped at the blood-eyed leopard. Roar. The blood-eyed leopard howled as blood splashed across the sky. Strong. The madman muttered. This black-robed old man was at the Great Perfection 9th Heaven Realm. The black-robed old man stopped and looked at the madman. You're the madman? Yes. Madman nodded and bowed. Greetings, Lord Ancestral Dragon. That was right. This black-robed old man was the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan. Madman never expected that the first person he would meet in the Underworld King's Hell would be Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon. Why are you running around? If I hadn't coincidentally met you, you would already be a corpse. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said furiously. What do you mean? Madman was stunned. Why was this old fellow concerned about him? All right. From now on, you will follow me. With your level of cultivation, if no one protects you, you'll definitely die. After Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon finished speaking, he turned around and flew towards the west. Madman glanced at Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon's back and quickly chased after him. He asked suspiciously, "How do you know me?" It was Yi Zhong who said that. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said, "Grand Hall Master." Madman was stunned. "That's right. Before entering Hades Hell, he told us dragons to bring you and Li Bur with us if we meet you." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said indifferently. "I see." Madman nodded in realization. "Look at you guys, you didn't even inquire about the situation in Hades Hell before coming in. Aren't you courting death? If it wasn't for Yi Zhong's face, I wouldn't bother with idiots like you." "What about Li Bur?" Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon asked. "I don't know. I'm also puzzled." Madman shook his head. "What's there to be puzzled about? The teleportation in Hades Hell is random. Even if you are tied together, you will be separated once you reach Hades Hell." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. "I see." Madman muttered and asked, "Then where are we going now?" Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said, "To the gathering place." "Gathering place?" Madman was stunned. "That's right. We dragons have been to Hades Hell many times. And after exploring it time and time again, although we don't know this place like the back of our hand, we still know the basic situation. Therefore, every time before entering Hades Hell, we would first set a gathering place. Everyone, after entering the Hell of the King of Hell, we will gather here." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. "I see." Madman nodded in realization. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon glanced at him and said, "Quickly refine the evil force in your body, otherwise it will corrode your soul sooner or later." "Evil force?" Madman was stunned. "It's the blood mist in your body. This blood mist, whether it's us or the natives of Hades Hell, we all call it evil force. And this is one of the biggest threats of Hades Hell." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. "The biggest threat?" Madman was stunned and frowned. "It can't be. Why do I feel like it doesn't affect me?" "What?" Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon immediately stopped in the void and turned around to look at Madman in shock. He wasn't affected. How was that possible? One had to know that this evil force could even corrode an expert like him if he wasn't careful. "I feel, what is this evil force? Not only did it not affect me at all, it even gave me an inexplicable sense of intimacy. In fact, I can even absorb the evil energy to strengthen my own cultivation." Madman said. "What? Sense of intimacy? I can even absorb it?" Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon was shocked. Every time Hades Hell opened, he would come in, but he had never heard of such a thing. What kind of monster was this kid? Yi Zhong didn't misjudge him. He was a monster. Madman also frowned. Could it be? It has something to do with the heaven-defying technique I cultivate. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon's eyes flashed as a smile climbed up his face and asked, "Little Madman, are you interested in becoming this Lord's disciple?" "Ah." Madman was stunned. The dignified Ancestral Dragon actually wanted to accept a human as his disciple. If this was heard by others, their jaws would definitely drop. If you become this Lord's disciple, then your status in Divine Land will not be lower than Li Bur. And you can freely enter and exit Divine Dragon Island. You may not know, but my Divine Dragon Island has a very powerful time array. The most important thing is that you can enjoy resources that others can only dream of." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said with a smile, full of temptation. But Madman despised him in his heart. How could he not know about Divine Dragon Island's time array? It couldn't be compared to the ancient castle at all. It couldn't even be compared to the time array of the Dragon Slayer Palace. What was there to be proud of? However, this was a chance to get close to the dragons. Let me think about it. Madman hesitated. For this lord to take a fancy to you, that is the accumulated merit of your ancestors. What do you have to think about? Be straightforward, do you agree or not? Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon was unhappy. Madman looked hesitant. If you don't agree, this lord will abandon you now. This lord wants to see how you can survive here. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon sneered. Alright, this lord. No, I agree. Madman nodded helplessly. That's more like it. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon chuckled and said, this lord has also heard from Yi Zhong that with your character, there is no need to suppress it. Is that so? Then this lord will not be polite. Since I have already acknowledged you as my master, is there any greeting gift? Madman grinned. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon's face suddenly darkened. He was really not polite at all. And then there was the white-eyed wolf. At this moment, the female blood-eyed giant was lying motionless on the ground after being beaten to a pulp. How is it? Do you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? The white-eyed wolf jumped onto the giant's neck and laughed proudly. The giant glared at the white-eyed wolf, but it could not hide the fear in its heart. Don't stare at me like that. I am actually very kind. Come, let's have a good chat. What is the situation in this Nether King Hell? Where are the heaven-defying artifacts and heaven-defying techniques usually hidden? The white-eyed wolf simply sat on the giant's nose and asked curiously. Heaven-defying artifact? Heaven-defying technique? The blood-eyed giant was stunned. The white-eyed wolf held his chin and said indifferently, don't say that you don't know. How would I know about such a divine artifact and technique? The red-eyed giant felt wronged. Really? The white-eyed wolf frowned. The red-eyed giant nodded. Then aren't you worthless? The white-eyed wolf said thoughtfully. The red-eyed giant's eyes trembled, and it hurriedly said, but I can tell you something else. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and laughed. I didn't expect you to be afraid of death. Then tell me. Situations like Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf were happening everywhere in the Nether King Hell. Help! In the sky above a certain mountain, a perfect paragon god in black was crushed by a flaming lion's claw. Whoosh! There was a blood-red river and a middle-aged perfect divine lord carefully flew towards it. Roar! Suddenly, a huge beast roared out of the river and swallowed the middle-aged man in one gulp. On the shore of a lake, a young man and a young woman were carefully sizing up the lake. They did not know each other. They just happened to descend nearby, so they traveled together and could take care of each other. Their cultivation was not weak. The man was a perfect paragon god, and the woman was a greater paragon god. But suddenly, a blood-eyed giant charged out of the lake. This blood-eyed giant's cultivation was at the greater ninth heaven realm. Outsiders? Die. Looking at the two of them, the blood-eyed giant was stunned for a moment. Then, it went berserk and stomped at the two of them. Go to the spatial divine item, the woman shouted. The man grabbed the woman, but found that he could not enter the spatial divine item. How could this be? At this moment, the blood-eyed giant's foot landed, and the two were stomped into meat paste. In the sky above a lake, a human at the lesser ninth heaven realm was fighting with a blood-eyed giant who was also at the lesser ninth heaven realm. This person had mastered a pinnacle-level deity skill and a pinnacle-level deity weapon. He was very confident. However, the blood-eyed giant suddenly took out a giant axe that was dozens of meters long and chopped him into pieces with a single swing of the axe. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Chapter 2577. In short, too many people had died. Many people didn't even have the chance to see the Nether King's hell before they died at the hands of the blood-eyed giants and the beasts. Those who had the power to protect themselves were at least in the nine heavens realm. Those paragon gods, monarchs, and war gods could only wait for death. But if they encountered the blood-eyed giants and beasts in the nine heavens realm, then even the humans in the nine heavens realm would be doomed. Moreover, not being able to enter the space divine item was also a fatal blow. Many people didn't know this before they came in. Therefore, life-saving things like elixirs were all placed in the space divine item. There were even some people who placed their divine artifacts in spatial divine items. And before entering the Nether King's hell, they had a plan. For example, the man and woman. So what if they were in danger? As long as they entered the space divine item, it would be no problem to hide. But the reality was cruel. When they really entered the Nether King's hell and encountered danger, they found that they couldn't enter the space divine item. This sudden turn of events was undoubtedly a double blow to their hearts and minds. Those with strong willpower were fine, they would try their best to find a way. As for those with weak willpower, they immediately fell into despair. One had to know. In such a place, once you fell into despair, you would be waiting for death. In less than a day, 1/3 of the people who entered the Nether King's hell had died. Damn it. Why didn't the dragons tell us in advance that we can't enter the space divine item in the Nether King's hell? Isn't this sending us to our deaths? I want to go back. God, can you send me out of the Nether King's hell? I don't want to die. Killing was everywhere. Despair and helplessness shrouded the entire Nether King's hell. But it was too late to regret now. This was a lesson learned in blood. Do not do things that are beyond your ability. On the same day, somewhere in the Nether King's hell, there was a huge ancient city. No city in the divine prefecture could compare to the scale of that ancient city. The city covered an area of millions of miles. Every building inside was as tall as a mountain, reaching into the clouds. Even the most ordinary house was a few hundred meters high. Within the city, there were countless red-eyed giants living there. There were men and women, old and young among these red-eyed giants. Just like outside, it was bustling with activity. And in the center of the city stood a particularly tall palace. The palace was pitch black and emitted an ancient aura. Inside the palace, a red-eyed giant that was 100 meters tall was sitting on a throne. His entire body was emitting a terrifying aura. Below them stood a group of giants. These red-eyed giants were all dozens of meters tall, like small mountains. You've all received the news, right? The 100-meter-tall giant glanced at the giant below and asked. His voice was like thunder, deafening to the ears. The giants below nodded in agreement. It said that other than the divine dragon, there are also many dwarfs. Moreover, there are both good and bad midgets. There are even trash like the war god. This is simply a provocation to our blood demon race. Pass down the order immediately. Hunt them down, including those detestable divine dragons, the 100-meter-tall giant shouted. Yes. The group of giants responded respectfully, then turned and rushed out of the hall. Dragons, damn things. This time, I'll definitely catch all of you in one fell swoop. Let's see if you dare to come to the Netherworld King's hell to snatch our divine items in the future. The 100-meter-tall blood-eyed giant snorted coldly, emitting a bone-piercing murderous aura. Even the dragons knew about it. It was obvious that these giants had fought with the dragons more than once. A hunt was about to begin, however, it was different from the outside world. In the outside world, it was usually humans who hunted other creatures. However, in this world, humans became the prey. This included the dragons. Half a year later, halfway up a giant mountain, a young man in black walked out of a cave abode. He was in high spirits. This person was Qin Feiyang. For the past half a year, he had been refining the blood mist in his body. Just now, he had finally refined the last strand of blood mist. It took him half a year to finish refining it. One could imagine how difficult it was to refine the blood mist. Where should I go next? Qin Feiyang stood at the entrance of the cave abode and scanned the mountains and rivers outside. He had never felt so lost before. He didn't know what to do at all. And after half a year, he didn't know how the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf were doing. Boom. Crack. Suddenly, waves of battle waves came from afar. There's a battle. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He quickly rose into the air and scanned the surroundings. Since there was a battle, there must be someone, but the movement was very small. After Qin Feiyang confirmed it again and again, he finally determined that the movement came from the northeast. Roar. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to fly toward the northeast, a roar suddenly sounded from the mountains below. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly looked down. He saw a ferocious beast rushing up with its bloody mouth. It was actually a black rat. No. It shouldn't be called a rat. It should be called a rat. Because the rat's body was too big, more than 10 meters long. The pitch-black hair all over its body was like steel needles, emitting a shocking cold light. Moreover, its eyes were also blood red and full of murderous intent. However, Fortunately, the cultivation of this giant rat was only at the consummate level of the immortal god. Even a consummate immortal god dares to pounce on me? You really think I'm a sick cat? Qin Feiyang was very angry. He took a step forward and punched the giant rat. The giant rat immediately let out a painful howl and crashed into the mountains below like a rubber ball. However, Qin Feiyang's face showed a trace of surprise and looked down at his fist. There were a few wounds on his fist, and blood was flowing out. Obviously, he was injured by the giant rat's hair when he punched at it. This made Qin Feiyang feel very incredulous. The hair on the giant rat was so hard that it could hurt his body. One had to know. He was now a consummate immortal god. With the strength of his body, it was enough to crush a consummate immortal god. And this giant rat was only a consummate immortal god. It seems that the ferocious beasts of hell can't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Qin Feiyang muttered and ignored the giant rat. He turned around and charged toward the northeast. Dwarf, you hurt me, and you still want to leave. But at this moment, the giant rat angrily rushed into the sky and roared at Qin Feiyang. Dwarf! Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the giant rat and frowned. Are you talking about me? Who else is here other than you, dwarf? The giant rat laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. The ferocious beasts of hell were really interesting. The Blood Demon clan has ordered a full-scale hunt for you dwarfs. And you are very unlucky to have met us. The giant rat laughed sinisterly. Blood Demon clan? Qin Feiyang stared blankly. What is this? Wait. Us. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked at the mountains below. Could there be other giant rats hiding below? Haha, brothers, come and enjoy the delicious meal. The giant rat suddenly laughed. Boom. At that moment, the ground in all directions began to tremble violently and crack open crazily. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked over, and his face couldn't help but turn pale. Below them, giant black rats were surging out from the broken ground. Group after group, in the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang saw hundreds of giant black rats. And their cultivation was all consummate immortal god. There were even many consummate immortal gods. So many. Qin Feiyang was speechless. It seemed that he had encountered a rat nest. Underground, a large number of giant rats surged out. In the end, there were as many as 500 to 600 giant rats surrounding him, densely packed. Qin Feiyang glanced at all the giant rats and asked suspiciously, "Can you answer my question first? What exactly is the Blood Demon clan?" Hee. The Blood Demon clan is the ruler of hell. Kill. The greater rat that appeared first laughed and roared fiercely. A group of giant rats immediately pounced on Qin Feiyang, their bloody eyes emitting a bloodthirsty light. In their eyes, Qin Feiyang was a delicacy. Blood Demon clan, ruler, Qin Feiyang frowned. They actually ordered to hunt them down. It seemed that many people in hell must have died in the past 6 months. This made him more and more worried about the madman and the white-eyed wolf. Hee, aren't you going to resist? But it's useless to resist. The giant rats around were like a tide, incomparably ferocious, and were about to drown Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, a strange invisible force, with Qin Feiyang as the center, rolled out in all directions. Soul destruction technique. It ignored all defenses and directly wiped out the soul. At that moment, the greater rats in all directions fell stiffly to the ground. In just an instant, all the giant rats were wiped out. Qin Feiyang confirmed that the souls of these giant rats had indeed been wiped out, and then he dispersed the soul destruction technique. Immediately, he looked up at the blood-colored sun in the sky. Was hell the third level of the miracle? Where was the fire dragon now? Boom. The battle fluctuations coming from the distance were getting more and more obvious. Obviously, the battle over there was moving towards here. Qin Feiyang collected his thoughts, turned into a stream of light, and rushed over like lightning. Look, it's a human dwarf. Kill him. But on the way, he kept being attacked by beasts. These beasts, without exception, were extremely large in size, their eyes were blood red, and their killing intent was monstrous. Qin Feiyang killed some, but he didn't continue to fight. Because he found that the number of beasts in hell was beyond his imagination, and he couldn't kill them all. But he was lucky that he didn't encounter any beasts in the ninth heaven realm. Finally, he saw the battlefield in front of him. It was a blood-eyed giant. And when he saw the blood-eyed giant's face, his face suddenly froze. It was really a narrow road for enemies. That's right. That was the blood-eyed giant that chased after him half a year ago. Its cultivation was at the half-step ninth heaven realm. Qin Feiyang restrained his aura to the extreme, landed on a mountain peak, stood behind a huge rock, and looked at the opponent of the blood-eyed giant. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This was really a coincidence. The person fighting with the blood-eyed giant was actually Wu Baichuan. But that wasn't right. He remembered that Wu Baichuan's cultivation seemed to be at the peak ninth heaven realm. Why couldn't he take down a blood-eyed giant that was at the half-step ninth heaven realm? Chapter 2578. Not only did he meet the blood-eyed giant, but he also met Wu Baichuan. Qin Feiyang didn't show himself. Because he wasn't a match for either the blood-eyed giant or Wu Baichuan. The laws of the Nether King's hell made him very passive. But the opportunity was in his hands. Even though Wu Baichuan's cultivation was much higher than his, it wasn't hard to kill him as long as he grasped the right timing. Boom. Crack. The battle between the two was terrifying. Mountains shattered and the ground caved in. None of the nearby beasts dared to get close. Wu Baichuan's cultivation was suppressed to the half-step nine heavens realm. He could have ended the battle quickly, but he suppressed his strength. What was he trying to do? Qin Feiyang was confused. Wu Baichuan also seemed to be in a bad state. He even seemed to be at a disadvantage. Could it be that he's plotting something? Otherwise, why would he suppress his cultivation? He even pretended to be weak. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to act rashly. Just as the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf had said, although Wu Baichuan was weak in front of him, they were in the Nether King's hell now. Therefore, he couldn't underestimate this person. Roar. The blood-eyed giant kept roaring as blood-red divine power surged around his body. The power of one punch was enough to destroy the earth. Wait. A trace of bewilderment crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. The space around them didn't shatter in such an intense battle. That didn't make sense. One had to know that a battle between experts of this level could easily destroy the earth. Could it be that the space in the Nether King's hell was stronger than the space in the ancient world? Human dwarf, go to hell. At this moment, the Crimson Eye giant threw its head back and roared as it swung its millstone-sized fist towards Wu Baichuan with a destructive aura. Wu Baichuan didn't dodge. He raised his fist and smashed it back. Boom. Two fists, one big and one small, collided with a loud bang. A wave of destructive energy surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good. He decisively activated the concealment technique and left the mountain peak. Right after he retreated, the enormous mountain he was on shattered on the spot. Puff. Meanwhile, Wu Baichuan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a bomb. Why are you still hiding your cultivation? Qin Feiyang stood in the void and looked at Wu Baichuan who was flying away, his brows tightly knitted together. Bang! In the end, Wu Baichuan smashed into a mountain in the distance, and several huge peaks were flattened one after another. The blood-eyed giant stood proudly in the air, its violent aura sweeping across the sky. It glanced at the mountains from afar, then turned and left. In his opinion, Wu Baichuan was already dead. Haha, but suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. The blood-eyed giant was taken aback. It stopped and turned to look at the mountain again. Swoosh! A bloody figure rushed into the sky. Who else could it be but Wu Baichuan? He's not dead. The blood-eyed giant was instantly filled with rage. Its huge body turned into a stream of light and charged towards Wu Baichuan. You want to kill me? Wu Baichuan smiled in disdain. Wisps of lightning energy emerged from his body. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The lightning energy was black in color and it was like black snakes slithering in the void. Each wisp contained an aura that could destroy the world. The blood-eyed giant also stopped in the void and stared at the black lightning. There seemed to be a trace of seriousness in his eyes. This was because the lightning energy brought about a great sense of danger to him. With your cultivation level, you're just an ant in my eyes. Do you know why I haven't been serious with you yet? Because I want to see what the blood demon race is capable of. But in the end, you're just a bit stronger and have a stronger body. There's nothing special about you. Wu Baichuan walked towards the blood-eyed giant step by step. He was surrounded by lightning and looked disdainful. He's from the blood demon race? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback as he looked at the blood-eyed giant. He finally understood that Wu Baichuan was testing the blood-eyed giant's strength. After all, the blood demon race was an unknown being. And the blood demon race was the ruler of hell. They would definitely have to fight more blood-eyed giants in the future. There was a saying that was very good. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. This was why Wu Baichuan suppressed his cultivation level to the half-step 9th heaven realm and fought with the blood-eyed giant. Because they were at the same level, they could clearly test each other's strength. One had to admit that Wu Baichuan was indeed a very smart person. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile wryly as he thought about his suspicions. He thought that Wu Baichuan was planning something. He had to change his suspicions. Sometimes, he could even scare himself to death. The blood-eyed giant suddenly turned around and flew away. Although it was huge, it was extremely fast. Wu Baichuan was taken aback. Qin Feiyang was also taken aback. This big guy knew how to run. Now you want to run? Wu Baichuan smiled coldly. As he waved his arm, the power of lightning immediately turned into a black wave and rushed towards the blood-eyed giant. Roar! The blood-eyed giant immediately howled as it was drowned by the power of lightning. Every bolt of lightning was like a sharp blade that pierced the bones. Wounds kept appearing on its huge body. Some were so deep that the bones could be seen. For a moment, flesh and blood splattered everywhere in the void. Blood dyed the surroundings red. Black lightning, Qin Feiyang muttered. This lightning was formed by Wu Baichuan's divine power. In other words, Wu Baichuan's divine power was the power of lightning. This was quite rare. Furthermore, he discovered that the power of the black lightning seemed to be even more powerful than the other types of lightning. It seemed that this person could not be underestimated. Roar! The blood-eyed giant roared in pain. Its flesh and blood had almost been crushed by the power of lightning. Even its bones were exposed. Qin Feiyang looked at the bones of the blood-eyed giant and found that the bones all over its body were blood-red. The blood demon race. What kind of race was this? In our human world, there is a way to die called dismemberment. Now, I'll let you have a taste of it. Wu Baichuan laughed with a ferocious look on his face. It seemed that torturing others was a pleasure. Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. This was just an ordinary battle. There was no deep hatred between them. Was there a need to torture the other party like this? A dozen breaths later, the blood-eyed giant was almost only a skeleton left. The smile on Wu Baichuan's face became brighter and brighter. Is this all you humans can do? But just when Qin Feiyang and Wu Baichuan thought that the blood-eyed giant was definitely going to die, the blood-eyed giant suddenly stopped screaming and looked at Wu Baichuan. What? This sudden unforeseen event caused the expressions of the two people to involuntarily turn stiff. It still had the strength to speak. No. It was not that it had the strength to speak, but it was not weak at all. That's right. They did not feel the slightest sense of weakness in the blood-eyed giant's voice. Just like the dragon said, you humans are indeed a kind of stupid, ignorant, insignificant, and lowly creatures. Do you really understand the power of the blood demon race? The blood-eyed giant suddenly roared. A terrifying aura suddenly fell from the sky. Qin Feiyang and Wu Baichuan looked at the sky at the same time. They found that the aura came from the blood-red sun in the sky. A bright blood-red light fell from the sun and landed on the blood-eyed giant like lightning. Immediately, the blood-eyed giant, which was almost only a skeleton, quickly grew new flesh. In less than 3 breaths, the blood-eyed giant's injuries were healed. How is this possible? Both Qin Feiyang and Wu Baichuan were dumbfounded. This was too strange. Such serious injuries were healed in less than 3 breaths. As long as the evil sun exists, the blood demon race will not die. The blood-eyed giant took a step forward and stomped on Wu Baichuan's head like a demonic god. Boom! Wu Baichuan was immediately stomped into the ground. The evil sun? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He looked at the blood-red sun suspiciously. Immortal? Are you kidding me? Even an eternal stage powerhouse would not dare to say that he is immortal. Who do you think you are? Wu Baichuan's angry roar came from the ground. Rumble. The ground immediately shook. The blood-eyed giant's huge body also started to shake. The blood-eyed giant was shocked. He continued to stomp on Wu Baichuan. I don't care if you are from the blood demon race. If you anger me, you will die. Wu Baichuan let out a sudden roar, as the cultivation that he had been suppressing finally exploded. Initial stage, phenomenal stage, and complete stage of the 9 heavens. What? The blood-eyed giant was shocked. He was still hiding his power. Boom. When Wu Baichuan's power reached its peak, the blood-eyed giant was immediately sent flying. The foot that was stepping on Wu Baichuan was also smashed to pieces by Wu Baichuan's punch. Wu Baichuan walked out of the ground step by step. His face was extremely dark. He stared at the blood-eyed giant and smiled. Immortal? He rushed in front of the blood-eyed giant and punched the blood-eyed giant's head with black lightning. With a loud crack, the blood-eyed giant's head was immediately smashed. Blood splattered everywhere. Roar! The blood-eyed giant was sent flying again and crashed into a mountain. He held his broken head and howled in pain. Since you can't die, then I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to live a life worse than death. Wu Baichuan laughed sinisterly. He took another step and arrived above the blood-eyed giant. He immediately activated the black lightning and bombarded the blood-eyed giant. The blood-eyed giant howled in pain. He didn't expect Wu Baichuan to still be hiding his power. Does it feel good? Wu Baichuan laughed. Roar! The blood-eyed giant roared again. The evil sun in the sky sent down another beam of blood-red light. Wu Baichuan smiled coldly. The black lightning turned into a waterfall and shot toward the beam of blood-red light. However, the beam of blood-red light penetrated the black lightning and entered the blood-eyed giant's body. What? Wu Baichuan was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. The black lightning was formed by divine power. How could it not hit the beam of blood-red light from the evil sun? Chapter 2579. With the help of the bloody light, the wounds on the blood-eyed giant's body quickly healed. What the hell is this thing? Wu Baichuan was exasperated. He didn't give the blood-eyed giant any chance to breathe and attacked it with black lightning. Soon, the blood-eyed giant was heavily injured again. The blood-eyed giant summoned the evil sun and another bloody light fell. Clang! Wu Baichuan waved his hand, and a 3-meter-long halberd slashed toward the blood-red light with a heaven-destroying might. In an instant, the halberd and the bloody light met. However, the same thing happened again. The bloody light ignored the halberd and went straight through. Even a divine weapon can't destroy it. Wu Baichuan's expression froze. He jumped up and punched at the bloody light angrily. But it was still the same. The bloody light went through his body and merged with the blood-eyed giant's body. Why is this happening? Wu Baichuan stood in the air in a daze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Divine power and divine weapons couldn't destroy the bloody light. Even his body couldn't block the bloody light. No. To be exact, the bloody light couldn't be touched. And it was something that nothing could touch. How could such a thing exist in the world? Haha, do you believe me now? You can't kill me. The blood-eyed giant got up from the ground and looked at Wu Baichuan in the sky and laughed. Can't kill you, Wu Baichuan murmured and looked down at the blood-eyed giant. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. There's no living thing in this world that can't be killed. Boom. Wu Baichuan attacked with all his might. The space within a 10,000-mile radius twisted. If I can't kill you, it means that I'm not using enough strength. As Wu Baichuan's words left his mouth, The black lightning energy roared out of his body like a torrent. The blood-eyed giant's pupils constricted and it turned around to escape. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wu Baichuan and then at the blood-eyed giant. Escaping meant that the blood-eyed giant was also afraid. Since it was afraid, there was nothing that couldn't be killed. As Wu Baichuan said, he couldn't kill it because he wasn't using enough strength. Once he used all his strength and crushed the blood-eyed giant, no matter how powerful the evil sun was, it wouldn't be able to bring it back to life. Go to hell. Wu Baichuan laughed sinisterly. The black lightning energy immediately covered the sky as it charged towards the blood-eyed giant. The blood-eyed giant was even more panicked. He repeatedly emphasized that he wouldn't die because he wanted to scare Wu Baichuan away. Because when Wu Baichuan revealed his true cultivation, he knew that he was not Wu Baichuan's opponent. Moreover, it was impossible for him to escape from Wu Baichuan's hands. After all, the difference of their strength level. But he didn't think giant had. Die. That was simply impossible. The evil Sun Chen's giants. If the other party instantly destroyed his soul and body, then even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. The blood-eyed giant tried to escape. But he couldn't escape. He was drowned by the power of lightning and screamed in pain. How dare you hurt the blood demons? Human, you're asking for death. But at this moment, a thunderous roar came from the void in the distance. Wu Baichuan and Qin Feiyang were shocked and hurriedly raised their heads to look. They saw an even taller blood-eyed giant charging towards them like lightning. The blood-eyed giant was a middle-aged man. He was more than 20 meters tall and had a strong body. One could feel his intimidating aura from afar. Most importantly, the aura he emitted was extremely powerful. He was at the perfection 9 heavens realm. Damn it, why is there another one? Wu Baichuan cursed in exasperation. He grabbed the halberd, turned around, and flew away without looking back. A half-ninth heaven state blood-eyed giant was already so difficult to deal with, let alone a peak of the 9th heaven state blood-eyed giant. He wasn't afraid of a real battle. He was confident that he could kill him. But who knew if there were other blood-eyed giants nearby? So he couldn't fight. The giant rushed over and slammed its palm towards the black lightning. Boom! The black lightning was destroyed. The blood-eyed giant that was drowned by the lightning also appeared. Only his divine soul was left. His divine soul was much smaller than the blood-eyed giant's body, but it was still comparable to an adult's. Damn you, human! I won't let you go! The blood-eyed giant's divine soul roared and summoned another beam of crimson light. Qin Feiyang stood in the distance and didn't leave. Luckily, he didn't leave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to see such a shocking scene. The crimson light fell and wrapped around the divine soul. In just 10 seconds, the blood-eyed giant's body was reconstructed. Isn't this too outrageous? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded by what he saw. He was at the half-ninth heaven state after all, but his body was reconstructed in less than 10 seconds. What exactly was this evil sun? Greetings, 10 commanders. The blood-eyed giant knelt in front of the blood-eyed giant after his body was reconstructed and greeted him respectfully. The 10 commanders nodded and looked in the direction that Wu Baichuan disappeared. He asked, "How many humans did you find?" 2. I met one half a year ago and another one today. But, the blood-eyed giant lowered his head as he spoke. His face was full of fear. The 10 commanders frowned. Did you let them all escape? The blood-eyed giant nodded. Trash. Keep looking. The 10 commanders yelled. Yes. The blood-eyed giant answered respectfully. He hurriedly got up and flew in the opposite direction of Wu Baichuan. Obviously, he didn't dare to provoke Wu Baichuan again. The 10 giant commanders, on the other hand, flew directly in the direction where Wu Baichuan had disappeared. 10 commanders. It seems that the blood demon race is just like humans. They have discipline. Qin Feiyang murmured. He glanced at the 10 commanders and was about to turn around and leave. These blood-eyed giants were not people that he could provoke. Unfortunately, he didn't find a chance to kill Wu Baichuan. But now, compared to killing Wu Baichuan, he was more anxious to understand the situation in the Nether King's hell. All of this was beyond common sense. MHM? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked down at the mountains and rivers below. There seemed to be a figure flashing through the forest. There was someone else. With a trace of doubt, he silently landed in the forest and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he saw a figure not far in front of him. Wu Baichuan? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. That was Wu Baichuan's figure. Why did he come back? What did he want to do? Qin Feiyang quietly followed and found that Wu Baichuan was tailing the half-ninth heaven realm blood-eyed giant. You still want to kill him? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Wu Baichuan was very agile. He hid his aura and avoided one beast after another. Gradually, the evil sun set in the west. The Nether King's hell, which was already dark, became even darker. Wu Baichuan was also very patient. He didn't attack the blood-eyed giant for an entire day. Qin Feiyang's concealment technique had already disappeared. Like Wu Baichuan, he hid his aura to the extreme and avoided countless beasts. In the evening, the blood-eyed giant walked and stopped before finally stopping in front of a lake. The water in the lake seemed to be stained with blood and had a demonic atmosphere. The blood-eyed giant looked around and then sat cross-legged by the lake and closed his eyes to cultivate. Wu Baichuan stood behind a big tree and looked at the blood-eyed giant from afar. His eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang stood not far behind Wu Baichuan. He looked at Wu Baichuan's back and then looked at the blood-eyed giant's back. There was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. It wasn't a good idea to continue like this. It was better to find a chance to get close to Wu Baichuan. This way, there was no need to be sneaky. Moreover, with Wu Baichuan's cultivation, following him would save him a lot of trouble. In other words, Wu Baichuan was equivalent to a protective umbrella. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang took out an illusory form pill and changed his appearance into an extremely ordinary face. How ordinary was it? Even if he stood at the top of the tower, no one would look at him. Following that, he changed into a set of white clothes and then lay on the ground. Looking at Wu Baichuan's back, he whispered, "Is it Wu Baichuan or Wu Shixiang?" Wu Baichuan was shocked and quickly turned to look at the forest behind him. "It's really you." Qin Feiyang quickly got up and ran towards Wu Baichuan in surprise. Wu Baichuan's face changed and hurriedly gestured to Qin Feiyang to keep quiet. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at the blood-eyed giant sitting cross-legged by the lake, he immediately revealed a smile of understanding. Then, he quietly walked in front of Wu Baichuan. Wu Baichuan also glanced at the blood-eyed giant. Seeing that it wasn't alarmed, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Following that, Wu Baichuan then turned around and sized up Qin Feiyang. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, "Who are you? Do I know you? You definitely don't know me, but I know you. You are a famous monstrous genius in the Dragon God Palace." Qin Feiyang said with a face full of admiration, as if he had seen his idol. Wu Baichuan was startled, and sent a sound transmission. "You are also from the Dragon God Palace?" Yes. This is my identity badge." Qin Feiyang took out the order badge, waved it in front of Wu Baichuan, and then kept it. The identity badge of the Eastern, Western, Northern, and Southern Dragon God Palace were all the same. On the token, there was the symbol of the Dragon God Palace, as well as the name. Just now, Qin Feiyang had shown Wu Baichuan one side of the symbol. As for the name on the other side, he definitely could not let Wu Baichuan see it. Because Wu Baichuan knew that Li Biu was him. And now, facing the blood-eyed giant, he believed that Wu Baichuan would not care about the name on the other side of the order badge. As long as he could prove that he was from the Dragon God Palace, it would be fine. As expected, Wu Baichuan did not look at the name on the other side, and sized up Qin Feiyang for a while, then sent a sound transmission. "When did you discover me?" "Just now. I unintentionally passed by here and saw a back figure. Thus, I carefully observed and realized that it was actually you, senior brother. The heavens will always leave a way out. Senior brother, for the sake of being from the same sect, you must help me. This place is too dangerous. I almost died under the claws of those damned beasts several times." Qin Feiyang scanned his surroundings with a fearful expression. Then, he looked at Wu Baichuan with a pleading gaze. Chapter 2580. Wu Baichuan's eyes were full of disdain when he heard this. Don't come if you're not strong enough. You're right, senior brother. But it's useless to regret now. Qin Feiyang's face was bitter. The disdain on Wu Baichuan's face was even stronger. He thought to himself, how do you want me to help you? Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, let me stay by your side, senior brother. Why? Wu Baichuan couldn't help but want to laugh, but he didn't dare to because of the blood-eyed giant. I know that with your strength, I can't help you at all, and I'll definitely drag you down. But I'll be very obedient. As long as senior brother allows me to stay, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Qin Feiyang said. At least you know your own strength. Wu Baichuan smiled proudly and thought to himself, I'll do anything, right? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. Wu Baichuan nodded, looked at the shoes, and said jokingly, my shoes are a little dirty. Wipe them clean for me. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly froze. Why? You don't even know how to wipe shoes. Wu Baichuan looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. Yes, but, Qin Feiyang looked hesitant. However, a murderous intent surged in his heart. He even wanted to humiliate him. But what? Didn't you say that you'll do whatever I ask you to do? But now you can't even wipe shoes. How do you want me to trust you? Since I can't trust you, do you think I dare to keep you by my side? Wu Baichuan smiled mockingly. Qin Feiyang's murderous intent became stronger, but suddenly a light flashed in his eyes and he said with a smile, Senior brother, how can such a small thing test a person? Then tell me, what is the best way to test him? Wu Baichuan transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang said, Senior martial brother, you have to think about it yourself. Wu Baichuan's eyes flashed. He turned to the blood-eye giant and said, go and kick him. What? Qin Feiyang's face turned pale in an instant. Wu Baichuan said, if you dare to kick him, I'll let you stay by my side. Qin Feiyang said, but before Qin Feiyang could say anything, Wu Baichuan shook his head and said to himself, there's no room for negotiation. Qin Feiyang struggled for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, I'll go. Wu Baichuan was stunned. Was he really going? But he didn't stop him. He crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and floated in the air. He restrained his aura to the extreme and carefully flew toward the blood-eye giant. But in his heart, he wasn't very nervous. This blood-eye giant was very powerful, but it wasn't that easy to kill him. But he was thinking. Why did Wu Baichuan ask him to kick this blood-eye giant? You've got guts. But the people of the Dragon God Palace have nothing to do with me. I'm the young lord of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Wu Baichuan sneered in his heart. As the young lord of the Dragon Slayer Palace, the people of the Dragon God Palace were naturally his enemies. With his personality, why would he care about the lives of his enemies? Finally, Qin Feiyang silently approached the blood-eye giant. And the blood-eye giant didn't notice at all. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Wu Baichuan. Kick. Wu Baichuan said silently. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and kicked the blood-eye giant's butt. The blood-eye giant, who was completely unprepared, immediately fell into the lake, splashing up huge waves. The lake water splashed onto Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang was shocked to discover that the lake water also carried the strange energy that could pass through one's blood and corrode one's divine power and soul. Raw. And without a doubt, the blood-eye giant was enraged by the sudden sneak attack. It jumped out of the lake and stared at Qin Feiyang with its two red eyes. Sorry, it's a misunderstanding. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and kept stepping back. You human dwarf, you're courting death. The blood-eyed giant roared angrily and raised its giant hand to slap Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned around and ran. Boom. The blood-eye giant's giant hand fell to the ground. A handprint that was a few meters deep immediately appeared. Qin Feiyang looked back at the handprint on the ground and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If it hit him, wouldn't he become a pile of meat on the spot? Bang! The Blood-Eye Giant became even angrier when it saw that it didn't hit Qin Fei Yang. It raised its giant foot and kept stomping on Qin Fei Yang. Whoosh! Qin Fei Yang panicked and ran. Although he could predict and dodge every time, the terrifying waves of air knocked him back again and again. Soon, he was covered in wounds. However, Wu Baichuan didn't have any intention of attacking. Other than glancing at Qin Fei Yang occasionally, he was mostly looking at the surrounding forest and the blood-red sun in the sky. Die! The Blood-Eye Giant seemed to have lost its patience and its energy exploded. Poof! Under the impact of the energy, Qin Fei Yang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the lake like a broken kite. Roar! The Blood-Eye Giant roared and opened its mouth. A large amount of lake water swept up Qin Fei Yang and rushed into the Blood-Eye Giant's mouth. Qin Fei Yang's eyelids twitched. The Blood-Eye Giant wanted to swallow him alive. What a ferocious guy! It seemed that it was no longer hiding. Qin Fei Yang was about to activate the concealment technique. The concealment technique could be activated twice a day, so it meant that he had 2 chances to save his life. Clang! But at this moment, Wu Baichuan finally attacked. With the sky halberd in his hand, he flashed behind the Blood-Eye Giant and pierced the Blood-Eye Giant's sea of qi with the sky halberd. Ouch! The Blood-Eye Giant immediately howled in pain. Wu Baichuan didn't stop. He pulled out the sky halberd and placed it on the Blood-Eye Giant's head. He shouted, "Shut up, or I'll destroy you. It's you." Although the Blood-Eye Giant's back was facing Wu Baichuan, it could hear Wu Baichuan's voice and its eyes flashed fiercely. "That's right. It's me. You didn't expect me to follow you, did you?" Wu Baichuan sneered. The Blood-Eye Giant clenched its fists and looked at the darkening sky. "Stop looking. The evil sun has gone down the mountain. Let's see how you can repair your sea of qi without the evil sun," Wu Baichuan said. Hearing this, the Blood-Eye Giant's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. But neither Qin Fei Yang nor Wu Baichuan saw this mockery. Qin Fei Yang ran out of the lake and kicked the Blood-Eye Giant. Then, he ran in front of Wu Baichuan and asked suspiciously, "Wu Shixiang, is this giant very strong? Even you have to sneak attack him? Strong? Do you know how to talk? I'm at the peak stage of the 9 heavens state. Do I need to sneak attack him?" Wu Baichuan said angrily. "Then why did you ask me to attract his attention and sneak attack him?" Qin Fei Yang frowned. "What do you know? I asked you to kick him not to attract his attention, but to see if there are other giants nearby. With his half-step 9 heavens realm cultivation, I can kill him with a wave of my hand." Wu Baichuan snorted. "I see." Qin Fei Yang nodded. This person was quite cautious in doing things. "Wait." Qin Fei Yang frowned again. He looked at Wu Baichuan and said, "Then aren't you using me as bait? You have a problem with that." Wu Baichuan sneered. "I wouldn't dare." Qin Fei Yang quickly shook his head and asked with a smile, "How did I do? Can you let me stay with you?" "You did well. Just stay for now. But you have to listen to me," Wu Baichuan said calmly. "Okay." Qin Fei Yang was overjoyed. He then looked at the Blood-Eye Giant and asked, "Senior brother, why didn't you just kill him?" "Shut up." Wu Baichuan frowned. Qin Fei Yang shut his mouth. Wu Baichuan looked at the Blood-Eye Giant and said, "Now, you have to answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, I'll destroy your divine soul." The Blood-Eye Giant looked at the dark sky and the mockery in his eyes became thicker. However, his body trembled and he said, "Go ahead. What is the evil sun? It can even reconstruct your body so quickly?" Wu Baichuan asked. Qin Fei Yang was slightly stunned. He knew that the Blood-Eye Giant had reconstructed his body. It seemed that when the Blood-Eye Giant was reconstructing its body, Wu Baichuan had already killed his way back. It was just that he was hiding in the dark, and no one had discovered him. The evil sun is formed by the power of evil. All the living beings in hell rely on it to survive. Even our cultivation is related to the evil sun. To the blood demon race, the evil sun is more important. It's a sacred item. Because we can summon the power of evil to heal our injuries. As for the effect, you've seen it. It's much better than the pills in your world. The Blood-Eye Giant said with disdain. Although it was unpleasant, Qin Feiyang and Wu Baichuan couldn't refute it. Because it was indeed better than pills. No. Not only was it powerful, but in terms of healing effects, medicinal pills simply could not compare to this evil energy. Wu Baichuan asked, "Can we summon the evil sun?" Didn't you hear what I said? Only the blood demon race can summon the evil sun, even the other races in hell can't, let alone outsiders like you. The Blood-Eye Giant sneered. Wu Baichuan said, "How many people are there in the blood demon race?" "I don't know either." The Blood-Eye Giant shook his head. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, "Aren't you from the blood demon race?" "Why don't you know?" "Because there are too many. It's hard to count. There's an ancient city nearby. You can go and take a look. There are 50 to 60,000 blood demons in this city alone." The Blood-Eye Giant said. "What? There's a city here?" Qin Feiyang and Wu Baichuan were surprised. "That's right." The Blood-Eye Giant nodded and looked up at the night sky. He smiled and said, "But you won't have a chance to go." A crescent moon rose in the night sky. The crescent moon was also blood-red and had a demonic aura. "No chance." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang and Wu Baichuan looked at each other and looked at the Blood-Eye Giant suspiciously. "Before you came to hell, didn't you ask the dragons about the blood demon race?" The Blood-Eye Giant grinned. The mockery that had been permeating the bottom of his eyes could no longer be concealed. Chapter 2581. Qin Feiyang and the other man's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. They felt an uneasy premonition. The blood demon tribe is even scarier at night. The Blood-Eye Giant smiled. He looked up at the blood moon and roared. A violent aura surged out of the Blood-Eyed Giant's body like a tidal wave. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The Blood-Eye Giant's body started to swell. Furthermore, red hair was growing all over his body. At a glance, he resembled a mutated red-furred gorilla. But this was not the main point. The main point was that the aura of the Blood-Eye Giant became stronger as his body changed. Initial ninth heaven stage. Initial ninth heaven stage, that's right. This was the change in his cultivation. How could this be? Wu Baichuan was shocked. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Roar. The Blood-Eye Giant kept roaring at the blood moon in the sky. His body was expanding crazily. His body, which was originally a dozen meters tall, had expanded to 50 or 60 meters. His aura had also soared to the greater ninth heaven stage. "Kill him!" Qin Feiyang shouted. He wondered how powerful the Crimson-Eye Giant would become if he allowed it to continue developing like this. "I know what to do. I don't need you to remind me." Wu Baichuan glared at Qin Feiyang. He waved the halberd in his hand and slashed at the Blood-Eye Giant's head. The sharpness destroyed everything in all directions. This halberd was a legendary divine weapon. It was extremely powerful. However, the Blood-Eye Giant suddenly turned around and grabbed the halberd with his bare hands. The blade was sharp. The Blood-Eye Giant's hand was torn apart. But the Blood-Eye Giant did not let go. His blood-red eyes emitted a murderous aura. "Die!" Wu Baichuan shouted. The sky halberd's sharpness suddenly increased. Crack! The Blood-Eye Giant's entire arm shattered. That enormous body was sent flying by the halberd's aura. With a bang, it fell into the lake. However, the Blood-Eye Giant's aura became more and more terrifying. Boom! All of a sudden, the Blood-Eye Giant's aura soared to the peak ninth heaven stage. Roar! With a deafening roar, the Blood-Eye Giant rushed out of the lake and appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang. Looking at the Blood-Eye Giant, the two were stunned. At this moment, the Blood-Eye Giant had changed. Both the Blood-Eye Giant's body and face were covered in red hair. His two blood-red eyeballs looked like they were made of blood. And its body was 100 meters tall Blood-Eye Giant. At first glance, he looked like a red-furred demon with overflowing evil energy. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang were in disbelief. Although the Blood-Eye Giant was the Blood-Eye Giant, but now, how could he still look like a human? It was a complete monster. "Die, all of you." The Blood-Eyed Giant's laughter was as deafening as thunder. It raised its other arm and smashed towards the two of them. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good, and retreated like lightning. Humph! However, Wu Baichuan brandished his Fangtian halberd, not dodging at all. Clang! The fist and the sky halberd met. The Blood-Eye Giant's fist was smashed into pieces. However, the sky halberd in Wu Baichuan's hand was also shaken out of his hand by the Blood-Eye Giant's terrifying power. Even his arm, which was holding the sky halberd, was bleeding. He kept retreating. Qin Feiyang hurried forward to support Wu Baichuan and asked, "Senior brother, are you okay?" Wu Baichuan forced Qin Feiyang to retreat and stared at the Blood-Eye Giant. "Human, do you know how powerful the Blood Demon tribe is? Once the evil moon rises, all living things in the world will have to submit to the Blood Demon clan. The Blood Demon tribe is the king of the night," the Blood-Eye Giant roared. Suddenly, a ray of blood light fell from the blood moon in the sky and entered the Blood-Eye Giant's body. Immediately, the arm that was smashed by the sky halberd and the other arm that was injured just now were instantly repaired. He wasn't hallucinating. It happened in an instant. It was unbelievable. This recovery ability was even more terrifying than the evil sun during the day. Hehe, the Blood Demon tribe is not something that you dwarfs can offend. The Blood-Eye Giant stomped towards the two of them. The violent aura was earth-shattering, destroying everything around it. Qin Feiyang retreated again. Clang! Wu Baichuan waved his hand and the sky halberd landed in front of Wu Baichuan like a ray of light. "You dare to call yourself an emperor in front of me? It seems that you've really become arrogant." As Wu Baichuan's voice fell, the sky halberd fully recovered. Boom! A giant golden python roared as it shot out. This was the phenomenon of the sky halberd fully recovering. The aura it emitted was many times stronger than before. "You're only at the peak 9 heaven state. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog." Wu Baichuan grabbed the sky halberd and charged forward with a gloomy face. Roar! Clang! Rumble! The two of them immediately clashed, and a destructive aura spread in all directions. Qin Feiyang retreated again and again. He was extremely shocked. One had to know. Wu Baichuan was not only at the peak 9 heaven state, but the sky halberd was also a legendary divine artifact. With such strength, he was almost invincible in the same realm. However, at this moment, the Blood-Eye Giant was evenly matched with Wu Baichuan with the strength of a peak 9 heaven state. He even used his physical body to fight against a legendary divine artifact. The mutated Blood-Eyed Giant was much stronger than before, be it in terms of cultivation, physical strength, or strength. It could be said that the Blood-Eye Giant's physical body was so strong that even Qin Feiyang felt inferior. The most important thing was, no matter how serious the injuries the Blood-Eye Giant suffered, it could instantly recover with the help of the evil moon. This was simply an immortal body. Evil moon. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the blood moon in the sky, his eyes full of suspicion. The evil sun was formed by the power of evil. Then what about this evil moon? Suddenly, a scream woke Qin Feiyang up. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked over, and immediately turned pale with fright. Wu Baichuan was sent flying by the Blood-Eye Giant. His body cracked and blood flowed out. He was no match for it. "This is impossible." Wu Baichuan himself was also extremely shocked. With the cultivation of a peak 9 heaven state and a legendary divine artifact, he couldn't beat a peak 9 heaven state? The Blood-Eye Giant's injuries were even more serious than Wu Baichuan's. But with the help of the evil moon, he instantly recovered. With a grin, the Blood-Eye Giant stretched out his arm. That huge palm seemed to be able to cover the sky and the moon as it grabbed Wu Baichuan in his hand. His 5 fingers rapidly tightened. Wu Baichuan's body suddenly spat out blood and his entire body twisted. He couldn't help but scream in pain. The bones in his body were broken one by one and shattered. "Killing you is as easy as killing an ant." The Blood-Eye Giant laughed. There was a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Senior brother, Qin Feiyang looked at Wu Baichuan anxiously. But in his heart, he was thinking, isn't this guy too useless? With such a powerful cultivation, he couldn't even deal with a peak 9 heaven state. It seemed that this protection was a bit unreliable. It was good that he died, so he wouldn't have to do it in the future. Seeing that Wu Baichuan's body was about to be crushed, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out. The Blood-Eye Giant's hand was instantly shattered. This aura, Qin Feiyang looked at the sky halberd in Wu Baichuan's hand. That's right. This aura that suddenly appeared came from the sky halberd. And this aura was about to surpass the level of a legendary divine artifact. Wu Baichuan took a divine life pill and looked up at the Blood-Eye Giant. His face was unprecedentedly calm. This should be all of your strength, right? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Could it be that this person had been testing the Blood-Eye Giant all this time? The Blood-Eye Giant also stared at Wu Baichuan in shock. The Blood Demon race is indeed a terrifying race. If it was another Peak 9 Heaven state, they would definitely die in your hands today. But unfortunately, you're unlucky to have met me. Remember my name. My name is Wu Baichuan. Wu Baichuan smiled coldly. The sky halberd in his hand immediately emitted a powerful aura with a loud clang. This is a supreme-level divine artifact. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. With a supreme-level divine artifact, he could naturally tell. That's right. This sky halberd was not a legendary divine artifact, but a supreme-level divine artifact. Clang. The sky halberd trembled in Wu Baichuan's hand. It seemed to be very excited. The Blood-Eye Giant's pupils constricted. It raised its huge fist and punched at Wu Baichuan. Kill him, Wu Baichuan said. The sky halberd broke through the air, and a destructive aura flooded in all directions. Roar. With a painful roar, the Blood-Eye Giant's arm was shattered. Its 100-meter-tall body was also sent flying. Blood spurted out. Clang. Then. The sky halberd was like a bolt of lightning. It pierced through the air and went between the Blood-Eye Giant's eyebrows. Roar. There was a cry of pain. The Blood-Eye Giant's head exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Its divine soul was not spared. It was destroyed on the spot. Powerful. Qin Feiyang muttered. This Wu Baichuan was indeed worthy of being the young lord of the Dragon God Palace. He even had a supreme-level divine artifact. He probably had more tricks up his sleeves. Maybe he even had a supreme-level divine art. If it was outside, he wouldn't take it to heart. But in the Nether King's hell, he had to be careful when dealing with this person. Bang! The Blood-Eye Giant's huge body finally fell to the ground. Blood flowed out. Senior brother, you're really powerful. Qin Feiyang ran over and looked at Wu Baichuan with admiration. Wu Baichuan sneered. Didn't you think that I was no match for him? That's because I didn't know what you were capable of. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. Now you know. Not to mention this bullshit Blood Demon clan, even if Qin Feiyang were to encounter me, there would only be death. Wu Baichuan smiled proudly. Yes, yes, yes. Senior brother, you're invincible. Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 2582. Wu Baichuan enjoyed this kind of admiration. He put away the halberd and kicked the body of the Blood-Eye Giant to confirm that it was completely dead. Then, Wu Baichuan frowned and said, he just said that there is an ancient city nearby, right? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Where is this ancient city? Wu Baichuan looked around. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Boom. Suddenly, two powerful auras rolled over from afar. Qin Feiyang was shocked. One of them is at the early stage of the 9th heaven state and the other is at the initial stage of the 9th heaven state. Hurry up and hide. Wu Baichuan's expression also changed slightly and he hurriedly ran away. Senior brother, take me with you. I'm not as fast as you. I can't catch up with you. Qin Feiyang hurriedly called out. How troublesome. Wu Baichuan turned back and took Qin Feiyang into the forest ahead. He hid his aura and lay down behind a huge rock. Whoosh. About 10 breaths later, two giants flew through the air and landed above the lake. They were a man and a woman, both middle-aged. The man was more than 20 meters tall and had short black hair. He looked extremely valiant. The woman was also 18 or 19 meters tall. She had long black hair and looked quite slender. But this slender was only relative to the Blood Demon race. In the eyes of humans, she was also quite valiant. Damn it! How dare you kill our people? The fluctuations of the battle haven't disappeared yet. They must not have gone far. Hurry up and find them. The two giants scanned the area below. When they saw the headless body, their eyes suddenly flashed fiercely. The two of them immediately released their divine will and scanned the surroundings. Divine will. Wu Baichuan's expression changed and he immediately took Qin Feiyang away. They are there. Go after them. The two giants immediately discovered Qin Feiyang and flew towards them fiercely. These idiots know how to use their divine will. Wu Baichuan was a little annoyed. Idiots! Qin Feiyang was speechless. Although the blood demon race had well-developed limbs and huge bodies, their brains were actually not inferior to that of humans. Roar! Suddenly, the two giants behind them roared. Immediately, two violent auras surged out like volcanic eruptions. Qin Feiyang and his companion were startled. They turned around to look and their expressions immediately changed. They saw that the two giants had also turned into two red-furred monsters. And they were even bigger than the Blood-Eye giant. After the man became a monster was 200 meters long, was 200 meters tall. She was of the blood demon, was almost 200 meters, was almost of them most. Of them. Their cultivations had actually soared to the peak of the 9 heavens realm. You damned midgets. You actually dared to kill our clansmen. Today, even if we have to ascend to the heavens or descend to the earth, we will slaughter you all. The man roared. His speed also increased by a large margin in an instant. His speed has also increased by so much. Wu Baichuan was slightly taken aback. He hurriedly used an auxiliary technique and his speed increased several times. In the blink of an eye, he got rid of the two Blood-Eye giants. Bastards, I won't let you go. The two giants stopped in the void and roared. On a mountain top. Wu Baichuan bent over, panting like a cow. At the side, Qin Feiyang's face was also filled with fear. Senior brother, what should we do? Qin Feiyang looked at Wu Baichuan in a daze. Wu Baichuan let out a long breath, glanced around at the night sky, and said in a deep voice, let's find a place to refine the evil power in our bodies and come out after dawn. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was indeed a wise move. Because the blood demon race at night was countless times more terrifying than during the day. If they continued to wander outside, they might encounter some danger. As for during the day, although the blood demon race could also borrow the power of the evil sun, they were not that difficult to deal with. The two of them found a nearby place and opened up a cave. Wu Baichuan used his divine power to seal the cave dwelling. He then took out a wine jar and gulped down a large mouthful. He raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, that's right, I still haven't asked what your name is. He-san. Qin Feiyang said. Do you want to drink? Wu Baichuan shook the wine jar. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said hesitantly, it's not appropriate to drink at this time. We're not drunk. What are you afraid of? Forget it if you don't want to drink. Wu Baichuan took another big gulp, put down the wine jar, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes to meditate. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wu Baichuan and also sat cross-legged to check the situation in his body. He found that there was a lot of blood mist in his body after a day. It seemed that even if he didn't actively absorb it, the blood mist in the hell of the Nether King would automatically enter his body. And it would do it all the time. In other words, every once in a while, they had to hide and refine the blood mist in their body. If they didn't refine the blood mist, they would definitely be threatened. Wait. Qin Feiyang was suddenly stunned. He looked up at Wu Baichuan and asked carefully, Senior brother, can I ask you a question? Speak. Wu Baichuan didn't open his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, is the blood mist in our body the evil power? That's right. This is the evil power. Although the evil power in the hell of the Nether King can't be compared to the evil power in the bloody channel we passed through when we came in, it can still pose a great threat to us. Because this evil power is everywhere. My suggestion is that it's best to refine it once a day. Otherwise, when this evil power corrodes your divine soul, even if a god descends to the mortal world, he won't be able to reverse the situation. Wu Baichuan said. So this is the so-called evil power. Qin Feiyang nodded. Don't disturb me if there's nothing. Wu Baichuan said coldly and then fell silent. Qin Feiyang also tactfully shut his mouth and began to refine the evil power in his body. But in his heart, he was a little puzzled. This evil power could cause great harm to them, but to the blood demon race, it was equivalent to a sacred object. What kind of creature was this blood demon race to be able to absorb the evil power? At the same time, two figures cut through the night sky like lightning and rushed into a mountain. It was an old man and a young man. The old man was wearing a black robe and was filled with a murderous aura. The young man was wearing black and had an extraordinary temperament. That's right. These two people were the Black Dragon, Ancestral Dragon, and Frenzy. Old man, where is this? Madman looked at the mountain suspiciously. Old man, are you addicted to calling me old man? Don't you know how to respect your teacher? Ancestral Dragon glared at him. This is my nature. Besides, didn't you tell me not to suppress my personality? Madman was dissatisfied. Ancestral Dragon's face darkened and he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. This is the gathering place we agreed on in advance, the giant dragon mountain range. Madman was slightly taken aback and a trace of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Looking down from the sky, the mountain ridges did indeed look like giant dragons. About 10 breaths later, the two went deep into the heart of the giant dragon mountain range. There was a huge canyon ahead. Before they got close, Madman sensed a familiar aura. Whoosh! At the same time, an old figure rushed out of the canyon. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard, looking like an immortal. Yi Zhong. Ancestral Dragon waved his hand. That's right. The old man was Qin Feiyang's cheap teacher, Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong went up and looked at Madman. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, then he looked at Ancestral Dragon and smiled. You're finally here. Ancestral Dragon looked at the canyon and asked, is everyone here? Yi Zhong said, except for Her Highness and Old Hua, everyone else is here. And the Old Hua he mentioned was naturally the Fire Dragon, Ancestral Dragon. What? The princess is here too? Madman was surprised. You don't know? Yi Zhong looked at him suspiciously. Madman shook his head. Ancestral Dragon said, I didn't tell him. Yi Zhong nodded and asked, how did you meet? This kid is lucky. I bumped into him not long after he came in, otherwise he would have become a pile of corpses. Ancestral Dragon snorted. Madman smiled embarrassedly. Yi Zhong stared at Madman and asked, then did you see Li Biu? No. Ancestral Dragon shook his head. Yi Zhong's face darkened as he cursed, that little bastard is really worrisome, but between his brows, it was obvious that he was worried about Qin Feiyang. That, heaven helps the worthy. He should be fine. Madman said. Shut up. I'll let you off for now. When I find Li Biu, I'll deal with him together, Yi Zhong said angrily. Madman shrunk his neck and hid behind Ancestral Dragon. Cough cough. Old Yi, if you want to deal with him now, you have to get my permission first. Ancestral Dragon coughed and said. Yi Zhong was stunned and looked at Ancestral Dragon suspiciously. What do you mean? He is now my disciple. Ancestral Dragon said. What? Yi Zhong was stunned. The Ancestral Dragon actually took in a disciple, and a human at that. Old Black, do you have a fever? Yi Zhong stretched out his hand and touched Ancestral Dragon's forehead. Go away. Ancestral Dragon slapped away Yi Zhong's hand and glared at Yi Zhong. I'm just taking in a disciple, what's there to be surprised about? With that, he rushed down the canyon. Yi Zhong looked at Ancestral Dragon's back and turned to Madman. He frowned and said, Kid, did you feed Old Black some kind of bewitching potion? Bewitching potion? I need to be capable too. Madman was speechless. Don't think that you can escape punishment just because you're Old Black's disciple. When I find that bastard Li Biu, see how I'll deal with you. Yi Zhong snorted and returned to the canyon. Madman smiled bitterly and looked up at the night sky. He muttered, nothing must happen to you guys. To be honest. He was also worried about Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Let's not talk about the white-eyed wolf first. Because he didn't know much about the white-eyed wolf. As for Qin Feiyang, He knew everything about him. Although Qin Feiyang had many tricks up his sleeve and was very shrewd, this was Nether King Hell. Because of the rules of Nether King Hell, Qin Feiyang's tricks were restricted. If he wasn't careful, something would happen. As a friend, he really didn't want anything to happen to Qin Feiyang. And if something happened to Qin Feiyang, then Fire Lotus and the others in the castle and Black Tortoise world would be trapped in Nether King Hell forever. In other words, Qin Feiyang's safety was related to the fate of everyone in Black Tortoise world. Chapter 2583. Inside the canyon. When Madman entered the canyon, he found that there were 10 other people in addition to Yi Zhong. 8 of them were the 8 ancestral dragons, including the white-clothed woman. The other 2 were a woman and a young man. The woman was shrouded in mist and it was difficult to see her face. When Madman saw this woman, he frowned. Because this woman was the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. She was also in the gathering place. It seemed that she was planning to hide under the protection of the dragons like him and Qin Feiyang. Just wait. You will cry sooner or later. The madman secretly smiled and looked at the young man. The young man was about 25 or 26 years old. He was tall and had an imposing appearance. 2 thick black eyebrows emitted a threatening aura. His cultivation was also at the peak of the 9th heaven realm. Madman realized that he had never seen this person before. The blood-red clothed youth said unhappily, "Old Black, you are too slow. Can't help it. The place where we descended this time is too far from here." Ancestral Dragon shook his head. Right now, only Old Fire, the princess, and Li Biyue haven't arrived. Old Fire and the princess are fine because they know the gathering place. But Li Biyue, the white-clothed woman said and turned to look at Yi Zhong. "Don't worry about him. He asked for it." Yi Zhong said expressionlessly. "Old man, you say that, but in your heart, you are worried to death." The white-clothed woman sneered. "Who is worried about him?" Yi Zhong snorted. "Stubborn duck. However, when I was in the Dragon God Palace, I learned a lot about this disciple of yours. This kid is quite capable. I believe that even if he doesn't know the gathering place, he should be able to survive." The white-clothed woman smiled. Capable? The chief pavilion master couldn't help but sneer in his heart. So what if he was capable? This wasn't any other place, it was the Nether King's hell. Qin Feiyang's cultivation determined everything. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to survive here. But this was good too. It saved her the trouble of fighting the Beast Emperor. "Wait a moment. The dragons only sent you guys." Madman looked at the ancestral dragons and said in shock. The blood-red clothed youth shouted, "Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Cough, cough. Give me some face. After all, he is my disciple now." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon coughed dryly. "What? Disciple?" When the ancestral dragons heard this, they had the same reaction as Yi Zhong. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon smiled faintly. He looked at Madman and explained, "You have seen how dangerous hell is. Having more people might not be a good thing." "You're right." Madman nodded. The more people there were, the more sacrifices there would be. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said, "In the past, when the Underworld King's hell opened, only the few of us came." Madman was enlightened and asked, "Then other than us, who else knows about the gathering place?" "No one knows." Ancestral Dragon shook his head. Madman asked, "Even the people of the Dragon God Palace don't know?" "Not bad." Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon nodded. "Isn't this too cruel? After all, the people of the Dragon God Palace are also our people." Madman frowned. "Cruel? I didn't expect you to be such a kind person. In the entire Dragon God Palace, other than the imperishable realm people, everyone else is just cannon fodder in our eyes. Let's talk about it later. We have already announced the dangers of the Underworld King's hell to the world in advance. Since they still choose to come in, then they should be prepared to die." The blood-red clothed youth sneered. Madman glanced at the blood-red clothed youth and didn't say anything else. But the more he looked at these dragons, the more he disliked them. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon looked at Yi Zhong and asked, "Is there any news of a heaven-defying divine artifact?" "Yes. Yi Zhong nodded. What? There is already news of a heaven-defying divine artifact. Madman was shocked. In the Underworld King's hell, heaven-defying divine artifacts aren't that rare. Every time we enter the Underworld King's hell, we can basically get one or two. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. Madman was secretly speechless. He really wasn't lying. According to my information, this heaven-defying divine artifact is in the ancient city of Qingyu. But it's a little troublesome. You also know that the ancient city of Qingyu is the capital of the blood demon race. The experts of the blood demon race are basically entrenched in the capital. Yi Zhong looked at Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon and said, Ancient city of Qingyu. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon frowned and sighed. This is indeed a little difficult to deal with. How many people are there in the blood demon race? Madman asked curiously. A lot. From what we know, there are no less than 1 million. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon said. What? No less than 1 million? Madman was dumbfounded. There are still a lot of things that we don't know. Yi Zhong shook his head. You don't know? Madman was taken aback and asked suspiciously, What do you mean? The Underworld King's hell is huge. Although we have been here a few times, we only moved around a small area each time. Therefore, even we haven't been to every place in the Underworld King's hell. Yi Zhong said. So, you actually don't know how many blood demons there are in the Underworld King's hell? Madman was stunned. That's right. There are still a lot of places in the Underworld King's hell that we don't know about. There are a lot of divine items in these places. It's just that these places are also quite dangerous. Not only are there blood demons, but there are also countless beasts. Yi Zhong said. Then, since we can't use heaven-defying divine artifacts and techniques in the Underworld King's hell, these divine artifacts and techniques should be useless to the blood demon race. Then why don't we discuss with them and use some things that the Underworld King's hell doesn't have to exchange for those divine artifacts and techniques? Madman said. If even you can think of it, how can we not? Yi Zhong smiled bitterly. Madman looked at him in confusion. We have already tried, but the blood demon race doesn't fall for it. Because in their eyes, we are invaders, robbers, 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 and provoking their dignity as the rulers of the Underworld King's hell. Yi Zhong said. Then it's really not easy. Madman muttered. Don't worry about this. We will handle it. You just stay here and recuperate. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon looked at Madman and said before looking at Yi Zhong, Since Old Fire and Her Highness aren't here yet, why don't we make another trip to the ancient city? Sure. Yi Zhong pondered for a while and nodded. Then, Yi Zhong looked at the blood-robed youth and the others and reminded, Be careful. The blood demon race has already made their move. They might find this place. Everyone nodded. Swoosh. Yi Zhong and Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon immediately soared into the sky and flew out of the mountain range. Madman looked at the chief pavilion master and the others before sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to cultivate. In the past half a year, he discovered a very magical phenomenon. Not only could he absorb the evil force to cultivate, but he could also achieve twice the results with half the effort. He was not the only one who was puzzled. Even the Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon was puzzled. Old Black, why do you want to accept Madman as your disciple on a whim? Above the mountain range, Yi Zhong looked at Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon suspiciously. It's not a whim. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon shook his head. What do you mean? Yi Zhong was puzzled. You don't know. This kid can actually absorb the evil force to cultivate. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. It can't be. Yi Zhong stopped and his face was filled with shock. It's true. Moreover, he absorbs the evil force at a faster speed than when he cultivates. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. How could there be such a thing? Yi Zhong frowned. I don't know either. Even he doesn't know what's going on. That's why I accepted him as my disciple. Perhaps this ability of his can help us in Fallen Valley. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. Fallen Valley. Yi Zhong was shocked and said, You want to enter Fallen Valley? That's right. I've come to hell so many times but I've never really entered Fallen Valley. This time, I must go and take a look. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with desire. So you're saying that you're just using him and don't really want to accept him as your disciple? Yi Zhong frowned. He's just a human. Why would I put him in my eyes? Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon smiled in disdain. Sigh. If Madman hears your words, he'll be disappointed. Yi Zhong sighed. Why? You can't bear it. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. Yi Zhong pondered for a while and said, Don't blame me for blaming you. What you're doing is wrong. Wrong? Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon frowned. You don't realize the value of Madman. Looking at the entire ancient world, who else can absorb the evil force other than him? If Madman can really be used by us, then there will be endless possibilities for us. In the future, he can even change the fate of you dragons. Yi Zhong said. Change the fate of us dragons? Ancestral Dragon was taken aback and mocked. Old man Yi, aren't you being too alarmist? Alarmist? Yi Zhong shook his head and said with a smile, You still don't understand his value. You better make it clear. Ancestral Dragon frowned. All right then. Answer me, what's the biggest threat in hell? Yi Zhong said. Of course it's the blood demon race. Ancestral Dragon said. Yes. Yi Zhong nodded and said, Let me ask you again. Why is the blood demon race so powerful? The blood demon race's power, Ancestral Dragon frowned. The blood demon race is so powerful because of the evil force. In other words, the source of all the threats is the evil force. But Madman can absorb the evil force. Don't you understand the value of this? Yi Zhong said. Ancestral Dragon was stunned. Listening to Yi Zhong's words, Madman did seem to be very valuable. Seeing that you don't seem to understand, this old man will explain it to you more clearly. Since we came to hell, we have to spend time refining the evil force in our bodies almost every day. But Madman doesn't need it. He can survive here unscrupulously and go to many places that we don't dare to go. Then naturally, he will have more opportunities and obtain more heaven-defying treasures. If you treat him sincerely, he will give you all these treasures. Over time, won't it slowly change the fate of you dragons? Yi Zhong said. Makes sense. Ancestral Dragon nodded. So, you have to cherish this opportunity and let him have a sense of familiarity with you as his master. Let him have a sense of belonging to you dragons. I have to make him feel that the Dragon Clan is his second home. This way, he will help you wholeheartedly. Yi Zhong laughed. Haha, you've really woken me up from my stupor. That's right. Towards this child, we can only win him over, not use him, let alone force him. Ancestral Dragon laughed. Yi Zhong smiled. Finally, he didn't say it in vain. Chapter 2584. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. Qin Feiyang followed Wu Baichuan out of the cave and looked at the mountains and rivers outside. The evil sun had risen. The whole world was shrouded in a blood-red color. If we can absorb this evil power, we can do whatever we want in the Nether King's hell. Wu Baichuan looked at the evil sun and sighed. Absorb the evil power? How can anyone do such a thing? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He didn't know that a lunatic could do it. Yes. Absorbing the evil power is tantamount to suicide. Wu Baichuan nodded. Senior brother, how are we going to find out about the city? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Wu Baichuan pondered for a while and said, Let's go back to the lake and take a look. Maybe there are still blood demons waiting there. Waiting? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and secretly sneered. Who would be so stupid? Let's go. Wu Baichuan waved his hand and led Qin Feiyang into the jungle below, quietly rushing in the direction of the lake. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of the lake. The lake had been destroyed in the battle last night. Looking around, not to mention the blood demons, even the body of the blood-eyed giant had disappeared. Why don't these idiots play by the rules? Wu Baichuan frowned. Common sense. Qin Feiyang was really speechless. If they waited here, they would be playing by the rules. Were they looking down on the intelligence of the blood demons? Wu Baichuan turned his head and glanced at Qin Feiyang, frowning and said, It seems that you are a little dissatisfied with my decision. No, no. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said with a flattering smile, I just think that there is no need to go through so much trouble. Tell me about it. Wu Baichuan said. Since there is an ancient castle nearby, I believe that even if we don't look for the blood demons, we can still find out. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. If we don't look for the blood demons, then who do we look for? Wu Baichuan frowned. Beasts. Qin Feiyang said. He was speechless. Wasn't this person's mind yesterday? Why did he seem like a different person today? His stupidity made him want to laugh. Yes. You can ask the beasts. Wu Baichuan's eyes. You of it, of a person of a man's. Of AE of it. Not bad. Wu Baichuan nodded and scanned the surroundings. Blood demons were hard to find, but ferocious beasts were everywhere. The two searched nearby for a while and soon found a beast. It was a hare. However, its body was 5 to 6 meters long. Its whole body was covered with blood-red hair. Its eyes were also blood-red, making it look extremely ferocious. I wonder if this hare can be eaten? Wu Baichuan whispered. Eaten? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. At this time, he was still thinking about eating. Don't misunderstand. I'm just a little curious. Is there any evil force in the flesh and blood of these beasts? Wu Baichuan transmitted his voice. Is there a need to think about it? Beasts that grow up in such a place must have evil force, Qin Feiyang said secretly. Wu Baichuan immediately glared at Qin Feiyang and said to himself, I've discovered that you like to undermine people's efforts. No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Do you think you're very smart? Wu Baichuan stared at him coldly. No, no, Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wu Baichuan secretly snorted, since you're following me, you have to be sensible. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. Seeing that Qin Feiyang's attitude was still acceptable, Wu Baichuan's expression eased a lot. He looked at the blood rabbit again. That blood rabbit was eating meat. That's right. It was eating meat. Moreover, he was gnawing on a whole beast with relish. This is the first time I've seen a rabbit eating meat. Qin Feiyang muttered. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. What's there to be curious about? I thought you were very smart. It turns out that your IQ is only SOSO. Wu Baichuan despised him. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This guy's desire for revenge was too strong. Wu Baichuan observed for a while and found that this blood rabbit only had the cultivation of a paragon. And there were no other beasts nearby. Immediately, he rushed out like an arrow and slapped the rabbit's head with his palm. The blood rabbit was shocked. It didn't even look and turned to flee. Qin Feiyang finally saw what a frightened rabbit was. That was called running away quickly. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Want to run? Wu Baichuan was also stunned. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes and he immediately chased after it. Qin Feiyang didn't chase after it. He walked to the corpse of the beast that was eaten by the blood rabbit and carefully observed it. Soon, he found out. The flesh and blood of these ferocious beasts indeed contained the power of evil. In other words, in this hell, not only the blood demon clan, other creatures also relied on absorbing evil power to survive. But why were these living beings able to absorb the power of evil? Boom. At this time, in the forest ahead, there were fluctuations of battle. Soon, Wu Baichuan dragged the blood rabbit back. That blood rabbit was already on the verge of death. Its blood-red eyes were filled with fear. Qin Feiyang went up and smiled in admiration. Senior brother, you have a good method. It's just a paragon. What's there to praise? Although he said those words, Wu Baichuan's face was filled with pride. He enjoyed this kind of flattery. Wu Baichuan lowered his head to look at the blood rabbit and asked, Do you want to live? Yes. The blood rabbit nodded like it was pounding garlic. I heard that there is an ancient city nearby? Wu Baichuan asked. Yes, yes. The blood rabbit nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at each other. The blood-eye giant didn't lie to them. How far is it? Wu Baichuan said. The blood rabbit said, "Not far, half a month's journey." "What?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Half a month's journey wasn't far. The corner of Wu Baichuan's mouth twitched slightly. Did this damn rabbit have some misunderstanding about the word "not far"? Of course. With your cultivation, it won't take that long. 3 days at most. The blood rabbit looked at Wu Baichuan and smiled flatteringly. That's more like it. Wu Baichuan nodded. After pondering for a while, he said, "Then take us there." "No." The blood rabbit immediately shook its head, its eyes full of panic. "Why?" Qin Feiyang and the other man looked at it suspiciously. The blood demon race has long had a rule. Except for their own race, no living beings are allowed to enter the ancient cities. Once they are found, they will be killed without mercy, the blood rabbit said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we won't let you enter the ancient city. You just need to take us to the ancient city." The blood rabbit was hesitant. Wu Baichuan laughed sinisterly. "I'm not discussing with you, I'm ordering you." The blood rabbit shrank its neck and nodded. Okay, I'll take you there, but you have to promise me that when I bring you to the ancient city, you will let me go." "No problem." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Then let's go." The blood rabbit got up and ran towards the east. "You're too slow." Wu Baichuan caught up with the blood rabbit with Qin Feiyang and said coldly. Then, he rolled up the blood rabbit and flew away like lightning. "Human. Blood rabbit, you damn bastard, you actually mixed with humans. I'm going to kill you." But soon, they encountered trouble. Several huge beasts blocked their way, glaring at the blood rabbit and Qin Feiyang. The blood rabbit panicked. Helping foreign invaders was a big taboo in hell. "Die." Wu Baichuan coldly snorted and directly attacked, killing a few beasts. The blood rabbit continued to point the way. Qin Feiyang frowned. Next. That would be troublesome. From time to time, they would encounter beasts. Fortunately, these beasts were not very strong. The highest was only at the initial stage of the 9 heavens realm. Otherwise, it would definitely be difficult to move an inch. Qin Feiyang finally couldn't help but look at Wu Baichuan and suggest, "Senior brother, this is not the way to go down. Why don't we let the blood rabbit hurry up?" Wu Baichuan frowned. "Look, the blood rabbit is so big. We can lie in its fur. As long as we restrain our aura, we won't be discovered by other beasts. Although this way, we will need to spend more time on our journey, at least we won't encounter any trouble." Qin Feiyang said. "I agree." The blood rabbit nodded. If this continued, it might really become the public enemy of the Nether King Hell. If the blood demon race found out, it would be difficult to escape death even if it went to heaven or hell. Wu Baichuan frowned and nodded. "All right." The two immediately jumped onto the blood rabbit's back and hid in the blood-red fur. The blood rabbit's baleful aura was originally very strong. As long as they retracted their aura and didn't move, the blood rabbit's baleful aura could completely cover up their scent and aura. However, when they hid in the blood rabbit's fur, they found that each strand of hair contained an extremely large amount of evil power. These evil powers flowed through their pores and constantly surged into their bodies. The two could only pay attention to the movements around them while refining the evil power that invaded their bodies. Don't say. This method really worked. The blood rabbit was as fast as lightning, and there was no more beast blocking its path. Time passed day by day like this. On the 5th day, Qin Feiyang and Su Li met a group of people. There were a total of more than a dozen people. There were men and women, old and young. Their cultivations ranged from the monarch god to the supreme god. They were besieged by several beasts. Their appearance was quite miserable. However, regardless of whether it was Qin Feiyang or Wu Baichuan, neither of them acted to save him. Because even if you saved them now, they would die somewhere else sooner or later. Unless you brought them with you. But with the cultivation of these people, even if Qin Feiyang was willing, Wu Baichuan wouldn't be willing. Because they were simply a burden. There was no suspense. More than a dozen people died one after another under the claws of the beasts. In the next few days, the two met many people one after another. There were even many people from the Dragon God Palace, but Qin Feiyang and Su Li didn't care about them. Finally, half a month later, in the morning, a huge ancient city entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and Su Li. Chapter 2585. That city covered an area of about hundreds of thousands of miles. Ancient buildings towered into the sky. The four walls were also dozens of meters high, like a black python. In the city, giants could be faintly seen walking. The blood rabbit stopped at the top of a mountain. Seeing that there were no ferocious beasts nearby paying attention to this side, it whispered, "Come out quickly." Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo rushed out of the fur and landed on the cliff in front of the blood rabbit, looking at the ancient city. Seeing the ancient city occupied by the blood demons, both of them were deeply shocked. They had never seen such a tall and majestic city. It was really an eye-opener. The blood rabbit looked at the backs of the two and slowly retreated. The corners of Wu Baichuan's mouth lifted. He turned around and slapped the blood rabbit's head. The blood rabbit immediately let out a miserable howl and was destroyed. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Wu Baichuan said, "We definitely can't keep it. Otherwise, when it notifies the blood demons, we will be doomed." That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the ancient city again. He asked, "How are we going to get in?" "Of course, we're going to kill our way in. There must be a lot of divine objects in this ancient city. Let's snatch these divine objects and leave." Wu Baichuan smiled coldly. "Are you sure you can beat the 50,000 to 60,000 blood demons in the city with your strength?" Qin Feiyang frowned. To put it nicely, he was courageous and insightful. To put it bluntly, he was bold but not astute. One had to know. This was also the nest of the blood demons. Wouldn't it be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den and walking into a trap? What can you do if you're so cowardly? If you don't dare to go, just stay here. But don't even think about taking any of the divine objects that I get later. Wu Baichuan sneered. "Senior brother, this is not about the divine objects. We'd better find out the situation of the ancient city first." Qin Feiyang said. "You talk too much nonsense." Wu Baichuan glared at him. He took out his Fangtian halberd and rushed towards the ancient city. "I really overestimated you." Qin Feiyang muttered to himself as he looked at Wu Baichuan's back. There should be a limit to arrogance. Very soon, Wu Baichuan rushed to the city gate. There were two giants guarding the two sides of the city gate. Their cultivations were both at the half-step 9 heavens realm. Above the city gate, there were 4 big words. The mysterious heaven ancient city, human. Wu Baichuan did not conceal his aura. Thus, the moment he appeared, the two giants in front of the city gate discovered him. Boom! Immediately, the two giants soared into the air, waving their huge fists, smashing towards Wu Baichuan. "Die!" Wu Baichuan coldly laughed. His ancient halberd instantly awakened, and a gigantic python roared as it shot forth. Along with a loud bang, the two giants were crushed into pieces and their blood dyed the sky red. "What's going on? It's a human. How dare you come to our mysterious heaven ancient city? You really don't know what's good for you." The blood demons in the city were immediately alarmed. They all soared into the sky and charged towards Wu Baichuan. "I know the power of the blood demons like the back of my hand. Killing you will be easier than killing dogs." Wu Baichuan smiled coldly. He held the Fangtian halberd in his hand and charged into the city like a god of war, leaving corpses all over the ground. He's indeed powerful. Qin Feiyang stood at the top of the mountain and watched this scene with a glint in his eyes. The powerful he was referring to was not Wu Baichuan's power, but the Fangtian halberd, a supreme divine artifact. With a supreme divine artifact, as long as he did not encounter any blood demons at the peak 9 heavens realm, as long as it was not at night, Wu Baichuan could basically defeat them. However, was there really no blood demons at the peak 9 heavens realm in such a big city? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the city wall, the city gate, and the buildings in the city with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Wu Baichuan held the Fangtian halberd in his hand and was invincible. However, even if Wu Baichuan attacked unscrupulously in the city, there was no trace of damage. Something was wrong. How could a mere ancient city withstand the battle of such an overlord? Qin Feiyang jumped down from the top of the mountain, restrained his aura, and went in another direction, approaching the ancient city. The city wall emitted a cold aura. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pressed it on the city wall. His eyes suddenly trembled. This was not an ordinary city. It was a divine artifact. Because he sensed the aura of a divine artifact. Immediately, Qin Feiyang retracted his arm and turned to rush into the forest outside the city. Since the mysterious sky ancient city was a divine artifact, it must have an artifact spirit. If there was an artifact spirit, it would definitely discover his existence, so he had to leave immediately. Rushing to a small hill in the distance, Qin Feiyang turned to look at the ancient city, his eyes flickering. Even the Fangtian halberd could not damage the mysterious sky ancient city, which meant that this ancient city was at least a supreme divine artifact. An ancient city with a supreme divine artifact. Wasn't this a little too unbelievable? Boom. Clang. The battle in the city became more and more intense. Qin Feiyang returned to the top of the mountain again and looked into the city. He was stunned again. Those blood demons were basically holding a divine artifact in their hands at this moment. Swords, spears, sticks, and everything. And judging from the aura, they were basically peak level and legendary divine artifacts. No way. They are all peak level and legendary divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang found it hard to believe and carefully identified them. In the end, he didn't even see a perfect divine artifact. They were all peak level and legendary divine artifacts. The lowest was the peak level and legendary divine artifact. The Nether King's Hell was indeed a huge treasure trove. One had to know. Even in the Divine Land, peak level and legendary divine artifacts were only owned by people with a little status and strength. But here, they were everywhere on the street like radishes and cabbages. Of course, these divine artifacts were not too tempting for Qin Feiyang. However, for others, such as the disciples of the Dragon God Palace, they were like treasures. Especially legendary divine artifacts. Even in the Dragon God Palace, Qin Feiyang didn't see many of them. Snatch the divine artifact. Kill. Suddenly, angry roars sounded and the sound of killing shook the sky. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked down. He saw a large group of people rushing out of the forest not far from the city gate. There were men and women, old and young. Their cultivation was also from the War God Realm, Divine Lord Realm, Supreme Realm, and Ninth Heaven Realm. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 people. Why are there so many? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Wu Baichuan, who was standing in the middle of the killing, was also shocked by this sudden scene. Wu Shixiang, let us help you. Several young men and women of the Ninth Heaven Realm rushed to the front and roared. Among these people, a small number of them were from the Dragon God Palace. It's you. You came at the right time. Come with me and kill all these beasts. Wu Baichuan looked at the young men and women, who seemed to know each other before, and suddenly laughed. Holding the sky halberd, he crazily killed the blood demons. This is a peak-level divine artifact. This is a legendary divine artifact. We're rich. However, there were also people who only cared about picking up the divine artifacts on the ground, their faces full of excitement. These divine artifacts were naturally dropped on the ground after the blood demons were killed. Wu Shixiang, we are really lucky to meet you. The cultivation of the young men and women were all at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm. They followed Wu Baichuan and slaughtered without restraint in the front. Moreover, they also had legendary divine artifacts in their hands. Ha! Wu Baichuan was in high spirits and said, "Why are you all gathered outside the city?" "Of course we want to enter the mysterious sky ancient city. We were actually the first to arrive because we arrived near the mysterious sky ancient city. When we saw that these blood demons actually had peak level and legendary divine artifacts, we wanted to kill our way in. But due to their strength, we didn't dare, so we hid outside the city. Because of this, more and more people have come here in the past half a year. Everyone is waiting for an opportunity. But I never expected that senior brother would also come to the mysterious sky ancient city. The heavens are really helping us. With Wu Shixiang here, We will definitely be able to slaughter these blood demons. The young men and women said. That's a must. Wu Baichuan laughed. The group of people went crazy, and the blood demons fell one after another. People at Wu Baichuan's level wouldn't even bat an eye at pinnacle grade and legendary grade divine artifacts. Therefore, they were all taken advantage of by the people behind. For example, the war god and the divine lord were basically at the back, happily picking up divine artifacts. With their cultivation, they could only do this kind of thing. Because they couldn't help. A young woman looked back at those people and snorted coldly. These trash only know how to hide behind and take advantage of others. Wu Baichuan turned his head and looked. His eyes immediately surged with a cold light. He said with a voice transmission, "Don't worry about them. Anyway, they have to obediently hand it over to us later. If they don't hand it over, then don't blame me for being ruthless." That's true. The young woman nodded with a cold smile in her eyes. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. No matter how many people appeared, he didn't join in the fun. Because he believed that the blood demons definitely wouldn't allow Wu Baichuan and the others to continue killing as they pleased. In the city, there were definitely blood demons at the Great Perfection Ninth Heaven Realm. Wu Shixiang, you're really invincible. Wu Shixiang, let us follow you. Seeing Wu Baichuan holding the sky halberd and killing in all directions like a god demon, many people were full of admiration. Wu Baichuan was so proud of himself that he felt like he was about to float. But there were also some people who greedily stared at the sky halberd in Wu Baichuan's hand. The reason why Wu Baichuan was so powerful was because of this supreme-level divine artifact. If they also had a supreme-level divine artifact, they could also kill the blood demons. Boom! Just as the group of people was full of confidence, the mysterious sky ancient city suddenly shook violently. Buzz! Immediately after, bright blood-red light soared into the sky from the city walls on all sides. In just an instant, a huge blood-red barrier appeared out of nowhere. Immediately, the entire mysterious sky ancient city was enveloped by the barrier. What's going on? The group of people raised their heads and looked at the barrier in bewilderment. At the same time, the blood demons who were still fighting with Wu Baichuan and the others turned around and flew out of the city. Everyone was bewildered. Are they finally going to be serious? On the mountain peak, Qin Feiyang whispered. As soon as this barrier appeared, Wu Baichuan and the others were like turtles in a jar. Chapter 2586. In just a few seconds, the entire mysterious sky ancient city had become an empty city. All the blood demons rushed out of the barrier and stood in the void outside the city, coldly looking at Wu Baichuan and the others. Wu Shixiang, something is wrong. Why don't we withdraw from the city first? The group of people scanned the dead ancient city and couldn't help but panic. Retreat. Wu Baichuan also felt a little scared and shouted. Immediately, the group of people turned around and rushed toward the city gate. However, the few people who were running at the front were surprised to find that the city gate had been closed without them knowing when it had happened. Wu Shixiang, the city gate is closed. They hurriedly shouted. Wu Baichuan looked at the city gate and shouted, "Go out through the barrier above." Immediately, the group of people rose into the air again and rushed toward the barrier. However, when the few people who ran to the front wanted to pass through the barrier, they found that they couldn't. What's going on? The group of people was surprised and puzzled. Weren't the blood demons able to pass through the barrier? Why do I feel like this is a cage? Wu Shixiang, something is wrong. Quick, look. The streets and the houses are actually undamaged. Everyone finally noticed this abnormality. Wu Baichuan was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked at the streets and houses below. His pupils suddenly shrank. Sure enough, on the streets, except for the corpses and blood all over the ground, there was no damage. Why is this happening? Logically speaking, with our strength, destroying the entire city is not a problem. The young men and women standing beside Wu Baichuan who were at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm were also shocked. Get out of the way! Wu Baichuan suddenly shouted, raised the sky halberd and slashed at the barrier. The crowd in front quickly dispersed. Their eyes were full of expectation. because now, only Wu Baichuan had the ability to get them out. However, they didn't realize that the blood demon standing outside the boundary had a mocking expression as he watched Wu Baichuan's actions. Boom! The sky halberd hit the barrier. The barrier immediately trembled and twisted. A small crack appeared, but before Wu Baichuan and the others could be happy, the crack quickly healed. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even a supreme divine artifact couldn't break this barrier. Wu Baichuan's heart sank. He rushed to the city gate and slashed the sky halberd crazily. An enormous clang resounded out as an expanse of blood-red light suddenly appeared on the city gate, and it actually forcefully blocked the halberd. How could this be? It's just a city gate. Everyone's faces were full of shock. Wu Baichuan withdrew his gaze and turned around to scan the city. He said in a low voice, "This ancient city is a supreme-grade divine artifact." What? This ancient city is a divine artifact? Everyone was dumbfounded. Indeed. Wu Baichuan nodded. Because only a supreme divine artifact could not be broken by the sky halberd. A supreme divine artifact was the same as a heaven-defying divine artifact. Given that they were both god artifacts, it would be impossible for them to destroy one another in a short period of time. Unbelievable. Such a huge ancient city is actually a supreme divine artifact. Everyone's faces were full of shock. Come with me and break the barrier. Wu Baichuan looked at the young men and women and roared. The young men and women nodded. Clang. The sky halberd in Wu Baichuan's hand and the legendary divine artifacts in the hands of the young men and women quickly recovered. Dong. But at the same time, the center of the ancient city suddenly shook. Dong. Immediately after, deafening footsteps could be heard coming from a huge palace in the middle of the palace. The palace was more than 10,000 feet tall and covered dozens of miles. It was dark all over, like a towering mountain. Clang. The next moment, the palace gate opened. The gate was more than 1,000 feet tall, like a gate to heaven. Wu Baichuan and the others all looked at the gate of the palace. A blurry figure gradually walked out of the palace. Boom. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out like a tidal wave. This aura had reached the peak of the 9 heavens realm. Soon, the figure became clear. It was a cyclops that was 50 meters tall. That's right. He only had one eye. But that eye was bigger than a dustpan and looked like it was made of blood. It was full of murderous intent. And the muscles on his body were like huge rocks, full of explosive power. The Cyclops stepped out of the palace and appeared in front of Wu Baichuan and the others. The violent aura shook all directions. So tall? The group of people was dumbfounded. This was the tallest giant they had seen so far. Dong. However, the footsteps sounded again. It came from the palace again. And this time, it was more than one person's footsteps. The ground of the entire mysterious sky ancient city shook. Almost in the next moment, one by one, the blood-eyed giants walked out of the palace. Compared to the Cyclops, they were slightly shorter. But almost all of them were 30 to 40 meters tall. And their cultivation had reached the peak of the 9 heavens realm. So many giants at the peak of the 9 heavens realm? The group of people was dumbfounded. As the last giant walked out of the palace, the place fell into a short period of silence. And there were a total of 21 giants in front of the palace, including the Cyclops. In other words, Wu Baichuan and the others were about to face 21 blood-eyed giants at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. This lineup made the group of people despair. Quick! Wu Baichuan shouted. To be honest, he regretted not listening to Qin Feiyang. Clang! Wu Baichuan and the other young men and women immediately waved the divine artifacts in their hands and wildly attacked the barrier. Crack! A half-meter-long crack suddenly appeared on the barrier. Let's go! Wu Baichuan was overjoyed and immediately rushed toward the crack. The young men and women and the others were also overjoyed. However, at the same time, another bloody light suddenly rushed out from the 4 walls, and the cracks were instantly repaired as if they had never been there before. Wu Baichuan suddenly stopped in front of the barrier and looked at it with a pale face. I really don't know who gave you dwarfs the guts to attack our mysterious sky ancient city. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. At this moment, the Cyclops standing in front of the palace suddenly spoke. His voice was like a bell and his face was full of disdain. Although the Cyclops had just finished speaking, the 20 blood-eyed giants around him immediately rose into the air and charged toward Wu Baichuan and the others with a destructive aura. Wu Shixiang, what should we do? The group of people panicked to the extreme. What else can we do now? Kill. Wu Baichuan shouted. Full power. Clang. Wu Baichuan's halberd emitted a world-destroying sharpness as he charged towards the group of giants. The young men and women could only brace themselves and follow. Clang. But at the same time, the 20 blood-eyed giants also took out a divine artifact. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, everything. As these divine artifacts recovered, each of them emitted an aura that was not inferior to the Sky Pisser. Obviously, these were all supreme-level divine artifact. This time, even Wu Baichuan could not help but feel a sense of despair. He quickly stopped and looked at the divine artifacts in the hands of the giants. Each of them has a supreme-level divine artifact. How are we going to fight them? The young men and women's faces were also pale. As for the others, they were already paralyzed on the ground and trembling in fear. Why did it become like this? If they had known, they would never have entered the mysterious Sky Ancient City. Do I regret it? Unfortunately, it's too late. At the peak of the mountain, Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and muttered to himself. Truth be told, when the Blood Demon tribe revealed their true strength, even he was shocked. 21 Great Perfection 9 Heavens Realm Cultivators, 20 Supreme-level Divine Artifacts. No. Including the mysterious Sky Ancient City, there were exactly 21 Supreme-level Divine Artifact. With such a terrifying lineup, no one could defeat them unless they had a heaven-defying divine artifact or a heaven-defying divine art. Fortunately, he did not follow Wu Baichuan into danger. Otherwise, he would be in the same situation as these people. There was no way out. Keek, the 20 blood-eyed giants sneered and swung their supreme-level divine artifacts toward Wu Baichuan and the others. Wu Baichuan and the young men and women quickly counterattacked. Clang. Boom. However, this was an absolutely overwhelming situation. Wu Baichuan and the others were sent flying on the spot. The legendary divine artifacts of the young men and women were instantly crushed by the supreme-level divine artifacts. Bang! 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 They smashed into the city wall one after another. They were all dizzy and vomited blood. Wu Baichuan's sky halberd was fine. However, he was alone with a supreme-level divine artifact. How could he be a match for those blood-eyed giants? Die! The 20 blood-eyed giants roared and threw out their supreme-level divine artifacts toward the 1,000 people. No. Please, let us go. Everyone put down their pride and knelt on the ground to beg. However, the blood-eyed giants didn't show the slightest bit of sympathy other than their vicious smiles. The 20 supreme-level divine artifacts attacked. Then, following a series of miserable screams, the 1,000-plus people died one after another. Not a single one was lucky enough to survive. In just a moment, only Wu Baichuan and the young men and women were left. Wu Shixiang, the young men and women looked anxiously at Wu Baichuan. However, Wu Baichuan's face was filled with despair. Even though he still had many tricks up his sleeve, he was not confident in facing these blood-eyed giants. After all, they had 20 supreme-level divine artifact. He-san, think of a way. Wu Baichuan suddenly raised his head and roared. He-san. The young men and women were surprised. Who was this He-san? However, on the summit of the mountain, Qin Feiyang remained indifferent to Wu Baichuan's roar. What a joke. He couldn't even defeat the tens of thousands of blood demons outside the city, let alone the 21 blood-eyed giants in the city. If he helped now, wouldn't he be courting death? Besides, he had tried to persuade Wu Baichuan, but he didn't listen. Did he think that he could defeat the mysterious Sky Ancient City with a supreme-level divine artifact like the Sky Halberd? Naive. Chapter 2587. That damn thing must have run for his life. Inside the ancient city, Wu Baichuan was furious. Not only did he not realize his mistake, but he also blamed Qin Feiyang. Who is he, San? The young men and women asked. He's just a piece of trash at the paramount god realm. Even if he attacks, he won't be able to help. Now, we have to rely on ourselves. Wu Baichuan said in a deep voice. The young men and women's hopes were dashed when they heard this. A mere paramount god wouldn't be of much help. But now, there was nothing they could do. Their opponent's lineup was too terrifying. 20 supreme-level divine artifacts. 20 giants at the peak of the Nine Heavens state. The one-eyed giant hadn't even attacked yet. The one-eyed giant was definitely stronger than the other giants. You humans really don't know what's good for you. If you hid outside, you might have been able to survive. But you had to come to the mysterious Sky Ancient City. Is this a place you can lay your hands on? Crush them for this king, the one-eyed giant roared. The 20 giants immediately controlled their supreme-level divine artifacts and charged toward Wu Baichuan and the others. Wu Shixiang. The young men and women called out anxiously. Wu Baichuan's eyes flashed. The one-eyed giant must be controlling the mysterious Sky Ancient City. If we want to break the barrier and leave, we have to get rid of him first. How? They asked telepathically. Wu Baichuan clenched his fists and said, I'll go kill him. You guys try to hold on. How can we possibly hold on? They thought. Stop being so wishy-washy. You should self-destruct as soon as possible. Wu Baichuan roared angrily. Using a mysterious footwork, he dodged the 20 blood-eyed giants and charged towards the one-eyed giant. A supreme-level support-type divine art. The young men and women were shocked. Wu Baichuan really hid his strength well. The 20 blood-eyed giants didn't stop Wu Baichuan and continued to charge toward the young men and women. We can't wait to die. Attack with all your might and try your best to survive. One of them roared. They immediately unleashed their most powerful deity arts and charged toward the 20 blood-eyed giants. Every deity art was at the legendary level. From this, it could be seen that their status in the Dragon God Palace was not low. They were all monstrous talents. But the blood-eyed giant had a supreme-grade artifact. How could a legendary deity technique be a match for a supreme deity artifact? Rumble. That was a complete suppression. The deity arts were all destroyed. Poof. Their bodies trembled violently as they coughed up blood. Their faces were filled with despair. There was no way he could withstand it. They couldn't help but cast their hopeful gazes at Wu Baichuan, but to their despair, Wu Baichuan didn't even get close to the Cyclops, let alone kill it. Even if Wu Baichuan managed to kill the one-eyed giant in the end, they would have died long ago. You pieces of trash, hurry up and self-destruct. In the meantime, Wu Baichuan also roared in his heart. Actually, he didn't plan to kill the one-eyed giant at all. He wanted to use the 20 blood-eyed giants to force the young men and women. These young men and women were all at the Great Perfection Ninth Heaven realm. If they self-destructed, they would definitely be able to destroy the enchantment. They might even be able to kill those giants. Also, there was a deeper meaning behind what he said earlier. Why don't you self-destruct as soon as possible? That was because it was an indirect reminder. In short, although it seemed like a joke, it actually had a certain effect on the young men and women subconsciously. For example, when they were in a desperate situation, they would subconsciously think of self-destructing. But now, they didn't self-destruct. This made Wu Baichuan very anxious. Did he really have to fight the one-eyed giant? To be honest, he really didn't want to continue fighting with the blood demon race. Because it wouldn't do him any good. Die. In the blink of an eye. After the 20 blood-eyed giants destroyed the deity arts, they continued to attack the young men and women. At this moment, their hearts were shrouded in despair and helplessness that couldn't be dispelled. The thought of self-destructing indeed arose in their minds. But who was willing to self-destruct? Self-destruct wasn't an injury that could be recovered. Self-destruct would kill them. No one was willing. But if no one self-destructed now, they would all die. Self-destruct was the only way to survive. Only by self-destructing can you have a chance to survive. Although self-destructing will destroy your divine soul, as long as you split a wisp of your divine soul in advance, you still have a chance to rebuild your divine soul and physical body. Suddenly, a voice rolled over. There are still humans. The blood demons outside the city heard this voice and immediately looked towards a mountain peak, their eyes flashing fiercely. That's right. The owner of this voice was Qin Feiyang. Originally, he didn't want to interfere, but he saw through Wu Baichuan's purpose. He wanted to force them to self-destruct and fight for a way to survive. Anyway, Wu Baichuan wouldn't die, so he might as well be a good person and save the others. Similarly, he also expected that as long as he reminded them, their whereabouts would definitely be exposed. While the group of blood demons looked at the mountain peak, Qin Feiyang entered the forest below like lightning and disappeared. Yes, we split a wisp of our divine soul and self-destruct. Several young men and women patted their heads. Why didn't they think of such a simple thing? I'll self-destruct. You must take my divine soul and escape. One of the young men immediately split a wisp of his divine soul and handed it to a young woman. Don't worry. We will. The young woman grabbed the divine soul and nodded solemnly. Quickly hide far away, lest you get hurt. The young man roared. The young woman and the others immediately turned and fled. The young man also immediately rushed towards the 20 blood-eyed giants, his eyes full of madness. Self-destruct, the Cyclops muttered. Wu Baichuan also heard Qin Feiyang's words and was overjoyed. He glanced at the young man and rushed towards the city wall. All of you, die! The young man roared. Boom! His body suddenly exploded in the void. A destructive aura surged out like a torrent. The barrier above the city gate bore the brunt of it. This was because the young man was not far from the city gate. Crack! The barrier immediately shattered. Once the barrier above the city gate was broken, the entire barrier immediately collapsed. Retreat! The blood-eyed giant shouted. The blood demons that had gathered outside all retreated. The void shattered at this moment. The 20 blood-eyed giants were also sent flying, their bodies covered in blood in an instant. Even the 20 supreme-grade divine artifacts were shattered into pieces. Wu Baichuan and the others also took the opportunity to rush out of the city and escape towards the mountains outside the city. Stop them! The Cyclops roared. His huge body was like a towering mountain, and his aura was monstrous. Although he was also severely injured, with a roar, the evil sun in the sky sent down a ray of blood-red light, and his injuries immediately began to heal. At the same time, the other 20 blood-eyed giants also summoned the power of the evil sun to heal their injuries. Even injuries like this can be healed. Qin Feiyang hid in the distance and watched this scene. He was quite shocked. Wu Baichuan and the others were also in disbelief. They thought that the young man's self-destruction would at least kill the other 20 giants, if not the Cyclops. They did not expect that not a single one of them died. Come over quickly. I'll take you out. Wu Baichuan shouted at the young woman and the others. They immediately rushed to Wu Baichuan's side. Kill whoever dares to block the way. Wu Baichuan roared. He held the sky pisser in his hand and charged towards the blood demons in front of him. Fear rose in the hearts of the blood demons when they saw Wu Baichuan's crazy appearance, and they instinctively retreated to the side. Wu Baichuan successfully escaped with the others and disappeared into the mountains without looking back. Damn it! Go after them immediately. If they're alive, I want to see them. If they're dead, I want to see their corpses. The Cyclops rushed into the sky and roared angrily as he looked at the backs of Wu Baichuan and the others. His eyes were filled with a strong cold light. Roar! Immediately, the 20 blood-eyed giants at the peak of the 9th heaven realm put away their broken supreme divine artifacts and chased after Wu Baichuan and the others with countless blood demons. I'm here. Qin Feiyang also flew into the sky and waved at Wu Baichuan and the others. Wu Baichuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He ignored Qin Feiyang and disappeared without looking back. Wu Shixiang, why did you ignore him? He reminded us and saved our lives just now. The young woman and the others were surprised. What's the use of bringing this kind of trash? Wu Baichuan sneered. But the young woman and the others frowned. If you want to go with him, go ahead. I won't stop you. Wu Baichuan snorted coldly. The few of them looked at each other and fell silent. Although Qin Feiyang had saved them, compared to Wu Baichuan, his cultivation was too weak. If they followed Wu Baichuan, their chances of survival would naturally be higher. You're leaving me like this? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Kill. The blood demon race charged over majestically. Qin Feiyang's expression changed slightly. He disappeared into the forest below like lightning and directly activated the concealment technique. Where is he? A few blood-eyed giants swept into the forest and scanned the surroundings, their eyes full of surprise. They clearly saw him escape. Why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Boom. One of the blood-eyed giants released his divine will and covered tens of thousands of miles. However, he still couldn't find Qin Feiyang. It's really strange, a few blood-eyed giants muttered and rose into the air, chasing after Wu Baichuan and the others. However, they didn't know that Qin Feiyang was actually standing on a bluestone not far away, holding a crescent-shaped jade in his hand. It was the Divine Moon Jade Pendant. With the Divine Moon Jade Pendant, even an Eternal Realm powerhouse couldn't find him with their divine will, let alone these blood demons. However, wasn't Wu Baichuan a little too narrow-minded? Just because he didn't follow him to the mysterious Sky Ancient City, he left him alone? A group of ungrateful and narrow-minded people. What could they do? There was a trace of disdain in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Did they think that he would die in the hands of the blood demons if they left him alone? What a joke. He still had life-saving means. Chapter 2588. Let's talk about Wu Baichuan and the others. Wu Baichuan had a supreme-level auxiliary divine art. As long as he left the barrier, escaping wouldn't be a problem. After a while, he led the young woman and the others to escape from the blood demons and hid in a valley. Fortunately, he self-destructed. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had a chance to escape. The young woman spread out her hands and looked at the wisp of divine soul in her palm with gratitude in her eyes. The others also had grateful expressions on their faces. But Wu Baichuan had a sneer in his eyes. He should have self-destructed a long time ago. If he was afraid of death, then he shouldn't have come to the Nether King's hell. Suddenly, he raised his arm, grabbed the wisp of divine soul, and crushed it to pieces. Wu Shixiang, what are you doing? The young woman and the others looked at Wu Baichuan in shock and anger. It's just a wisp of divine soul. It doesn't have much use anymore. Why keep it? Wu Baichuan said expressionlessly. But he can rely on this wisp of divine soul to rebuild his body and divine soul, the young woman said angrily. What? Do you have a problem with that? Don't forget that your legendary divine artifacts have been destroyed. Without me, you'll be like Hisan. You'll only have a dead end. Wu Baichuan said coldly. They shrank their necks. So from now on, you'd better be obedient. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Baichuan snorted coldly. He had to keep these people alive. If they encountered danger again, they would have a shield. Then what should we do now? One of the black-clothed men asked. Recuperate. Then regroup and kill our way back. I must obtain the mysterious Sky Ancient City. Wu Baichuan's eyes were filled with greed. He looked at the young woman and the others and smiled. Of course, I won't forget you. When the time comes, each of you will have a supreme-level divine artifact. Thank you, Wu Shixiang. They said gratefully. However, in his heart, he was already estranged. It was only because of the young man's self-destruction that they were able to escape with their lives. However, Wu Baichuan did not say a word and shattered the young man's remaining wisp of soul. He was so vicious and merciless. Who knew if he would do the same to them in the future? It seemed that he had to be careful in the future. Wu Baichuan's plan was very good, but he didn't know that there was another person who was also very interested in the mysterious Heaven Ancient City. This person was naturally Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he stood not far from the city gate and observed the mysterious Heaven Ancient City. Supreme-grade divine artifacts were second only to heaven-defying divine artifacts. In fact, in some aspects, It was not much different from a heaven-defying divine artifact. The only thing missing was the power of law. In other words, as long as the supreme artifact was given the power of law, it would naturally evolve into a heaven-defying artifact. Therefore, supreme-grade artifacts were still very tempting. Furthermore, Qin Feiyang didn't have any supreme-grade divine artifacts other than the soul-anchoring divine pearl. However, the soul-anchoring divine pearl's only effect was to protect the soul and did not have any lethality. Therefore, the soul-anchoring divine pearl was not very useful in battle. Therefore, he had to have other supreme-grade divine artifacts. At present, the mysterious Heaven Ancient City was the best choice. Because this mysterious Heaven Ancient City was not only a supreme-grade divine artifact, but also half a spatial divine artifact. It could be lived in. For example, he could meet up with the Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf. The Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf could stay in the mysterious Heaven Ancient City. When fighting with enemies, Qin Feiyang could summon the Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf and kill them by surprise. Of course, he was also very tempted by the other supreme-grade divine artifacts of the Blood Demon race. Because in the Nether King's Hell, he couldn't use any heaven-defying divine artifacts. The supreme-grade divine artifacts that were second only to the heaven-defying divine artifacts were the top combat power. They were also the most powerful existences. The more supreme-grade divine artifacts he had, the more helpful it would be for him when fighting the dragons in the future. However, to obtain the mysterious Heaven Ancient City and these supreme-grade divine artifacts, he first had to defeat these blood demons. But the cultivation of these blood demons was much higher than his. With his current strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to fight with these blood demons. It seemed that he couldn't take it by force. He could only use his wits. With the concealment technique and the divine moon jade pendant, even if I enter the mysterious Heaven Ancient City, I shouldn't be discovered by the artifact spirit. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and decisively flew into the air toward the mysterious Heaven Ancient City. After the commotion caused by Wu Baichuan and the others, not only were there blood demons guarding the city gates, but also the city walls. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 7 steps. The security was extremely tight. Moreover, these blood demons were very strong and were basically half a step into the 9th heaven realm. Qin Feiyang entered the mysterious Heaven Ancient City and stood on the city walls. He waited for a while, but the barrier didn't appear. There was no commotion in the city either. This meant that the artifact spirit of the mysterious Heaven Ancient City hadn't discovered his existence. Qin Feiyang was relieved and boldly flew toward the palace in the center. There was a limit to the perception of a divine artifact. Besides, Qin Feiyang still had the divine moon jade pendant with him. As long as he didn't land on the ground and come into close contact with the ancient city, the artifact spirit shouldn't be able to discover him. The palace in the center was extremely majestic. This was also the first time Qin Feiyang had seen such a huge palace in his life. It was like a heavenly palace that towered into the sky. At this moment, the gate wasn't closed. Standing outside the gate, one could faintly hear the sound of breathing and heartbeat. Not only were the blood demons huge, but even their breathing and heartbeat were exceptionally loud. It should be a cyclops inside. Qin Feiyang muttered. That was because the 20 blood-eyed giants were chasing after Wu Baichuan and the others. Qin Feiyang floated in the air and walked into the palace. As expected, he saw the Cyclops sitting alone on a throne in the depths of the hall. That throne was made of stone. It was hundreds of meters wide. The Cyclops sat on it with his right hand supporting his forehead and his left hand tapping on the armrest of the throne. He lowered his head as if he was thinking about something. Qin Feiyang restrained his aura to the extreme and carefully sized up the palace. There were no decorations in the palace. Other than the stone chairs on both sides, it seemed extremely empty. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked behind the one-eyed giant, and his expression suddenly became startled. There was a divine dragon's skeleton embedded in the wall behind him. That's right. That was the divine dragon's skeleton. He could even sense a trace of dragon power. And the skeleton was extremely complete. It was hundreds of meters long and white, looking a little scary. Why is there a divine dragon's skeleton? Qin Feiyang frowned. It can't be. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the forehead of the dragon skeleton. There seemed to be a cluster of divine fire patterns on the white skeleton. Qin Feiyang flew over silently and observed carefully. It was indeed a cluster of divine fire patterns. But because it was too blurry, it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Divine fire patterns. Wasn't this the symbol of the ancestral dragon? Could it be that the owner of this skeleton was the ancestral dragon? But that couldn't be right. He had seen the ancestral dragon of the dragons, and they were all alive now. But this divine fire pattern was indeed the symbol of the ancestral dragon. It's really strange. Qin Feiyang mumbled, suppressing the doubts in his heart and looking at the Cyclops. This guy was definitely stronger than the other 20 Great Perfection Ninth Heaven Realm Blood-Eyed Giants. Because he found that the stronger the blood demons were, the bigger their bodies would be. With a body that was 50 meters tall, just how strong was it? Although there were rules in the Nether King's Hell, and the Great Perfection Ninth Heaven Realm was already the strongest, there were still strong and weak people in the same realm. These blood demons had been living in the Nether King's Hell and would definitely think of ways to improve their strength. However, this kind of improvement wasn't breaking through to the imperishable realm. Because even the blood demons couldn't break the rules of the Nether King's Hell. This so-called improvement should be divine power, strength, and physical body. Constantly improving divine power, strength, and physical body. This way, the true strength of the blood demons would naturally surpass that of humans in the same realm. In short, although the cultivation of the blood demons had been stuck at the Great Perfection Ninth Heaven Realm, their true battle strength was much higher than that of the Great Perfection Ninth Heaven Realm. Dawn. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of deafening footsteps, the 20 blood-eyed giants entered the hall one after another. Qin Feiyang hurriedly retreated to the side to avoid being touched by these big guys. Although the concealment spell could let him hide in the void, it couldn't make him truly invisible. If he couldn't become invisible, then the other party could naturally touch his physical body. Once they touched him, the blood demons would definitely know that someone had sneaked in. How is it? The one-eyed giant raised his huge head, looked at the 20 giants, and asked. That human has a supreme-level auxiliary divine spell. We couldn't catch up. One of the blood-eyed giants answered respectfully. Supreme-level auxiliary divine spell. The Cyclops thought for a while and said, looks like they aren't ordinary humans. Definitely. How could an ordinary human have such a divine spell? We've also calculated that more than 1,000 of our clansmen have died in their hands. The 20 blood-eyed giants were all furious. These damn bandits. Not only did they steal the treasures of the Nether King's Hell, but they also killed our clansmen. We can't let them go so easily. Furthermore, Lord Ghost King has also issued an order to all the ancient cities to kill all these invaders. The Cyclops was also furious. Lord Ghost King. Hearing this name, the 20 blood-eyed giants' expressions were filled with respect. Ghost King? Qin Feiyang was a bit suspicious. Who was this Ghost King? It sounded like a great achievement. Send the order immediately. All clansmen above the Ninth Heaven Realm are to move out and search for humans. Especially the dragons. Those 10 damn ancestral dragons must have come to the Nether King's Hell too. This time, we can't let them escape. The Cyclops snorted coldly. Yes. The 20 blood-eyed giants nodded respectfully. The entire hall was filled with a murderous aura. The Cyclops waved his hand again, and 10 jade slips appeared. This, Qin Feiyang stared at the 10 jade slips, and his face was filled with disbelief. The aura coming from the 10 jade slips was at the level of a supreme-level divine spell. In other words, these were 10 supreme-level divine spells. Chapter 2589. Just how terrifying was the Blood Demon Clan's foundation? 10 supreme-grade divine arts in one move. Qin Feiyang couldn't calm down. But the Cyclops didn't care at all. He looked at the 20 blood-eyed giants and said, "These supreme-grade auxiliary divine arts are for you." "Thank you, City Lord." The 20 blood-eyed giants hurriedly bowed and expressed their gratitude before each of them grabbed a jade slip. "And they're all auxiliary divine arts," Qin Feiyang murmured. No wonder the dragons didn't tell the public about the Nether King's hell. Who would be willing to let outsiders take advantage of such a place? It was no exaggeration. If one was lucky, they could get a lot of opportunities in the Nether King's hell. Go out. The Cyclops waved his hand. The 20 blood-eyed giants turned and walked out. The Cyclops waved his hand again and the palace gate slowly closed. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly left the hall. Otherwise, when the gate closed, he wouldn't have a chance to leave. There was a large square in front of the palace. When Qin Feiyang left the palace, he saw the 20 blood-eyed giants sitting cross-legged on the square and starting to comprehend the divine arts in their hands. Looking at the 10 jade slips, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but wonder if he should take the opportunity to snatch them. But after thinking about it, he gave up on the idea. He didn't lack supreme-grade divine arts. For example, the Divine Dragon Art, Fire Phoenix Art, Soul Destruction Art, Sky Dragon 9 Steps, Fire Thunder Divine Art, Divine Armor, Bright King Golden Body, and Chilean Art were all supreme-grade divine arts. In other words, supreme-grade divine arts weren't of much help to him. Right now, supreme-grade divine artifacts were the most important. There was also the matter of cultivation. He had to break through to the 9 Heavens realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, supreme-grade divine arts and divine artifacts would be useless. Because these divine arts and divine artifacts couldn't break through the shackles of a major realm like divine artifacts and divine arts. But now, he had just reached the greater divine stage. From the greater divine stage to the peak divine stage, he needed to refine 60 billion soul stones. According to his current refining speed, it would take him more than 73,000 years. If it was in the ancient castle or the Black Tortoise world, it wouldn't take so long. 100 years a day. 10 days 1,000 years. 100 days was 10,000 years. It would only take slightly more than 700 days. However, the problem was that there was no way to enter the ancient castle or the Black Tortoise realm. In other words, it would take him more than 70,000 years to break through to the consummate paragon god level. He couldn't guarantee that he'd be able to reach the half-step 9 Heavens realm after reaching perfection paramount god. This was because after consuming the Chaos God pill previously, there was already a shadow in his heart. What if he failed to break through 2 minor levels after consuming the Yin-Yang Chaos pill, causing his cultivation base to remain at the perfect transcendent stage? At that time, he would have to spend even more time to break through to the half-ninth Heavens realm from perfection to the God realm. How annoying. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Putting aside the Yin-Yang Chaos core, the fact that it would take him more than 70,000 years to reach consummate paragon god was already a huge headache for him. If he could come across some good fortune and break through to the great circle of the paramount god level, and if he was lucky enough to consume a Yin-Yang Chaos pill, he would be able to break through 2 minor levels and reach the half-ninth Heavens level. In this way, he would have the power to protect himself in the hell of the Nether King. It was a pity. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. This kind of fortune was hard to come by. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and left the mysterious sky ancient city. He opened a cave abode outside the city and refined the evil power in his body while refining soul stones to cultivate, waiting for an opportunity. There were at least tens of millions of people entering the Nether King's hell this time. Many of them were at the perfect 9 Heavens realm. As long as he was patient, he would definitely have a chance. Time was like sand in one's fingers. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Those above the 9 Heavens realm, come with us and search for humans. This morning, a roar shook the heavens and the earth. Boom. Then, accompanied by terrifying auras, over 10,000 blood demons followed the 20 blood-eyed giants and surged into the surrounding mountains. Divine will covered the area. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, activated the invisibility art and left the cave abode. Then, a few blood-eyed giants landed in front of the cave abode. Why don't I remember there being a cave here? There's nothing inside. It's probably a cave abode opened by those humans last time. The blood-eyed giants used their divine will to search for a while before destroying the cave abode and leaving. Qin Feiyang stood not far away as he watched the blood demons leave. His eyes sparkled. All the blood demons above the 9 Heavens realm had left the mysterious sky ancient city. Only the one-eyed giant was left in the mysterious sky ancient city. As for the other blood demons, they were all below the nine heavens realm and were no threat to him. In other words, as long as he could get rid of the one-eyed giant, he would be able to take down the mysterious sky ancient city. This was a great opportunity. However, he couldn't defeat the one-eyed giant by himself. He had to find some helpers. Qin Feiyang flew into the sky and scanned the mountains below. It had been 100 years. Why hadn't he seen anyone? Although 100 years was a short time in the Nether King's hell, someone should have come. Let's not talk about this first. I'll go to the ancient city and see if I can find any opportunities. Qin Feiyang muttered and silently entered the mysterious sky ancient city again. At this time, there was no nine heavens realm aura in the mysterious sky ancient city except for the one-eyed giant. However, because of this, all the blood demons above the nine heavens realm had left and the mysterious sky ancient city was even more guarded than before. However, this wasn't a problem for Qin Feiyang. He successfully hid in front of the palace in the center of the ancient city again, but the door was tightly shut. Looking at the entire palace, there was no other way to enter. My head hurts. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. It was really difficult to enter the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm. If he wanted to kill the one-eyed giant, he had to get close to him first. But now, he couldn't even enter the door. How could he kill him? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang thought of a plan and rushed out of the ancient city. He raised his head and a blood-red divine power appeared and blasted into the mysterious sky ancient city. This was the power of the purple-gold divine dragon. However, because the power of the divine dragon was concealed, he couldn't sense any dragon aura at all. But its lethality didn't decrease at all. Boom! The divine power blasted into the ancient city. There was a deafening explosion. More than a dozen blood-eyed giants were also severely injured. Who is it? The blood-eyed giant on the city wall was startled. He scanned the sky but didn't see anyone. Boom! Finally, the door of the palace in the center of the ancient city opened. The one-eyed giant walked out and shouted, "What is it?" Qin Feiyang immediately entered the mysterious sky ancient city and silently flew to the one-eyed giant's side like a ghost. A blood-eyed giant on the city wall immediately pointed at the sky and said, "City Lord," a divine power suddenly appeared in the sky and blasted into the city, injuring several of our people. A divine power appeared? The one-eyed giant was stunned. Yes. I only saw divine power, but I didn't see anyone. The blood-eyed giant said. The other blood-eyed giants nodded. The one-eyed giant frowned and released his divine will. It instantly covered the entire mysterious sky ancient city, but he didn't find anything. What's going on? The one-eyed giant's frown became tighter. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was also hesitating. Right now. He was standing right next to the one-eyed giant. If he attacked now, the one-eyed giant wouldn't be able to react. However, he wasn't confident that he could break the one-eyed giant's body. The blood demon's bodies were extremely tough and the only divine weapons he could use right now were the blue phoenix sword and the dragon staff. But those two divine weapons were only at the legendary level. If he couldn't break the one-eyed giant's body, he would be trapped like Wu Baichuan and the others when the one-eyed giant summoned a barrier. If only Chang Shui was here. With Chang Shui's power, even if the one-eyed giant's body was comparable to that of an imperishable realm overlord, it could still be easily broken. Wait. Even if Chang Shui was here, there was nothing he could do. Because Chang Shui was also a divine weapon. No. I can't think about those divine weapons anymore. I can't continue to rely on them. Even without those divine weapons, there must be a way. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Unknowingly, he thought of Chang Shui, the castle, the sunset divine bow and the other divine weapons. This wasn't a normal dependence anymore. Now, he had to forget about those divine weapons and rely on his own ability and brain to survive in hell. After a while, the one-eyed giant retracted his divine will and said, "There must be a human hiding in the dark and using some despicable means. You must be careful and inform me immediately if there's any movement." His voice was like a bell that resounded over the entire ancient city. Yes. The blood-eyed giants on the city wall replied in unison. Their voices were also deafening. The one-eyed giant turned around and returned to the palace. Qin Feiyang hesitated for a bit and followed him into the palace. But this time, the one-eyed giant didn't close the palace door, probably to deal with the unexpected situation outside in time. Qin Feiyang stood in the air and stared at the one-eyed giant. Who cares? Let's try first. In the end, Qin Feiyang clenched his teeth and flew above the one-eyed giant's head. If he wanted to kill it with one attack, he had to attack the one-eyed giant's divine soul. Blue Phoenix Sword, don't let me down, Qin Feiyang murmured and was about to take out the Blue Phoenix Sword. Boom. But at this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from outside. Qin Feiyang was startled. The one-eyed giant that had just sat down also got up, and his red eyes were emitting a terrifying light. The two of them entered the palace one after the other and immediately saw a group of people standing in the sky above the ancient city. There were men and women, old and young. There were at least 10,000 people. The lowest cultivation level was at the half 9 heavens state. There were even 500 to 600 peak 9 heavens state cultivators. Every one of them was murderous. And standing at the front was a young man in purple. Both Qin Feiyang and the one-eyed giant were very familiar with him. It was Wu Baichuan. The young woman and the others were also standing next to Wu Baichuan. They're still here? And there are so many people gathered here. Qin Feiyang was stunned. No wonder no one had come to the mysterious sky ancient city all these years. It turned out that Wu Baichuan and the others had stopped them in advance. Chapter 2590. The Cyclops stared at Wu Baichuan and the others and shouted, "What do you want? Take a guess." Wu Baichuan smiled mockingly. "Not interested." The Cyclops snorted. "How boring. All right, I won't beat around the bush. Hand over the mysterious sky ancient city immediately and I'll spare your lives." Wu Baichuan said coldly. "The mysterious sky ancient city? All the treasures?" The Cyclops looked at Wu Baichuan in shock. This person was probably an idiot. He sneered. "It seems that the loss you suffered last time wasn't enough." "Ha ha." Wu Baichuan laughed loudly. The young woman and the others also had mocking expressions. Looking at the expressions of the group, the Cyclops couldn't help but frown. The blood demons above the 9 heavens realm have already left the mysterious sky ancient city. In other words, you're the only peak 9 heavens realm cultivator in the mysterious sky ancient city. As for the other blood demons, the strongest is only at the Paragon God realm. Do you think you can stop us with your current strength? Wu Baichuan laughed. "You're monitoring us?" The Cyclops' heart sank. "You've caused such a big commotion. Do you still need to monitor us? However, we didn't leave because we were waiting for an opportunity. And now is undoubtedly a good opportunity." Wu Baichuan said. "It's just as the dragons said. You humans are sinister, cunning, and shameless creatures." The Cyclops shouted. "Yo! You know about the dragons?" Everyone was surprised. "Isn't that obvious? The dragons have been to the Nether King's hell countless times. The blood demons definitely know about them." Wu Baichuan rolled his eyes. "That's true." Everyone nodded. Wu Baichuan looked at the Cyclops and sneered. "In the human world, there's no such thing as despicable. There's only one principle: the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Everyone, leave the ancient city immediately." The Cyclops' pupils shrank as he roared. Immediately, the blood demons of the mysterious heaven ancient city fled outside the city. "Do you think I'll give them a chance to retreat?" Wu Baichuan smiled sinisterly and shouted, "Do it." Boom. Immediately, all the perfected 9th heavens realm cultivators attacked at the same time, their divine power surging in all directions. In just a few breaths of time, a divine barrier appeared, sealing off the entire ancient city. "Kill our way out." Countless blood demons roared and attacked the barrier with all their might. However, the strongest among them was merely a consummate paragon, so how could they possibly break through the barrier set up by a consummate 9 heavens realm cultivator? Furthermore, this divine power barrier was set up by 500 to 600 perfect 9th heavens realm cultivators. The Cyclops' eyes also darkened. "You didn't expect this, Did you? The last time you sealed the ancient city, we were trapped like turtles in a jar. We were almost wiped out. But this time, we've turned the tables and made your blood demon race a turtle in a jar. Haha, you must be feeling very aggrieved right now. After all, this is your blood demon race's territory. Wu Baichuan laughed unscrupulously. You're courting death. The Cyclops stared at Wu Baichuan. You still dare to be arrogant? Wu Baichuan's face turned cold. He grabbed the air with his big hand, and a consummate paragon blood-eye giant flew in front of him uncontrollably. What do you want to do? The Cyclops shouted. What do I want to do? Wu Baichuan smiled sinisterly, took out the sky halberd, and slashed at the head of the blood-eye giant. Following a pained cry, the perfect stage transcendent blood-eye giant was instantly annihilated. Blood rained down, dyeing the sky red. You bastard! The Cyclops roared. Ha ha, Wu Baichuan laughed wildly and said, I like to see your angry but helpless expression. The tens of thousands of people behind Wu Baichuan also sneered. However, Qin Feiyang, who was standing next to the Cyclops, couldn't help but frown. To be honest, there was actually no hatred between the blood demon race and humans. The reason why the blood demon race hated humans was entirely because they were implicated by the dragons. The dragons continued to enter the Nether King's hell, snatching the heaven-defying artifact and provoking the dignity of the blood demon race. Of course, the blood demon race would hate them. And this time, the humans had followed the dragons to the Nether King's hell. The blood demon race would naturally think that the humans were the dragons' accomplices. Naturally, they would also hate the humans. In the end, all of this could have been avoided. The blood demon race was magnanimous and let the humans and dragons search for treasures in the Nether King's hell. The humans and dragons would also be more conscious and not disturb the life of the blood demon race. This way, wouldn't everyone be able to live in peace? Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was the dragon clan or the humans, their desires were endless. Even if the blood demon race was magnanimous and wanted to accept the humans and dragons, the humans and dragons would take the initiative to provoke the blood demon race. In other words, the battle between the blood demon race, the dragons, and the humans was unavoidable. Looking at the arrogant and despotic Wu Baichuan, the Cyclops clenched his fists. The other blood demons were also burning with anger. If I were you, I would obediently hand over the mysterious Sky Ancient City to prevent my clansmen from being hurt. Wu Baichuan chuckled. In your dreams. The Cyclops shouted. Ha ha, Wu Baichuan burst out laughing. He grabbed at the air again, summoning another blood-eyed giant in the Peak 9 Heaven's supreme realm. I like stubborn people like you. Because conquering people like you gives me a greater sense of accomplishment. As his voice fell, the sky halberd attacked again. Roar, accompanied by a miserable howl, the blood-eye giant also died under the sky halberd on the spot. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. The bloody scene was too horrible to look at. City Lord, don't worry about us. Quickly kill him. Our blood demon race is the king of the Nether King's hell. How can we allow these human dwarfs to blaspheme our dignity? The surrounding blood-eye giants roared in grief and indignation. Haha, in this world, there is actually someone who dares to call himself a king in front of us humans? How laughable. Wu Baichuan laughed loudly. The sky halberd left his hand and crazily attacked the city below. With a loud bang, more than a dozen blood-eye giants were immediately shattered. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Enough. I'll give you the mysterious Sky Ancient City, the Cyclops shouted. City Lord, you can't. The other blood demons immediately shouted when they heard this. All of you, shut up. The Cyclops coldly snorted and looked at Wu Baichuan. I'll give it to you, but you have to promise to let my clansmen go. Haha, I thought you blood demons had more backbone. It turns out that this is all there is to it. Okay. I promise you. Once I get the mysterious Sky Ancient City, I'll leave immediately. Wu Baichuan laughed. The Cyclops shouted, all clansmen, leave the ancient city. City Lord, please reconsider. If you give the mysterious Sky Ancient City to these humans, you will face the punishment of the Ghost King. The surrounding blood demons cried out. I'll bear the punishment of the Ghost King alone. I won't implicate you. The Cyclops said. We're not afraid of implicating you. We're afraid of losing you. The blood demons roared. The Cyclops shouted, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Sigh. The blood demons sighed and soared into the sky. The Cyclops also flew into the sky. With a wave of his hand, the mysterious sky ancient city was immediately uprooted from the ground with a loud bang. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, the mysterious sky ancient city shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 breaths, the ancient city shrank to the size of a palm and floated in front of the Cyclops. This is considered half a space divine object. The group of people behind Wu Baichuan revealed greed in their eyes. Wu Baichuan himself was also extremely excited. He stretched out his hand and said, quickly erase the blood contract and give it to me. The Cyclops said in a deep voice, before I give it to you, swear to the heavens that you'll let my clansmen go. Okay. I, Wu Baichuan, swear to the heavens that after obtaining the mysterious sky ancient city, I'll immediately leave this place and won't make things difficult for anyone from the blood demon race. Wu Baichuan raised his hand and shouted. Sigh. You dare to believe a human's oath? Qin Fei Yang, who was hiding in the void, looked at the Cyclops' innocent appearance and couldn't help but shake his head. The thing that humans didn't trust the most was oaths. Unfortunately, the blood demons didn't understand humans. However, to him, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. Qin Fei Yang took out a facial restoration pill and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. His appearance instantly changed. At the same time, after Wu Baichuan swore, the Cyclops also quickly erased the blood contract. With a wave of his hand, the mysterious sky ancient city turned into a stream of light and flew toward Wu Baichuan. Wu Baichuan was overjoyed and took the initiative to fly toward the mysterious sky ancient city, as if he was afraid that it would be snatched by others. Actually, the other great perfection 9 heavens realm cultivators, such as the young woman and the others, were indeed eager to make a move. However, out of fear of Wu Baichuan, they didn't dare to make a move rashly. Haha, seeing that the mysterious sky ancient city was about to be in his hands, Wu Baichuan couldn't help but laugh. However, he didn't know that Qin Fei Yang had already arrived in front of the mysterious sky ancient city. However, just as Qin Fei Yang raised his arm and was about to snatch the mysterious sky ancient city, his arm paused slightly and there was a trace of hesitation. His gaze swept across the divine power barrier around him. Because the barrier that sealed this place hadn't dissipated. Even if he snatched the mysterious sky ancient city, he might not be able to leave with it. Moreover, this divine power barrier was set up by 500 to 600 great perfection 9 heavens realm cultivators. With his ability, he wouldn't be able to break it. Haha, just as Qin Fei Yang was hesitating, Wu Baichuan grabbed the mysterious sky ancient city. His eyes were filled with excitement as he laughed wildly. Qin Fei Yang glanced at Wu Baichuan and didn't try to snatch it. He decisively retreated to the side of the divine power barrier and continued to wait for an opportunity. Because he knew that the real battle was about to begin. A vengeful person like Wu Baichuan definitely wouldn't let the blood demon tribe off so easily. The Cyclops looked at Wu Baichuan and said in a deep voice, quickly fulfill your promise. Promise? Wu Baichuan was slightly taken aback. He played with the mysterious sky ancient city and looked up at the Cyclops. He asked jokingly, what promise? You. The Cyclops looked at Wu Baichuan in shock and anger. Haha, didn't the dragons tell you that the most untrustworthy thing in this world is an oath? Wu Baichuan raised his head and laughed. The young woman and the others also sneered. The Cyclops clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying ferocious light. So scary. Unfortunately, it's not night time now. You blood demons can't transform. Today, I'll let you idiots see the means of us humans. Brothers, don't leave a single one alive. Kill. Wu Baichuan cackled. Chapter 2591. Boom. As Wu Baichuan finished speaking, the tens of thousands of people all attacked. Divine power roared in all directions, and divine weapons flew all over the sky. Kill. Under the lead of hundreds of 9 heavens perfection cultivators, A group of people charged into the blood demon tribe like hungry wolves. One had to know. The weakest of these people was a half-step 9 heavens perfection cultivator. The strongest of the blood demon tribe was only a supremacy perfection cultivator. How could they be a match for them? Even if the blood demon tribe could use the power of the evil sun to heal their injuries, it was useless. Because this was a complete massacre. That's a pinnacle divine weapon. Look, the sword in the giant's hand is actually a legendary divine weapon. This is too much. The blood demon tribe is just a supremacy god, but they have a pinnacle divine weapon and a legendary divine weapon. And it's harder for us 9 heavens perfection cultivators to get a legendary divine weapon. It's too unfair. Kill them. These divine weapons are all ours. At this moment. These tens of thousands of people vividly displayed the greed of humans. Killing and plundering. The cruel scene made one's hair stand on end. You all deserve to die. Seeing his tribesmen being killed one by one, the one-eyed giant suddenly roared, and a set of blood-red armor appeared on his body. A monstrous murderous aura suddenly erupted. That's a supremacy armor. A group of 9 heavens perfection cultivators saw the blood-red armor on the one-eyed giant's body, and their eyes lit up. That was greed. Immediately, the group of people used their strongest techniques and charged toward the one-eyed giant, all wanting to snatch the armor on his body. You're more despicable and insidious than the dragons. Even if I die today, I'll drag you damn dwarfs to hell with me. The one-eyed giant roared again and again. Accompanied by a loud clang, a blood-red axe appeared in his hand, and its sharp edge instantly tore through the surrounding. What? Another supremacy divine weapon. The group of people was shocked. How terrifying was the blood demon tribe's foundation? Clang. The one-eyed giant was enraged. He grabbed the blood-red giant axe and swung it forward furiously. Boom. That was a crushing force. The deity incantations created by a group of perfected 9 heavens realm cultivators were instantly annihilated. Poof. Their bodies and minds trembled as blood gushed out of their mouths. How terrifying. Even though they were both at the great perfection 9 heavens realm like the Cyclops, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Move aside, I'll do it. Go and kill the rest of the blood demons. Wu Baichuan waved his halberd and charged towards the Cyclops. When the young woman and the others saw this, they once again charged towards the other blood demons. Humans, you heartless bastards, I curse you to die a horrible death. The heavens will not let you off. Lord Ghost King will not let you off either. Just you wait to go to hell. Screams and roars of rage rang out incessantly, echoing within the barrier. You've already obtained the mysterious Heaven Ancient City. Why are you still doing this? This is also a living being. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself as he stood beside the barrier and watched this scene. He was also a member of the human race, but he was increasingly disgusted with them. Greedy, selfish, wild ambition, unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals, it could be said that humans were almost cold-blooded creatures. Wu Baichuan stared at the Cyclops and sneered. I have to settle the score with you for the previous time. The halberd was fully recovered, bringing with it an apocalyptic sharpness as it slashed towards the Cyclops' head. However, the Cyclops did not meet the attack head-on. Whoosh! That huge body soared into the sky. The gigantic axe in his hand emitted a monstrous blood-red glow as he slashed at the barrier with all his might. Bang! The barrier suddenly distorted. Shatter! The Cyclops roared, holding the gigantic axe with both hands, and slashed again. Crack! Immediately, a crack appeared in the barrier. At this moment, Wu Baichuan charged forward with the halberd in his hand. However, the Cyclops did not care at all and slashed at the barrier again. After 3 ferocious bombardments, the enchantment finally collapsed. Clang! At the same time, the halberd struck the Cyclops' body, creating dazzling sparks as it collided with the blood-red armor. Bang! Although the Cyclops was protected by the armor and his body was not injured, his huge body was sent flying on the spot and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Run! However, the Cyclops ignored his injuries and roared at the blood demons who were still alive. City Lord, hang in there. We'll go find our clansmen and rush back to support you. The blood demons didn't hesitate either. They immediately fled in all directions at top speed. Do you think you can escape? A group of Peak 9 Heavens cultivators sneered and chased after them. The blood demons fell one by one. The void was dyed red with blood. The ground was also littered with corpses. Blood gathered together and flowed like a river. Damn it, damn it. The Cyclops bared his teeth and charged at a burly man with the blood-red axe. That burly man was also a Peak 9 Heavens cultivator. However, when he saw the Cyclops charging at him, he immediately used an auxiliary technique and fled without looking back. Go to hell! The Cyclops roared and divine light surged under his feet. His speed also skyrocketed as he chopped down with the axe. The burly man screamed and his blood splattered in the sky. Do you think I don't exist? Wu Baichuan was enraged. He charged forward like a bolt of lightning, his Fangtian halberd once again striking the back of the Cyclops. Puff! The Cyclops spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned and stared at Wu Baichuan. Okay, I'll kill you first. A violent aura erupted like a volcano. The two of them immediately fought crazily in the void. Wu Baichuan was at a disadvantage for a moment. Every time the one-eyed giant attacked, it was stronger than him. Qin Feiyang. He had already left the moment the barrier collapsed. At this moment, he stood on a mountain peak in the distance and looked at the battlefield from afar. A wave of sympathy rose in his heart. What did the blood demons do wrong? They were only protecting their homeland and their dignity. All of this was the fault of the dragons. If there were no dragons, there would be no invaders in hell. Naturally, there wouldn't be such a massacre. The blood demons would have been able to live here peacefully. It was the dragons and the humans who broke the peace of the blood demons. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed. He turned around and used the heavenly dragon's 9 steps. Like a stream of light, he disappeared into the depths of the mountain. Half an hour later, in a certain mountain, more than a dozen blood-eyed giants were chasing after a few humans. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang broke through the air. The time for the concealment technique was up. Therefore, whether it was the blood-eyed giants or the humans, they all discovered Qin Feiyang immediately. It's Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, save us. The humans immediately called for help from Qin Feiyang. There are actually humans who dare to show themselves. Die. However, the blood-eyed giants were filled with killing intent. One of the blood-eyed giants even charged toward Qin Feiyang. The mysterious Sky Ancient City is facing a massacre. Hurry up and inform your people to go back and help. Qin Feiyang said lightly. What? The blood-eyed giants were shocked. Believe me, I'm not lying to you. If you don't go back, your people will be gone. Qin Feiyang said. One of the blood-eyed giants frowned and said, Why did you inform us? Pity. Qin Feiyang muttered. He turned around and left without looking back. I don't believe it. This must be his trick. I'll go and kill him. An extremely tall and sturdy blood-eyed giant shouted angrily and charged towards Qin Feiyang. Actually, there are humans who are trustworthy. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. Then, he disappeared into the void. That's right. The concealment technique. Now that the concealment technique could be used twice a day, it wouldn't be that easy for the blood-eyed giants to kill him. News. How did he do it? The blood-eyed giants were shocked. Don't worry about him for now. This person doesn't seem to be lying to us. Hurry up and kill these people and go back to the mysterious Sky Ancient City. One of them yelled. The blood-eyed giants attacked with all their strength. After killing the humans, they rushed toward the mysterious Sky Ancient City. In a certain valley, there was also a massacre going on. More than a dozen humans were fighting a blood-eyed giant. Although the dozen or so humans were at the perfect 9 heavens realm, the blood-eyed giant was at the perfect 9 heavens realm. That's right. This blood-eyed giant was one of the 20 blood-eyed giants. The mysterious Sky Ancient City is in danger. The City Lord is in danger. Hurry up and find your people. Go back and help. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the blood-eyed giant's mind. The blood-eyed giant was slightly taken aback. He immediately looked around in surprise. Trust me. If you don't go back and help, the City Lord will die. The voice sounded again. The blood-eyed giant withdrew his gaze, took out a supreme-grade divine artifact, and instantly killed the humans. He roared, "Nearby clansmen, listen up. Return to the mysterious sky ancient city immediately." His voice was loud and resounded through the clouds. The blood demons within a few million miles all had a trace of surprise in their eyes when they heard this voice. However, they didn't hesitate and immediately returned to the mysterious sky ancient city. At first, these blood demons didn't really believe it. However, as they got closer and closer to the mysterious sky ancient city and gradually sensed the ripples of battle, their expressions darkened. Outside the city, in the sky above a forest, the blood-eyed giant at the perfect ninth heaven realm stared in the direction of the mysterious sky ancient city. Hundreds of clansmen had gathered behind him. "Go find the other clansmen immediately," the blood-eyed giant at the perfect ninth heaven realm shouted. Yes. The hundreds of blood demons immediately spread out and roared, "The humans have invaded the mysterious sky ancient city. The city lord is in danger. All clansmen, go back and help." Every voice was like thunder that spread in all directions. "What? The mysterious sky ancient city is in danger? These damned humans, let's go." All the blood demons who heard this immediately rushed back to the mysterious sky ancient city at full speed. Every one of them was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 2592. At this moment, Qin Feiyang had also returned to the mysterious sky ancient city. But he did not appear on the battlefield. He hid on a mountain peak and concealed his aura, watching the battlefield from afar. The second activation of the concealment technique had reached its time limit. In other words, about 2 hours had passed since the start of the battle. In the end, none of the blood demons in the mysterious sky ancient city managed to escape. They all died at the hands of the young woman and the others. On the human side, except for the burly man who was killed by the one-eyed giant, there were no casualties. After the massacre, the young woman and the others did not participate in the battle between the one-eyed giant and Wu Baichuan. However, tens of thousands of people gathered in the void and surrounded the one-eyed giant, not giving him any chance to escape. In the middle, the one-eyed giant and Wu Baichuan were also locked in battle. After about 2 hours of fierce battle, the one-eyed giant's blood-red armor was already full of holes and was on the verge of collapse. But in comparison, Wu Baichuan's injuries were more serious. His body was dripping with blood. The wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. In terms of strength, Wu Baichuan was indeed a lot weaker than the one-eyed giant. Strange. Looking at Wu Baichuan on the battlefield, Qin Feiyang gradually frowned. One had to know. Wu Baichuan only had the Sky Pisser, which was a supreme divine weapon. But the one-eyed giant had 2 supreme divine weapons, the armor and the giant axe. If it were any other peak 9 heavens realm, even if they also had a supreme divine weapon like the Sky Pisser, they would probably have died under the one-eyed giant's axe. But Wu Baichuan could not only hold on until now, but even the armor on the one-eyed giant's body was about to be destroyed. It was even possible. Once the blood-red armor was completely destroyed, the one-eyed giant would lose the protection of the armor and Wu Baichuan could still turn the tables. This did not make sense. Moreover, the one-eyed giant's body and strength were also far superior to Wu Baichuan's. Logically speaking, Wu Baichuan should have been defeated long ago. How did he do it? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang noticed that there was an additional pattern between Wu Baichuan's eyebrows. This pattern was in the shape of an armor, and it emitted strands of divine light. "What is that?" Qin Feiyang muttered. He had been with Wu Baichuan for a few days, but he had never seen that mysterious pattern. Rumble. Crack. The battle between the two became more and more intense. The tens of thousands of people around were also shocked to see Wu Baichuan become more and more courageous as he fought. "Why do I feel that this Wu Baichuan is like an unkillable cockroach?" "Cockroach? Brat, are you courting death? How dare you compare him to Xiao Qiong? Do you know what the consequences will be if he hears this? Isn't that just a metaphor? Not even a metaphor. Yes, yes, yes. I'll be more careful next time. But it's true that he can't be killed. Look, his injuries are so serious, but he's getting more and more powerful. He doesn't seem to be weakened at all. Several people standing at the back of the crowd discussed in low voices. You don't understand. There's a reason why Wu Shixiang can hold on until now. Suddenly, a disciple of the Dragon God Palace turned his head to look at those people and asked, "What's the reason?" Several people looked at him curiously. Wu Shixiang has activated a type of battle soul. This battle soul has a very terrifying talent that can weaken the opponent's attack by half. That disciple of the Dragon God Palace said, "What? It can weaken half of the opponent's attack? Brother, you're not fooling us, are you?" Several people were shocked. "Why would I fool you? Wu Shixiang and I are both disciples of the Eastern Dragon God Palace. I'm sure I know his means better than you. Do you see the pattern between his eyebrows? That's the sign of activating a talent." That disciple of the Dragon God Palace said, "I see. So even though it seems like he's taking all of the one-eyed giant's attack, it's actually only half of it." Several people said, "That's right. Wu Shixiang's means aren't limited to just this. As long as the armor on the one-eyed giant is broken, he'll only be tortured by Wu Shixiang." The disciple of the Dragon God Palace looked at Wu Baichuan with admiration and shouted, "Wu Shixiang, you can definitely kill him." "Of course. I, Wu Baichuan, live up to my name." Wu Baichuan smiled proudly. Clang! The halberd suddenly flew out of his hand and collided with the axe in the one-eyed giant's hand, causing sparks to fly. At the same time, Wu Baichuan waved his hand and the mysterious sky ancient city appeared. It instantly became a few 100 feet tall and crashed into the one-eyed giant like a mountain. With a loud crack, the blood-red armor on the Cyclops' body finally reached its limit and shattered into pieces. Poof! The one-eyed giant was also sent flying and smashed into the ground below. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Is the mysterious sky ancient city that strong? Are you kidding? The mysterious sky ancient city is a supreme-grade divine artifact. How can it not be strong? Wu Baichuan also knows how to seize the opportunity. He only used the mysterious sky ancient city when the armor reached its limit. Not only did it completely shatter the armor, but it also dealt a fatal blow to the one-eyed giant. Everyone was full of admiration. But in their hearts, their desire for the mysterious sky ancient city was even stronger. Who wouldn't want such a supreme-grade divine artifact? But at the same time, they were more and more wary of Wu Baichuan. Wu Baichuan with the Sky Pisser was already very terrifying. Now that he had the mysterious sky ancient city, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Although there were more than 10,000 people present, no one was confident that they could defeat Wu Baichuan. So what if your physical body is strong? Aren't you still an ant? Wu Baichuan looked down at the one-eyed giant with disdain. The Sky Pisser and the mysterious sky ancient city, these two supreme-grade divine artifacts, floated around him, exuding a destructive aura. The one-eyed giant got up and roared at the sky. The evil sun immediately released a beam of blood-red light. In just a few seconds, the one-eyed giant's injuries were healed. It's healed just like that. This is too unreasonable. Everyone looked at the one-eyed giant in astonishment, feeling extremely unbalanced. Why was this blood demon able to obtain the mercy of the evil sun? Your strength is indeed not simple. But you're daydreaming if you want to kill me. I have plenty of time to waste with you. When night falls, it will be your doomsday. The one-eyed giant smiled malevolently. He put away the blood-red armor fragment and charged at Wu Baichuan with his blood-red axe. Wu Baichuan couldn't help but frown. If it really dragged on until night time, it would be difficult to deal with. The blood demon at night was too terrifying. It seemed that he couldn't continue to act tough. He had to end this quickly. Everyone, attack with me and kill him. With that thought, Wu Baichuan roared without turning his head. Everyone was stunned. He actually asked them to help. But it made sense. The blood demon could borrow the power of the evil sun. If they couldn't kill the one-eyed giant, they could quickly recover no matter how serious their injuries were. This way, the blood demon could really drag on until night time. The blood demon would only show its true fangs at night. Let's attack and end this quickly. the young woman and the others shouted. Everyone nodded. Boom! Waves of divine power surged out. Countless divine arts appeared in the sky. There were perfect divine arts. There were peak-grade divine arts. There were also legendary divine arts. The void here was suddenly filled with an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. At the same time, Wu Baichuan also activated the Sky Halberd and the mysterious Sky Ancient City. The aura of these two supreme-grade divine arts was even more terrifying. The void within tens of thousands of miles started to crack and collapse at this moment. The earth also shook violently and kept sinking. Abyssal cracks appeared and extended toward the end of the world. It was like the end of the world. The beasts hiding in the depths of the area all fled in panic. Qin Feiyang was also retreating. Tens of thousands of people attacked together, and the weakest of them was at the half-step ninth heaven realm. They also had two supreme-grade divine artifacts. If they didn't retreat quickly, they would definitely be affected. Die. Wu Baichuan smiled coldly. As he waved his hand, the two supreme-grade divine artifacts immediately charged toward the one-eyed giant. As soon as Wu Baichuan attacked, the others also waved their hands. Countless divine arts streaked across the sky and blasted toward the one-eyed giant. I'm immortal. The one-eyed giant roared. He didn't intend to dodge at all. He raised the giant axe in his hand and charged forward. Boom! The two collided. The moment the blood-colored giant axe collided with the Sky Halberd, the two supreme-grade divine artifacts, it directly flew out of the one-eyed giant's hand and shattered into pieces. Then, countless divine arts instantly drowned the one-eyed giant. Roar! Even the one-eyed giant's physical body couldn't withstand the attack of so many divine arts, especially when there were 500 to 600 perfection ninth heaven realm cultivators among them. The one-eyed giant's physical body kept shattering, and blood splattered across the sky. He kept roaring. On one hand, it was because of the pain. On the other hand, it was because he was summoning the power of the evil sun Whoosh. The evil sun in the sky sent down beams of blood-colored light to repair his physical body. However, even though the evil sun's healing ability was heaven-defying, it couldn't heal the one-eyed giant's injuries. Because there were too many divine arts. The destructive power was too terrifying. Even the evil sun's power couldn't repair it in time. Again, Wu Baichuan roared. The tens of thousands of people cast divine arts again. This time, the one-eyed giant was definitely going to die. Even the evil sun was useless. I can't accept this. Why did I believe these despicable humans? Not only did I give the mysterious Sky Ancient City to them, but I also killed my people. It's all my fault. You damned beasts, I'll take you down with me. The one-eyed giant roared angrily. A destructive aura suddenly rushed out of his body. What? He's going to self-destruct. Wu Baichuan and the others' expressions changed. A perfection ninth heaven realm cultivator self-destructing? This was no joke. It was enough to kill all of them in an instant. City Lord, don't self-destruct. Hang in there, we're back. Suddenly, a roar of anger rolled over. The one-eyed giant froze, then a trace of ecstasy appeared on his face. He quickly stopped self-destructing and summoned the power of the evil sun to resist the destructive power of the countless divine arts. Damn it! Why did they come back? Wu Baichuan and the others were both shocked and furious. You damned humans, go to hell. The angry roar sounded again. The owner of this voice was the blood-eyed giant at the perfection ninth heaven realm who had rushed back first. Before he arrived, the supreme-grade divine artifact had already arrived. A terrifying power swept out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, several hundred people were smashed into pieces by the utmost exalted level god weapon. Not even their bones remained. Chapter 2593. Wu Shixiang. The young woman and the others panicked. Retreat. Wu Baichuan ordered decisively. The fact that a blood-eyed giant had returned meant that this matter had been exposed. The other blood-eyed demons must be on their way back as well. However, he didn't understand why the blood-eyed demons had received the news so quickly. Everyone, retreat. The young woman and the others immediately yelled. Everyone immediately turned around and dashed into the mountains. Don't even think about leaving today. The blood-eyed giant at the Great Perfection 9 Heavens realm was like a demon god as he flew through the air with a powerful aura. The supreme-grade divine weapon was so sharp that several hundred people died on the spot. Wu Baichuan and the others didn't even look back as they fled. Damn humans. However, another blood-eyed giant at the Great Perfection 9 Heavens realm appeared in the sky. Behind him was a group of blood-eyed giants at the half-step to the Great Perfection 9 Heavens realm. There were several hundred of them. How dare they hurt the city lord and kill our people? Brothers, kill them all. Every blood-eyed giant looked at the mysterious heaven-ancient city that had disappeared and the blood-eyed demon corpses on the ground. They were filled with grief and anger. Clang. The blood-eyed giant at the Great Perfection 9 Heavens realm took out his supreme-grade divine weapon and charged at Wu Baichuan and the others who were at the front. Scram! Wu Baichuan yelled. The mysterious heaven-ancient city and the sky pisser attacked. With a loud boom, the supreme-grade divine weapon of the blood-eyed giant was sent flying. The blood-eyed giant spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at the same time, the blood-eyed giant at the Great Perfection 9 Heavens realm charged from behind. The supreme-grade divine weapon instantly killed a large number of people. Kill. The blood-eyed giants at the half-step to the Great Perfection 9 Heavens realm all took out their peak-grade divine weapons and legendary divine weapons and charged into the crowd. A chaotic battle started. The humans could only be slaughtered by the blood demons at the Great Perfection 9 Heavens realm. Only Wu Baichuan and a group of peak 9 Heavens realm cultivators could compete with them. Wu Baichuan stared at the 2 9th Heaven realm blood-eyed giants and said solemnly, "To catch bandits, first catch the leader, kill them first." "All right." The young woman and the others nodded. Immediately, the group of 9 Heavens realm cultivators split into 2 groups and charged towards the 2 blood-eyed giants. Facing 500 to 600 Perfection 9 Heavens realm cultivators, the 2 blood-eyed giants immediately fell into danger. In an instant, his arms and legs were broken, and he was drenched in blood. Kill. Suddenly, with a furious roar, another 2 blood-eyed giants at the Great Perfection of the 9 Heavens realm hurried over with over 1,000 blood-eyed demons. They immediately joined the battlefield. The 2 blood-eyed giants at the Great Perfection stage of the 9 Heavens realm did not care about the others. They took out their supreme-grade divine artifacts and went straight for Wu Baichuan. Wu Baichuan also fell into a bitter battle. Because now, he was facing 3 supreme-grade divine artifacts alone. The battle was becoming more and more chaotic. There were corpses and broken limbs everywhere. There were humans and blood-eyed demons. The entire world was shrouded in killing. At the same time, the one-eyed giant used the power of the evil sun to withstand the attacks of countless divine arts. However, he had also paid a great price for it. His physical body was almost shattered, and his divine soul was almost annihilated. But he did not care. Because the power of the evil sun could help him repair his physical body and divine soul. He stood high in the sky and looked down at the battlefield, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. About 100 breaths later, his physical body and divine soul were finally repaired. His physical body and divine soul were repaired in 100 breaths of time. Although this speed was not as fast as the evil moon at night, it was still terrifying. "Human, prepare to face my wrath." The one-eyed giant roared and charged towards the battlefield with a murderous aura. He was like a violent ape, grabbing a person at the peak of the 9 Heavens realm and pulling with both hands. That person was torn to pieces on the spot. Although the blood-red axe and armor were broken, his own strength was enough to crush all the humans at the peak 9 Heavens realm. "City Lord, we're back. Clansmen, kill them. Leave no one alive." The blood-eyed demons who had gone out rushed back one after another to join the battle. Especially those blood-eyed giants at the peak 9 Heavens realm. They had supreme-level auxiliary divine arts and supreme-level divine artifacts. They could kill anything in their way. On the human side, other than Wu Baichuan, no one else had supreme-level divine artifacts and divine arts. They were naturally no match for such ferocious and powerful blood-eyed demons. Even Wu Baichuan, who had 2 supreme-level divine artifacts, could not stop the blood-eyed giant. As all the blood-eyed demons rushed back, the situation immediately reversed. Before, it was Wu Baichuan and the others who were slaughtering the blood-eyed demons. Now, it was the blood-eyed demons who were crazily slaughtering Wu Baichuan and the others. There were more than 10,000 people, but now, there were less than 100 left. Although the blood-eyed demons also suffered casualties, it was not worth mentioning compared to the human casualties. Wu Shixiang, what should we do? The remaining 100 or so people stood back to back and looked at the blood-eyed demons around them with despair. Actually, some of them were missing arms or legs. Even Wu Baichuan had lost an arm. This was fatal for humans. Because humans could not summon the power of the evil sun like the blood-eyed demons. Even if it was a divine-level divine pill of life, it would still take some time to recover. But now, it was not a situation where healing could defy the heavens. Because none of the 20 blood-eyed giants at the peak 9 heavens realm had died. There was still the one-eyed giant who was even more terrifying than them. Also, the other blood-eyed demons were at the half 9 heavens realm. There were more than 20,000 of them. The most important thing was, they had all recovered with the help of the evil sun and were now in peak condition. I've already given you the mysterious sky ancient city. Why are you still killing my people? Are promises and oaths so worthless in the eyes of you humans? The one-eyed giant clenched his fists and glared at the group. The group was extremely panicked. We blood-eyed demons are the most honest and believe in promises and oaths the most. We even value oaths more than our lives. Because in our eyes, an oath is a form of dignity. But you humans can't even keep the most basic integrity. You don't deserve to be human. The one-eyed giant shouted. The 20 blood-eyed giants immediately activated their supreme-level divine artifacts and charged toward the group. Don't move, or we'll self-destruct and die with you. And if we self-destruct, the mysterious sky ancient city will also be destroyed. Wu Baichuan panicked and shouted. The 20 blood-eyed giants frowned. Seeing this, Wu Baichuan immediately became confident and said, I can return the mysterious sky ancient city to you, but you have to let us go. Do you think it's possible to kill tens of thousands of my people? The one-eyed giant said with a hideous smile. But you also killed tens of thousands of our people. Wu Baichuan said in a deep voice. That's because you deserve to die. The Nether King's hell was originally a pure land, but because of the arrival of the dragons and you humans, now it's all about killing. Can't you just stay outside and live a good life? Why do you have to come to our Nether King's hell? The one-eyed giant roared with deep disgust in his eyes. Wu Baichuan and the others were speechless. Return the mysterious sky ancient city to me, and I promise you that I'll leave your corpses intact. We blood-eyed demons are the most honest. We will definitely do what we say. The one-eyed giant said. What's the use of leaving your corpses intact when you're already dead? Wu Baichuan sneered. The one-eyed giant said, so, you want to resist to the end? Try it. You have time, and we also have a lot of time to waste. Wu Baichuan sneered. A lot of time? The one-eyed giant immediately laughed. The other blood-eyed demons also sneered. What are you laughing at? Wu Baichuan and the others raised their eyebrows. Don't you know that outsiders like you can only stay in the Nether King's hell for 1,000 years? The one-eyed giant said. What? We can only stay for 1,000 years. The group of people was shocked. It seems that you really don't know. That's not right. If the dragons knew about this, why didn't they tell you? Are you also enemies with the dragons? The one-eyed giant looked at the group curiously. Wu Baichuan said in a deep voice, tell me clearly, why can you only stay for 1,000 years? Because this is the rule of the Nether King's hell. If you haven't left the Nether King's hell after 1,000 years, the evil power of the evil moon will descend and crush you. And there is only one exit in the Nether King's hell. This exit is in the mythical square, located in the mythical forest at the end of the west. With your speed, even if you can reach the mythical square unimpeded, it will take you 100 years. Now, do you still think you have time to waste with us? The one-eyed giant laughed, his face full of ridicule. Damn it! Why didn't the dragons tell us such an important thing? The young woman and the others were not dead. At this moment, when they heard the one-eyed giant's words, their faces were filled with anger. The dragons, they're trying to kill us. Someone sighed. And Qin Feiyang was also lurking nearby and heard the one-eyed giant's words. It couldn't be helped. These blood demons' voices were too loud. It was difficult not to hear them. Hearing this, he was also quite shocked. He didn't expect the dragons to be hiding such a secret. If they hadn't heard it from the one-eyed giant, they probably wouldn't have known what was going on until they died. The heart of the dragon race was truly murderous, because just this point alone was enough to kill everyone. Wu Baichuan's face was also extremely gloomy. He looked at the one-eyed giant and said, "So what if what you said is true? Anyway, you won't let us go. We might as well slowly waste time." This time, there were many people entering the Nether King's hell. As long as they wasted time, they might be able to wait for reinforcements and find a chance to escape. "Okay. If you want to waste time, we will waste time with you." The one-eyed giant smiled sinisterly and shouted, "Everyone, retreat." Swish. Of course. A group of blood demons retreated like lightning and stood at a safe distance, surrounding Wu Baichuan and the others.